You fool! Warren is dead.
The Cyclopean Codex. Obscure tales of the Cthulhu mythos. Through the Alien Angle by Elwyn G. Powers. I'm sorry, but that's all the books the library has on that subject. I started to protest to the librarian, but knew at once it would do no good. I should have realized the folly of venturing out on a stormy night to try to get some information from this mausoleum of knowledge, and would have done better to go directly to the university. And with the time the girl had spent in vain searching for my material, the university library had certainly closed. My final paper on the prehistory of man, due in class tomorrow, was in a sadly incomplete state. I turned away, wondering whether I dared attempt to find a bookstore which might have remained open this late, but it was unlikely that any ordinary bookstore would have the books I needed. As I stood there, I felt a touch on my arm. I turned and looked at an old man who stood there. He came barely to my shoulder, and his white hair and beard made me think that he was a teacher from some local school. But his eyes were what arrested my attention. They were deep-set and dark, and seemed to hold in their depths some hint of dark and forbidden knowledge. I was tempted to rebuff him, but he smiled at me disarmingly. "They are hopelessly materialistic here," he said, in a quiet voice. "I heard you asking about certain books. I may be able to help you, and my own small collection is at your disposal, if you wish." I thanked him. Scorn not the gifts that the gods provide, and I remembered that uncompleted class paper. "I live a little way from here," he said, as I nodded my assent. "Is it still raining as it was?" "Yes." "Well, we will take a cab." Almost before I could protest, he had hustled me from the library and into a taxi. He muttered something to the driver, and we whirled away into the dark. I was almost inclined to withdraw from this singular venture, but I was confident of my ability to take care of myself, and so relaxed and spent the time watching my companion as the cab sped along. He seemed to have an indefinable air of antiquity about him, and I observed that he wore a cape. This incongruous garment had previously escaped my notice. I grew more and more uncomfortable as the minutes passed, but suddenly the cab pulled up before a row of old brownstone houses, and the caped man paid the driver and we alighted. That part of town was unfamiliar to me, and I stared at the residents with misgivings. But I suddenly caught sight of a police prowl car under a distant streetlight, and reassured that help was near if I should need it, I mounted the steps behind my companion. The room into which we stepped made me gasp, for it was luxuriously furnished, in contrast with the plain exterior of the house. In every corner stood relics, antiques from every corner of the globe. There was a saturnine statuette from Easter Island, a gorgeous Egyptian mummy case, carved jade figurines, miniature Indian totems, Mayan tablets, and many others. "Interesting, aren't they?" the old man said, breaking his silence. I wish I could give his name, but for some reason it never occurred to me to ask it, and I've never been able to find that house again, though I've combed the city several times looking for it. The antiquarian in me aroused. I examined several pieces more closely. They were undoubtedly genuine, and worth a small fortune. "Collected every one myself," he said. "But come, then the library is what you wish to know." He ushered me into another room, and here my astonishment was redoubled, for the walls were lined with books of every nature and description. But in spite of my enthusiasm, I could not help feeling that there was something amiss, and after a searching look around, I discovered what it was. The room was not square. Two walls, the floor and the ceiling, seemed to come together at an angle, a puzzling angle, and it seemed as if a person could walk into that peculiar conjunction and walk right on into or through or beyond our normal plane of things. But my attention was diverted from this odd phenomenon by the books about me. I was standing before a shelf which seemed to hold all the forbidden books about which I had heard strange and disquieting whispers. The De Vermis Mysterious of Ludwig Prynne, the Night Book of Jacques Mosquet, several volumes by von Junst, Per Ereville, and Durkheim. Others were labelled simply by name, and I saw the Song of East, the Book of Ibon, and many others I had never heard of before. And set a little aside were two black-bound tomes. One was the Necronomicon of Abdul Alhazred, and the other was stamped simply Cthulhu, but that dread connotation sent chills down my spine. "I think this will help you," said my host, as he drew out a volume. "The stanzas of Zion are reliable. Sit down, and I'll read." For half an hour he read aloud, drawing me a vivid picture of a prehistoric world, of creation itself, of strange races that had inhabited the earth before the Aryan race. But it was information that I could not use for fear of being laughed out of class, and I told him so when he had finished. "Hopeless materialists, all of them," he snorted. "Well, you at least will know about it anyway. Do you want to hear more?" I assented, and he took down a volume, the name of which I could not see. "I would like to light some incense," he said, and suited action to the words. "It may help you to listen." I doubted it, but agreed. He sat down and began to read again, this time in a language unknown to me, though I am somewhat of a linguist. And as he read, and the pungent incense wafted through the room, I became drowsy. But I do remember rising, through no volition of my own, and walking toward the angle of the room that had so intrigued me earlier. And to my horror and amazement, I seemed to pass through the solid walls. There was a moment of blackness, of unbearable chill, and then I opened my eyes on a vista which I am sure no mortal man had ever seen before. It was a city. But what a city! Great domes rose all about me. Graceful minarets sent their spires toward the sky. But all about me was a feeling of an alien presence, and my shadow was two. I faced about, and two suns hung in a cold, brassy sky. Terror gripped me, but I forced it aside. I was somewhere in a strange universe, but the main concern of returning to my own planet drove all other thoughts aside, even scientific interest in this monstrous place. As I began to prowl through the deserted streets, I noticed many things. The city was undoubtedly of great antiquity, and had been deserted for many years, perhaps centuries, for the great columns and balustrades had crashed down in many places. And then, as I approached one building more stately and imposing than the others, I saw it. I have since learned that the thing is a shoggoth, a globular mass of protoplasm, 15 feet in diameter, able to take any form it desires, created as a servant of certain races of the universe, strong, tenacious, indestructible, and worst of all, intelligent. It must have been a guardian of that building, untold eons ago, for as I stood in paralyzed horror, it rolled toward me, throwing out tentacles as it did so. It was almost upon me, pseudopods lashing out before I could move, and as I leaped back, turned and fled, it followed, and its speed was a match for my own. Where I ran and for how long I do not know. Time lost all meaning as I dodged and hid in that accursed city, with the thing dogging my heels, and it was sheer luck that led me finally onto that street of ruins. A building had collapsed and strewn its skeleton to the winds, but some trick of fate had flung pillars and walls in an arrangement that made my heart leap, the angle that had thrust me into this bizarre world. The shoggoth was close behind me, and I had to act. The angle might not be the same, but I was trapped anyway, so I charged blindly at it, There was the blackness, the cold, and I struck ground with a thud. I rolled, picked myself up, and then, oh God, the Shoggoth came crashing through, not 5 yards from me. I was on a road leading to the city, and I ran with all my strength toward the friendly lights, with the thing not far behind me. But as I came under the first street lamp, it slowed its pursuit, and then turned and withdrew. But it will track me down. In that strange other world, it had a job to do, to protect a certain place. I invaded that place and must die, and it will carry out its task, though in another universe. Even now, I know that it's lurking somewhere near, disguised by its amazing ability of mimicry, waiting for me. It will search me out, even on top of the building where I'm writing this. I am resigned to death. But after I am slain, what then? The monster is here. It cannot return to its own world. What will it do? What terror will it spread? What inconceivable, awful horror faces mankind? I shall never know. The Sealed Casket by Richard F. Seawright. And it is recorded that in the elder times Oris, mightiest of the wizards, laid crafty snare for the demon Avaloth, and pitted dark magic against him. For Avaloth plagued the earth with a strange growth of ice and snow that crept as if alive, ever southward, and swallowed up the forests and the mountains. And the outcome of the contest with the demon is not known, but wizards of that day maintained that Avaloth, who was not easily discernible, could not be destroyed save by a great heat, the means whereof was not then known, although certain of the wizards foresaw that one day it should be. Yet at this time the ice fields began to shrink and dwindle and finally vanished, and the earth bloomed forth afresh. Fragment from the Eltdown Shards. For nearly an hour, Wesson Clark had been studying the sealed casket, his shrewd black eyes feasting avidly on its crudely carved metal contours. It lay before him in the pool of light from the desk lamp, the light which illumined his classic, calculating features with a pallid glow, while making a shadowy obscurity of the cavernous, book-lined study. Outside, the high March wind shrilled and plucked with icy fingers at the cornices and gables of the old house. It gave Clark a pleasing, luxurious sense of security to relax in the overheated gloom of the upstairs study and listen to the rising moan without. Careless, slipshod old Simpkins had gone for the night, after stoking the ancient furnace to capacity, and Clark was alone in the house, as he had wished to be for this occasion. He smiled slightly, and hummed a snatch from the latest Gershwin hit, as his gaze returned to his prize. The casket was small and compact, perhaps 16 inches long by 6 or 7 wide, and formed of a dull, age-tarnished metal that defied casual identification. The crude, writhing images carved into its surface offered no aid to classification. Clark failed to assign them to any known period of early art. A gratifying legacy to a connoisseur of antiques was this ancient box. Old Martucci had never suspected then. There had been times when Clark had wondered and feared as he carried on his surreptitious affair with Martucci's youthful wife. Not that it mattered now. The sinister old scientist with his perverted sense of humor was dead. And Nonna, though filled as ever with Latin fire, seemed much less fascinating now that legal barriers were removed. Also, she was growing a bit proprietary, a little too assured. Clark knew the signs. He smiled ironically as he studied the casket. While Martucci lived, Clark had cultivated his friendship and enjoyed the conquest of Nonna at stealthy assignations, employing the greatest caution. But now there was nothing to fear. For the moment, at least, he was surfeited with Nonna's charms, and he felt free to discard her as he saw fit, without the haunting dread of discovery and vengeance by the suspicious old archaeologist. Besides, he needed freedom to reel in his new catch, one more alluring than the Italian girl had ever been, and endowed with a fortune that ran into almost mythical figures. His intentions were very serious here. His smile deepened as he recalled the peculiar clause that formed part of the codicil to the last testament of Martucci, the clause which was the instrument conveying the casket. "And I do hereby bequeath to my one-time friend Wesson Clark the ancient coffer of Alu-Tor, and urge him only to leave the leaden seal thereon intact, as I have done for 30 years. Clark chuckled softly. Martucci had been a naive fool in spite of his dubious reputation in scientific circles, where certain ruthless and unethical practices attributed to him were frowned on heavily. He had kept the seal intact, had he? And no guessing what rare treasures of antiquity might be hidden inside. He had spent his life delving in the earth and, incidentally, acquiring the meagre fortune, now almost dissipated, with which he had retired, while quite possibly real wealth waited in the casket. But then, the Italian had been a strange character, one of those rare, incomprehensible creatures who appear to place little importance on the mere possession of money. The aggrandizement of his name in scientific discoveries, the search for the forbidden in hidden occult lore, the cynical study of human nature, had seemed to mean much more to him. Certainly, he had never opened the casket, for the splotch of melted lead that sealed it was black with age and bore no signs of having been tampered with. With all the leisurely indolence of his sybaritic nature, Clark lay back and gloated over his acquisition. He scrutinized more closely the cryptic, wavering symbols, vague and spidery, which had been impressed at some remote time on the leaden seal, no doubt while the metal was still hot. They were quite unfamiliar in that they resembled nothing he could recall having seen before, but there was something indefinably disturbing in their almost sentient lines. They brought to mind some utterly impossible living thing. He laughed at the absurdity of the impression. But whatever they represented, the symbols were very old. Their primitive crudeness suggested an antiquity antedating the Phoenician alphabet, or even the Mayan inscriptions. Clark regretted his scanty knowledge of such things, for here, he half suspected, might lie a specimen of the very first primal writing, the groping pictorial attempt to transcribe thought, from which had developed the earliest known written characters. He would preserve the seal intact and have it examined by an authority. Possibly it possessed a definite intrinsic value of its own. Martucci must have known. His knowledge of epigraphy had been profound, and it was whispered that all his developments in that field had not been turned over to science. It was even possible that he had deciphered the inscription, if inscription it were. But in the meantime, Clark intended to open the thing. Certainly he was going to open it. It was quite characteristic of Martucci that, because of some squeamish eccentricity or other, he had refrained from doing so himself. But had he really thought the new owner would use such illogical restraint? Clark chuckled again. Still, it was odd that the Italian had never spoken of the casket, especially as he must have decided on its disposal some months before. The date of the codicil showed that. No doubt a little surprise for the one-time friend, but odd just the same, for it was an object over which the failing scientist, with his wide knowledge of antiquities, and Clark, with his dilettante love for them, might have had many of the discussions the archaeologist had so seemed to enjoy. And that was a strange wording. One time. It almost suggested that Martucci had suspected when he dictated the sentence. But that was impossible. The very assignment of such a rare relic was proof in itself of complete trust and good feeling. After all, the import of the words, intended for reading after the writer's death, was plain enough. Well, there was no need for further delay. He had gloated long enough. His black eyes sparkled greedily as he picked up the heavy brass paper knife from his desk and dug tentatively at the seal. The leaden smear was surprisingly hard. Perhaps it was some strange alloy. He pried harder, finally succeeding in inserting the knife point between the seal and the age-blackened metal of the box itself. The lead refused to bend further. It clung tenaciously to its age-old moorings. At length, Clark left it to rummage about the house for tools. He returned with a hammer and carefully relocked the study's only door before he sat down. He used the knife as a wedge, and at the first blow the lead peeled neatly away, disclosing a patch of dully shimmering metal beneath. He had not expected to find that the seal covered a keyhole, and nothing of the sort was visible. Evidently, the box was far too ancient for that contrivance. His heart was pounding. He drew an anticipatory breath and pried the knife point under the lid. A little leverage, and it was done. The cover came up. The casket was empty. Clark was genuinely surprised. Strange that the box should be so tightly sealed when it held no contents to be guarded. This lacked plausibility. As he stared in puzzled bewilderment at the burnished inner surface, he became aware of a faint, fetid odor creeping into his nostrils. He sniffed, his nose wrinkling in distaste. Slight though it was, the smell suggested vaguely the charnel emanation from some long-closed tomb. Then came the cold draught. Through the close air of the study, which was gradually becoming oppressively hot, it breathed against his face in a single icy gust, laden with a sudden augmentation of the nauseating odor of putrescence. Then it was gone, and the heated air had closed about him as if nothing had disturbed it. Clark started up, then sank back in the chair. He frowned, staring hard at door and windows half hidden in the shadowy gloom beyond the circle of lamplight. He knew them to be locked securely, and an uneasy disquiet stirred in his breast as his probing eyes verified the fact. His attention was drawn back to the subtle odor of corruption, which had gradually grown stronger. It permeated the room now, a dank, mephitic fetor, grotesquely out of place in the quiet study. He rose slowly to his feet, alarm spreading over his features. And, as he did so, the icy, noisome chill puffed again upon his face like a breeze from some glacial sepulchre. His head jerked back, and fear dawned in his eyes. Here, in a locked room on the top floor of the old house he had lived in for years, something utterly uncanny, something entirely beyond the realms of sanity, was taking place. Clark started slowly across the study toward the door, then stopped abruptly. A faint sound had come from the shadows at the far side of the room, where the heavy Saruk rug stopped short a foot from the wall. It was an insidious, barely audible rustling noise, such a noise as might be made by a great snake writhing along the uncarpeted strip, and it came from between him and the door. Clark had prided himself in the past on his cold-blooded imperturbability, but his breath came quickly now, and the wild, unreasoning fear of a trapped animal flooded his mind. Whatever the nature of the thing in the room with him, could he doubt its presence? It was intelligently cutting off his escape. It must be watching his every movement with malignant, brooding eyes. A shudder of stark horror convulsed him at the realization. He stood very still in the center of the study, his mind racing in frenzied, terror-driven circles. A sense of the crowding presence of some bestial, primordial depravity, of overwhelming defilement, surged with paralyzing certainty through his brain. Thoughts of escape were crowded out. The imminence of the danger rooted reasoning power. And yet, through the waves of terror that beat through his consciousness, he realized that his life, yes, his very soul, was menaced by an unspeakable cosmic malevolence. With a tremendous effort, he checked the rising, smothering hysteria, and succeeded in regaining a partial control of his thoughts. His eyes pierced the gloom ahead and about him. Nothing stirred. What hideously ancient entity had been imprisoned in the casket? He could not guess, nor did he wish to know. But Martucci had known. Martucci, the authority on ancient writings, the delver in hidden lore. Martucci had known everything. He had schemed, oh so cunningly, for revenge. And this was the result. If the dead could know, how the old man must be gloating to see his crafty trap closing about his victim. Now Clark felt cold vibrations beating upon him, vibrations of inhuman, impersonal evil. His nerves crawled and shrank as from a loathsome physical contact. He shifted uneasily, and there came the sound of a stealthy, slithering movement toward him across the rug. He backed away until his shoulders bumped against the wall behind him. Still the soft noises continued, slowly drawing near. They detoured to one side, then to the other. Then they were back in front of him, and much closer. His eyes searched the shadows desperately. Empty, formless, mysterious they were, but nothing moved that his physical sight could detect. The lurking menace, its presence proclaimed by every taut nerve in his body, was still invisible. If he could trust his eyes, he was alone in the room. But he felt the close proximity of something cold and yet alive, something which was a definite physical presence, manifesting itself to him through pre-human senses, semi-atrophied by eons of disuse. Whatever it was absorbing the suffocating heat of the room, actually lowering the temperature, and at a rapid rate. Quite suddenly, the utter horror of the impossible, incredible situation broke through the dam of desperate resistance his mind had built up. Something snapped and he laughed, a high-pitched cachinnation of rising hysteria that echoed wildly from lips drawn back in a grinning frenzy of terror. He cringed, flinging up his arms in an abject surrender to fear. A torrent of gibbering incoherency pushed the terrible laughter from his lips. The dusky room swam about him, and he did not know that his knees had buckled, and that he had plumped forward on them, his arms rigid before his face to ward off the approaching danger. Again came the icy breath, rank with primeval filth, terrifying in its nearness. It passed lightly over his face, making him retch with its overpowering fetor. Then he shrieked once in paralyzed despair. A slender, groping tentacles, cold as outer space, caressed his throat and body, their deathly chill striking through his clothing as if he had been naked. A vast, flabby, amorphous coldness enveloped him. Repulsively soft and bulky it was, but as he struggled it gripped him with the resistless strength of chilled steel. He could feel the regularly spaced vibrations of some utterly alien, incomprehensible life, a life so frightful that he shrieked again and again as its purpose became apparent. Then the murky room whirled about him. He had been whisked up, was staring with starting eyes at the ceiling, through which little flames were eating, while the fetid horror gradually compressed its icy folds. He was falling down, down through endless shafts of icy blackness, into a bottomless quagmire of primordial slime. A vast roaring filled his ears. Monstrous phantasms leered through the bursts of flame that punctuated the rushing descent. Then all was silence and blackness and oblivion. Fanned by the high wind, the flames had gutted the old house when firemen arrived. Little remained to aid the coroner in his investigation. Naturally, he discounted heavily the fantastic testimony of certain early arrivals regarding a high-pitched, agonized whistling sound which they claimed had proceeded from the upper part of the building, and the belching clouds of foul-smelling smoke which had found an exit after the upper floors collapsed and the whistling stopped. Simpkin's admission that he had neglected to close the drafts of the furnace cleared up the cause of the fire. But, privately, the coroner was exceedingly puzzled by certain peculiarities that the post-mortem disclosed in the charred and blackened corpse, identified by a dentist as Wesson Clark's. It was surely a matter of wonder that virtually every bone in this body had been broken, as if in the embrace of some gigantic snake of the constrictor species. And it was an insoluble mystery how the veins and organs had been drained of every drop of blood. Out of the Jar by Charles R. Tanner. I am presenting here, at the insistence of my friend James Francis Denning, an account of an event or series of events which, he says, occurred to him during the late summer and early fall of 1940. I do so not because I concur in the hope which Denning has that it may arouse serious investigation of the phenomena he claims took place, but merely that a statement of those phenomena may be placed on record, as a case history for future students of occult phenomena or psychology. Personally, I am still unpersuaded under which head this narration should be placed. Were my mind one of those which accepts witches, vampires, and werewolves in the general scheme of things, I would not doubt for a moment the truth of Denning's tale, for certainly the man believes it himself, and his lack of imagination and matter-of-fact mode of living up until the time of the occurrence speaks strongly in his favor. And then, too, there is the mental breakdown of the brilliant young Edward Barnes Halpin as added evidence. This young student of occult history and the vague lesser-known cults and religions was a fairly close acquaintance of Denning's for years, and it was at Denning's home that he suffered the stroke which made him the listless, stricken thing that he is today. That much is fact, and can be attested to by any number of people. As to Denning's explanation, I can only say that it deserves a thorough investigation. If there is any truth in it at all, the truth should certainly be verified and recorded. And so, to the story. It began, Denning says, in the summer of last year, when he attended a sale disposing of the stock of one of those little second-hand stores that call themselves antique shops and are known to most people as junk shops. There was the usual hodgepodge of Indian curios, glassware, Victorian furniture, and old books, and Denning attended it as he did every event of this kind, allowing himself to indulge in the single vice which he had, that of filling his home with a stock of cheap and useless curios from all parts of the world. At this particular sale, he emerged triumphantly with a carved elephant tusk, an Alaskan medicine man's mask, and an earthenware jar. This jar was a rather ordinary thing, round-bodied, with a very short cylindrical neck, and with a glazed band around its center, blue glaze with curious angular characters in yellow that even the rather illiterate Denning could see bore a certain relation to Greek characters. The auctioneer called it very old, said it was Syriac or Samaritan, and called attention to the seal which was affixed to the lid. This lid was of earthenware similar to the jar, and was set in the mouth after the manner of a cork, and a filling of what seemed to be hard-baked clay sealed it in. And on this baked clay, or whatever it was, had been stamped a peculiar design, 2 triangles interwoven to form a 6-pointed star, with 3 unknown characters in the center. Although the auctioneer was as ignorant as Denning as to the real significance of this seal, he made a mystery of it, and Denning was hooked. He bought the thing and brought it home, where it found a place, in spite of his wife's objections, on the mantel in the living room. And here it rested in a questionable obscurity for a matter of 4 or 5 months. I say questionable obscurity, for as near as I can gather, it was the bone of contention during most of that time between Denning and his wife. It was but natural, I think, that this estimable lady should object to having the best room in their little home filled with what were to her a mass of useless objects. Yet nothing was done about it. In the light of Denning's story of subsequent events, it seems almost incredible that that frightful thing could sit there, day after day, in that commonplace living room, being taken down and dusted now and then and carelessly placed back. Yet such was the case, and such remained the case until the first visit of young Halpin. This young man was an acquaintance of Denning's of long standing, and their friendship had been slowly ripening during the last year, owing to the fact that Halpin was able to add much to Denning's knowledge of the curios which he accumulated. Both of them worked for the same company, and seeing each other every day, it was not unusual that they had become quite friendly, in spite of the fact that neither had ever visited the other's home. But Denning's description of certain carvings on the elephant's tusk which he had bought interested young Halpin sufficiently to cause him to pay a visit to Denning's home, to make a personal examination of the tusk. Halpin, at this time, was still under 30, yet he had become already a recognized authority in this country of that queer borderland of mystic occult study that Churchwood, Fort, Lovecraft, and the Miskatonic school represent. His articles on some of the obscure chapters of Delette's Cult de Ghouls has been accepted favorably by American occult students, as well as his translation of the hitherto expurgated sections of the Gaelic Leabhar Mordove. In all, he was a most promising student, and one in whom the traits of what now seem to have been incipient dementia praecox were conspicuous by their absence. Indeed, one of his strongest characteristics, Denning tells me, was a pronounced interest in almost everything about him. He was like that the night that he first visited me, says Denning. He looked over the tusk, explained all the curious carvings that he could, and made little sketches of the remaining figures to take away and study. Then his eyes began roving about the room, and pretty soon they noticed some other little thing. I don't remember just what, and he began talking about that. I had a couple of Folsom points, those curious flints that are supposed to be much older than any other American artifacts, and he spoke about them for nearly 20 minutes. Then he laid them down and was up and around the room again, and presently he picked up something else and was talking about that. I used to learn an awful lot from Ed Halpin, but I think I learned more that night than I ever did at any other one time. And at last his eyes lit on that jar. Yes, his eyes lit on the jar and started the series of happenings that at last made this story necessary. For Halpin was stricken with a sudden curiosity, picked up the jar and glanced over it, and then suddenly became wildly excited. "Why, it's old," he ejaculated. "It's an ancient Hebrew gem. Where in the world did you get it?" Denning told him, but his curiosity was unappeased. He spent several minutes trying to extract from Denning a knowledge which it became obvious that the latter did not possess. It was easy to see that Halpin already knew more concerning the jar than did Denning, and so his questions ceased. "But surely you know what it is supposed to be, don't you?" quizzed Halpin. "Didn't the auctioneer tell you anything about it? Didn't you see the previous owner? Lord Denning, how can you find interest in these things if you don't learn all you can of them?" Denning was rendered apologetic by his evident exasperation, and Halpin suddenly relented, laughed, and started to explain. That 6-pointed star gem is known as Solomon's seal. It has been a potent sign used in Hebraic Kabbalah for thousands of years. What has me interested is its use in connection with Phoenician characters around the body of the vase. That seems to indicate a real antiquity. It might just be possible that this is actually the seal of Solomon himself. Jim. His attitude suddenly changed. Jim, sell me this thing, will you? Now, it seems incredible that Denning saw no slightest gleam of light in this guarded explanation of Halpin's. The young student certainly was aware of much of the importance of the jar, but Denning insists that the explanation meant nothing whatever to him. To be sure, Denning was no student. He had probably never heard of the Kabbalah, nor of Abdul al-Hazred or Joachim of Cordoba, but surely in his youth he had read the Arabian Nights. Even that should have given him a clue. Apparently not. He tells me that he refused Halpin's offer to buy the vase simply because of a collector's vagary. He felt that, well, to use his own words, if it was worth $10 to him, it was worth $10 to me. And so, though Halpin increased the offer which he first made, Denning was obdurate. Halpin left with merely an invitation to come back at any time and examine the vase to his heart's content. During the next 3 weeks, Halpin did return, several times. He copied down the inscription on the blue band, made a wax impression of the seal, photographed the vase, and even went so far as to measure it and weigh it. And all the time his interest increased, and his bids for the thing rose higher. At last, unable to raise his offer further, he was reduced to pleading with Denning that he sell it, and at this Denning grew angry. I told him, says Denning, that I was getting sick and tired of his begging. I said I wasn't going to sell it to him, and that even if it cost me our friendship, that vase was going to stay mine. Then he started on another line. He wanted to open it and see what was inside. But I had a good excuse for not complying with that plea. He himself had told me of the interest that attached to the seal on the clay, and I wasn't going to have that broken if I knew myself. I was so positive on this score that he gave in and apologized again. At least I thought he gave in. I know different now, of course. We all know different now. Halpin had decided to open the vase at any cost, and so had merely given up the idea of trying to buy it. We must not think, however, that he had been reduced to the status of a common thief in spite of his later actions. The young man's attitude was explainable to anyone who can understand the viewpoint of a student of science. Here was an opportunity to study one of the most perplexing problems of occult art, and obstinacy, combined with ignorance, was trying to prevent it. He determined to circumvent Denning, no matter to what depths he had to stoop. Thus it was that several nights later, Jim Denning was awakened, sometime during the early morning hours, by a slight, unusual noise on the lower floor of his home. At first, but half awake, he lay and listlessly pondered the situation. Had his wife awakened and gone downstairs for a midnight snack? Or had he heard perhaps a mouse in the kitchen? Could it be? A sleeping sigh from his wife's bed made him realize that it wasn't she, and at the same moment came a repetition of the sound, a dull clunk as of metal striking muffled metal. Instantly alert, he rose from his pillow, stepped out of bed, fumbled for robe and slippers, and was tiptoeing down the steps, stopping only long enough to get his revolver from the drawer in which he kept it. From the landing he could see a dim light in the living room, and again he heard the clunk that he had heard before. By leaning far over the banister, he was able to look into the living room, where he could see, by the light of a flashlight lying on the floor, the dark form of a man, his long overcoat and hat effectively concealing all his features. He was stooping over a round object, and as Denning looked, he raised a hammer and brought it down sharply but carefully on a chisel which he held in his hand. The hammer's head was wrapped in rags, and again Denning heard the dull noise which had awakened him. Of course, Denning knew at once who the dark form was. He knew that the round object was his vase, but he hesitated to make an outcry or even to interrupt the other for several seconds. He seemed a little uncertain as to the reason for this, but I am convinced from what I know of Denning's character that curiosity had gotten the better of him. Half-consciously, he was determined to find out just why Halpin was so interested in the vase. So he remained silent, and it was only after several seconds that some slight noise he made caused Halpin to turn in a panic. As he did so, the last bit of seal crumbled from the jar, and rising, he still clung unconsciously to the lid. The jar turned over on its side and lay there for a moment unnoticed. Halpin was almost horror-stricken at the realization that he had been caught, as the lawyers say, in flagranti delicto. He burst into chattering, pleading speech. "Don't call the police, Jim. Listen to me. I wasn't going to steal it, Jim. I'd have been gone with it long ago if I'd intended to steal it. Honest, let me tell you, Jim. It's one of Solomon's jars, all right. I was only going to open it. Good Lord, man. Haven't you ever read about them? Listen, Jim. Haven't you ever heard those old Arabian legends? Let me tell you about them, Jim." As he spoke, Denning had descended the stairs. He stepped into the room and seized Halpin by the shoulders and angrily shook him. "Quit babbling, Halpin. Don't act like a damned fool. I guess the jar and its contents are still mine. Come on, snap out of it and tell me what this is all about." Halpin swallowed his panic and sighed. "There are old Arabian and Hebrew legends, Jim, that speak of a group or class of beings called jinn. A lot of the stuff about them is claptrap, of course, but as near as we can make out, they were a kind of super being from some other plane of existence. Probably they were the same things that other legends have called the Elder Ones or the Pre-Adamites. Perhaps there are a dozen names for them if they're the same beings that appear in myths of other countries. Before the time of man, they ruled the world, but fighting among themselves and certain conditions during the glacial period caused them to become almost extinct here on this earth. But the few that were left caused damage enough among men until the time of King Solomon. Arabian legend says that Solomon was the greatest of all kings, and from an occult standing, I guess he was, in spite of the fact that the kingdom he ruled over was little more than a jerkwater principality, even in that age. But Solomon's occult knowledge was great enough to enable him to war on the jinn and to conquer them. And then, because it was impossible to kill them, their metabolism is entirely different from ours. He sealed them up into jars and cast the jars into the depths of the sea." Denning was still dense. "Halpin, you're not trying to tell me that you expect to find a jinn in that jar, are you? You're not such a superstitious fool as to believe—" "Jim, I don't know what I believe. There's no record of such a jar as this having ever been found before. But I know that the Elder Ones once existed, and from an examination of that jar an occult might learn much concerning—" While Halpin had been speaking, Denning's eye had fallen on the jar, lying where it had tumbled at Halpin's sudden rising, and the hair on Denning's neck quivered with a wave of horripilation as he stammered suddenly, "For the love of God, Halpin, look at that jar!" Halpin's eyes turned at Denning's first words, and he too stared, unable to take his eyes off the thing that was taking place. From the mouth of the jar was flowing slowly, sluggishly, a thick, viscous mass of bluish, faintly luminous stuff. The mass was spreading, oozing across the floor, reaching curious curdly pseudopods out in all directions, acting not like an inert viscous body should, but like an amoeba under a microscope. And from it, as though it were highly volatile, curled little streamers of heavy smoke or vapor. To their ears came, almost inaudibly at first, and then more and more loudly, a slow, deliberate cluck, cluck, cluck from the mass as it spread. The two had forgotten their differences. Denning stepped toward Halpin and clasped his shoulder fearfully. Halpin stood like a stone statue, but his breath was like that of a winded runner, and they stood there and looked as that incredible jelly spread and steamed across the floor. I think it was the luminous quality of the mass that horrified the men the most. It had a dull bluish glow, a light of a shade that made it absolutely certain that it was not merely a reflection from the light of the flashlight, which still threw its beam in a comet's tail across the floor. And too, it was certain properties in the mist, for that behaved not like a normal mist, but with a sentience of its own. It floated about the room, seeking, and yet it avoided the presence of the two men as though it feared their touch. And it was increasing. It was quite apparent that the mass on the floor was evaporating, passing into the mist, and it was evident that it would soon be gone. Is it one of those things, Halpin?" whispered Denning hoarsely. But Halpin answered him not at all, but only gripped his hand tighter and tighter and tighter. Then the mist began a slow twirling motion, and a deep sigh came from Halpin. It seemed that he was assured of something by this, for he leaned over and whispered to Denning with what seemed a certain amount of confidence. "It's one of them, all right. Stand back by the door and let me handle it. I know a little something from the books I've read." Denning backed away, more than a little fearful of Halpin now, seeing that the young man seemed to know something of this terrible thing, but nevertheless grateful for the suggestion. Standing there by the doorway, hoping vaguely that his traitorous legs would obey him if it became necessary to flee, he watched the dread process of materialization take place, and I think he has never quite recovered from the effects of it, for surely at that moment the entire philosophy of his life was changed. Denning, I have noticed, goes to church quite regularly now. However, as I say, he stood there and watched the smoke or vapor or whatever it was whirl and whirl, faster and faster, snatching up the vagrant wisps and streamers that had strayed to the far corners of the room, sucking them in, incorporating them into the central column, until at last that column, swirling there, seemed almost solid. It was solid. It had ceased its whirling and stood there quivering, jelly-like, plastic, but nevertheless solid. And as though moulded in the hands of an invisible sculptor, that column was changing. Indentations appeared here, protuberances there. The character of the surface altered subtly. Presently it was no longer smooth and lustrous, but rough and scaly. It lost most of its luminosity, and became an uncertain, lichenous green, until at last it was a thing. That moment, Denning thinks, was the most horrible in all the adventure, not because of the horror of the thing that stood before him, but because at that very moment an automobile, driven by some belated citizen, passed by outside, the light from its headlights casting eerie gleams across the walls and the ceiling, and the thought of the difference between the commonplace world in which that citizen was living and the frightful things taking place in this room almost overcame the cowering man by the doorway. And, too, the light made just that much plainer the disgusting details of the creature that towered above them. For tower it did. It was, apparently, about 9 feet tall, for its head quite reached the ceiling of Denning's little room. It was roughly man-like, for it had an erect body and 4 limbs, 2 upper and 2 lower. It had a head and a sort of face on it, but there its similarity to man ceased. Its head had a high ridge running from the forehead to the nape of the neck, and it had no eyes and no nose. In the place of these organs was a curious thing that looked not unlike the blossom of a sea anemone, and beneath that was a mouth with an upper lip that was like a protruding fleshy beak, making the whole mouth take on the semblance of a sardonic letter V. The front of its body had the flat, undetailed plainness of a lizard's belly, and the legs were long, scaly, and terribly scrawny. The same might be said of the arms, which terminated in surprisingly delicate, surprisingly human hands. Halpin had been watching the materialization with the eagerness of a hawk, and no sooner was it complete, no sooner did he notice that tautening of the creature's muscles that indicated conscious control, than he burst out with a jumble of strange words. Now, it happens that Denning was so keyed up that his mind was tense and observant of every detail, and he clearly remembers the exact words that Halpin uttered. They're in some little-known tongue, and I have failed to find a translation, so I repeat them here for any student who may care to look them up. "Ya, Sachul," he cried. "Topu thickle shelama, mac thoqui hnul." At the cry, the horror moved. It stooped and took a short step toward the uncowering Halpin. Its facial rosette rose just as a man lifts his eyebrows in surprise, and then speech came from its lips. Halpin, strangely, answered it in English. "I claim the forfeit," he cried boldly. "Never has one of your kind been released that it did not grant to whoever released it one wish, were it in its power to grant it." The thing bowed, actually bowed. In deep, inhumanly deep tones, it gave what was manifestly an assent. It clasped its hands over what should have been its breast and bowed in what even the paralyzed Denning could tell was certainly mock humility. "Very well, then," the heedless Halpin went on. "I want to know. That is my wish, to know. All my life I've been a student, seeking and learning nothing. And now I want to know the why of things, the cause, the reason, and the end to which we travel. Tell me the place of man in this universe, and the place of this universe in the cosmos." The thing, the genie, or whatever it was, bowed again. Why was it that Halpin could not see its mockery? It clasped those amazingly human hands together. It drew them apart, and from fingertips to fingertips leaped a maze of sparks. In that maze of brilliant filaments a form began to take shape, became rectangular, took on solidity, and became a little window. A silvery, latticed window whose panes were seemingly transparent, but which looked out upon, from where Denning stood, it seemed, nothing but blackness. The creature's head made a gesture, and it spoke a single word, the only word which it spoke that Denning recognized. "Look," it said, and obeying, Halpin stepped forward and looked through that window. Denning says that Halpin stared while you might have counted 10. Then he drew back a step or two, stumbled against the couch, and sat down. "Oh," he said softly, very softly, and then, "Oh, I see." Denning says he said it like a little child that had just had some problem explained by a doting parent, and he made no attempt to rise, no comment, nor any further word of any kind. And the genie, the elder one, demon or angel or whatever it was, bowed again and turned around and was gone. Then, suddenly, somehow or other, Denning's trance of fright was over, and he rushed to the light switch and flooded the room with light. An empty jar lay upon the floor, and upon the couch sat one who stared and stared into vacancy, with a look of unutterable despair on his face. Little more need be said. Denning called his wife, gave her a brief and distorted tale which he later amplified for the police, and spent the rest of the night trying to rouse Halpin. When morning came, he sent for a doctor and had Halpin removed to his own home. From there, Halpin was taken to the State Asylum for the Insane, where he still is. He sits constantly in meditation, unless one tries to arouse him, and then he turns on them a sad, pitying smile and returns to his musings. And except for that sad, pitying smile, his only look is one of unutterable despair.
Music of the Stars by Dwayne W. Rimmel. There are black zones of shadow close to our daily paths, and now and then some evil soul breaks a passage through. H.P. Lovecraft, The Thing on the Doorstep. I am called a murderer because I destroyed my best friend, killed him in cold blood. Yet I will try to prove that in so doing I performed an act of mercy, removed something that never should have broken through into this three-dimensional world, and saved my friend from a horror worse than death. Men will read this and laugh and call me mad, because much that happened cannot be labeled and proven in a court of law. Indeed, I often wonder if I beheld the truth, I who saw the ghastly finish. There is much in this world and in other worlds that our five senses do not perceive, and what lies beyond is found only in wild imagination and dream. I only hope that I killed him in time. If I can believe what I see in my dreams, I failed, and if I waited too long before I fired that last bullet, I shall welcome the fate that threatens to devour me. Frank Baldwin and I were comrades for 11 long years. It was a friendship that intensified as time went on, nourished by avid mutual interests in weird music and literature. We were born and raised in the same village, and it was, as a cultured author and correspondent of ours who lived in Providence often remarked, unusual to find two people with such bizarre interests in a village whose population was less than 600. It was fortunate, yes, but now I wish we had never probed so far into spheres of the awful unknown. The trouble began April 13th, 1940. I was visiting my friend that day, and during a rambling conversation, he hinted that he had discovered on the piano several combinations of musical tones that disturbed him. It was evening, and we were alone in the huge two-story house that stands there today, mouldy and empty beneath a giant maple, gaunt reminder of the horror we unleashed within it. Baldwin was a pianist of great ability, and I admired the talent which dwarfed my own musical skill. The wild, weird music he loved often drove me into fits of melancholy I could not fathom. It is indeed a pity that none of those original manuscripts were saved, for many of them were classics of horror, and others so fantastic that I would hesitate to call them music at all. His statement troubled me. Heretofore he had utter confidence in his mad keyboard wanderings. I offered assistance. Saying nothing, he went to the piano, switched on a nearby floor lamp, and sat down. His dark eyes fastened on the keys, his lithe, white fingers poised above them for an instant, and descended. There was a weird cascade of sound as he ran the whole tone scales from one end of the piano to the other, followed by a series of intricate variations that startled and amazed me. I had never heard anything to compare with it. It was utterly out of the world. I listened, entranced, as his flying fingers wove a curious symphony of horror. I cannot describe that music any other way. The strains were eerie and unearthly, and stirred the very reaches of my soul. It resembled no standard classical music such as Rachmaninoff's Isle of the Dead or Saint-Saëns' Danse Macabre. It was torturous musical madness. At last, the thing ended with a crash of discord, and a strained silence fell over the shadowy room. Baldwin turned, face taut, and put his fingers to his lips. He pointed at the wall beyond the piano. At first I thought he was jesting, but when I saw his pale, handsome face drawn and worried, I glanced at the darkened walls and listened. For a while I heard nothing. Then a faint, insidious rustling disturbed the silence. It could have been a mouse running across the floor upstairs, but this sound came from the walls. The patter of tiny claws on wood, the rustle of small bodies, rats, many rats scrambling in the walls. Gradually, the squeaking and scratching diminished, and became a trickle of sound that faded away in the direction of the cellar. I stood up, trembling. Baldwin faced me, eyes gleaming, jaw set. "I've done it, Rambo. I always thought I could. There's a music that stirs every kind of beast, even ourselves. Look at the Pied Piper. I've made history repeat itself. But I'm going further. I'm going to compose the music that makes men go mad, learn the music of the stars, even if I have to use special instruments to do it." I tried to pass it off as a joke, but he was quite serious. Baldwin had always been willful, and I knew that argument was futile. However, I will admit that the very idea began to fascinate me, and what mental barriers I had built were weakening as I listened further to his strange plan. For the weird and macabre are as much a part of me as they were a part of him, and the odd music had cast a curious spell over me. Yet I was skeptical, and told him so. I failed to grasp his ultimate ambition. Perhaps he hadn't thought of it then, but the possibilities of the thing were staggering. We had read that strange story of Eric Zan, and the fate he met tinkering with musical threads of the ultimate void. Nor were we ignorant of the savage music with which certain tribes in Haiti summon their evil gods. We had tried for years to find copies of various forbidden tomes of ancient lore. The Necronomicon by the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred, the strange Book of Ibon, and Ludwig Prin's hideous De Vermis Mysteris, but in vain. We had lived the simpler, weird excitements, nights in haunted houses and mouldy graveyards, digging corpses by candlelight. But we wanted the real thing, though always it was just beyond our fingertips. Even our learned friend in Providence could not help us. He had read passages from a few of the less terrible books, and cautioned us time and again. Now I am glad we never found them, for what we did unearth was bad enough. I am tempted to believe that our friend, with his wide influence among the Fantasiste, made an effort to keep these self-same books from reaching us. Certainly, several good leads vanished into thin air. On one of my rounds of bookshops in Spokane, I had found, by sheer accident, an English translation of the Chronik von Nath by the blind German mystic Rudolf Jürgler, who in 1653 finished his momentous work just before his sight gave out. The first edition sent its author to a madhouse in Berlin and earned for itself a public suppression. Although modified by the translator, James Sheffield, 1781, the text was wild beyond imagination. As Baldwin gradually disclosed his scheme for composing the music of the stars, he referred again and again to passages in the Chronicle of Nath. And this frightened me, for I too had read it, and knew that it contained odd musical rhythm patterns designed to summon certain starborn monsters from the Earth's core, and from other worlds and dimensions. For all that, Jürgler had not been a musician, and whether he had copied the formulae from older tomes or was himself their father, I was never able to find out. Surely Baldwin had dreamed a strange dream. He said the preliminary work would require solitude for a week, at least. That would give him sufficient time to decipher the sinister formulae in the ancient book, and to make adjustments on his lunacord upstairs. He was a master technician, and had found on his instrument tonal combinations that baffled fellow musicians. Milt Hirth, of radio fame, has done the same thing on a Hammond organ, which the lunacord closely resembles. Since a lunacord's tones are actually electrical impulses, controlled by 15 dials on the intricate panel above the two keyboards and capable of imitating anything from a bass horn to a piccolo, the variations are endless. Baldwin estimated that there were roughly over 1 million tonal possibilities, although many would possess no distinction. I wondered at first how he had planned to invent such outre music on a mere piano, but here, ready-made, was the solution, a scientific achievement awaiting exploration. Walking homeward beneath a pale half-moon, my enthusiasm waned. He had not mentioned precisely what he intended to summon with his alarming music. Jürgler himself was singularly vague on that point, or else Sheffield had deleted sections of the hideous text, an entirely logical premise. Indeed, what earthly music, i.e., musical tones audible to the human ear, could call from the gulf something totally unearthly? My better judgment revolted. Baldwin was lighting dangerous fires, but the very limits of man's knowledge regarding space, time, and infinity would keep him from getting his fingers burned. Still, Jürgler had done it, or something just as bad, and I recalled Sheffield's preface, which gave a guarded account of the alchemist's mysterious death in the madhouse. During a severe thunderstorm, there was heard outside and above his room a hideous cacophony, seeming to come from the very heavens. There had been a broken shutter, a wild scream, and Jürgler had been found slumped in a corner of the room in an attitude of extreme terror, dead eyes bulging upward, his face and body pitted with holes that resembled burns, but were not. However, I knew that many early historians had possessed the grievous fault of gross exaggeration and verbal distortion. I could scarcely wait for the ensuing week to pass, realizing that Baldwin was alone in that upstairs room, browsing in a blasphemous book from the past, and composing weird music on his devil's machine. But at last Saturday came, and I approached his door about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, because I knew he hadn't seen the sun rise for years. Encouraged by seeing a finger of smoke twist from the leaning chimney, I opened the sagging wooden gate, crossed the shadow of the maple, and knocked on the door. Presently it opened, and I was shocked at the change in my friend's face. He had aged 5 years. New lines creased his pale brow. His greeting was mechanical. We sat in the parlor and talked, while he lit one cigarette after another. When I asked him if he'd had any sleep or solid food, he refused to answer. Baldwin did his own light housekeeping, and unless watched, never ate enough to keep more than half alive. I told him he looked terrible, but he passed it off with a wave of his hand. What hellish thing had made him a gaunt image of his former self? I remonstrated. I demanded that he leave that sinister music and get some rest. He wouldn't listen. I began to become afraid of what he'd discovered, for it was evident he had met with success of a sort. His very manner said so. Without further conversation, he remarked that he'd be busy all afternoon and told me to return at 10:30 that evening. I inquired about the experiment, but it was of no use. I left, promising to come back at the appointed hour. When I rapped on his door again, I had in my pocket a .38 revolver I'd bought in town that very afternoon. I cannot say precisely what I planned to shoot. The gesture was prompted by a feeling of impending tragedy. There had been in Baldwin's manner a reticence I didn't like, always before he had told me of his triumphs and discoveries. Without a word, Baldwin led me to the upstairs room. Motioning me to a chair near the lunacord, he sat on the bench and turned the switch that operated the electric motors. The thinness and pallor of his cheeks frightened me. He crushed out his cigarette and faced me. "Rambo, you've been very patient. I know you're curious. You also think I'm killing myself. I'll rest up for a while when I get through. Here. I think I've found what I'm after. The rhythm of space, the music of the stars and the universe that may be very near or very far. You know how we've hunted for those other books, the Necronomicon and so on? This translation of Jürgler isn't very clear, but I've tried to bridge the gaps and produce the results he hinted at. You see, at the very beginning there were 2 altogether different types of music. The type we know and hear today, and another one that isn't really earthly at all. It was banned by the ancients, and only the early historians remember it. Now the jazz element has revived some of these outre rhythms. They've almost got it. These polyrhythmic variants are close. Boogie-woogie has a touch. Earl Hines came near with his improvisation, child of a disordered brain. What will happen, I can't say. Yesterday I had a letter from Lancaster in Providence, and he's positively scared. I told him my plans the last time I wrote. He finally admitted that he'd read the original Chronic, which is infinitely more terrible than this book we have. Lancaster warns me repeatedly against playing the music he's afraid I've written. Actually, it can't be written. There are no such symbols. It would require a new musical language. I'm not going to try that just yet, however. But it can't be that bad. He says there might even be some violent manifestation. The music might summon a certain thing from the shadows of another dimension. What I've done surely can't do anything like that, but it will be an interesting experiment. And remember, Rambo, no interruptions. I wanted to grab him by the neck and shake some sense into his head. My mouth opened twice, but no words came. He had started to play, and the whispering chords silenced me quicker than a hand clapped over my mouth. I had to listen. Genius will permit nothing else. I was bewitched, eyes fastened on his flying fingers. The music swelled, following strange rhythm patterns I had never heard before, and hope never to hear again. They were unearthly, insane. The music stirred me deeply. Goose pimples raced over me. My fingers twitched. I crouched forward on the edge of the chair, tense, alert. A wave of cold horror swept me as the awful melody and counter-melody rose to a higher pitch. The instrument quivered and screamed as with agony. The mad fantasia seemed to reach beyond the four walls of the room, to quaver into other spheres of sound and movement, as if some of the notes were escaping my ear and going elsewhere. Baldwin's pale lips were set in a grim smile. It was madness. The rhythms were older than the dawn of mankind, and infinitely more terrible. They reeked of a nameless corruption. It was evil, evil as the druid's song or the lullaby of the ghoul. During a sudden lull in the music, it happened. The skylight above us rattled, and the moonlight splashing the glass seemed to liquefy and race downward. A single bolt of intense whiteness smashed the glass, and the entire pane buckled inward. It struck the floor with a crash. The floor lamp dimmed and went out. Still the mad overture continued, its hideous echoes shaking the entire house, seeming to reach into infinity, to caress the very stars. In the dim, uncertain moonlight, I saw my friend crouched over the keyboard, oblivious to all else but the music. Then, above his head, I saw something else. At first it was only a deeper shadow. Then it moved. My mouth opened and I screamed, but the sound was lost in that bedlam of horror. The blob of shadow floated downward, a shapeless mass of denser blackness. It thickened and gradually took shape. I saw a flaming eye, a slimy tentacle, and a grisly paw extending downward. The music stopped, and the silence of the utter void enveloped us. Baldwin leaped to his feet, turned, and looked upward. He screamed as the blackness shifted nearer, and a smoky talon seized him. His face in the dim light was a mask of horror. I pawed at the gun in my pocket, gazing transfixed as the writhing shadow from outside slowly encircled his head. Unsteadily, imitating the movements of a zombie, Baldwin raised his arms to fend off the monstrosity, and they were lost in the heaving shadow. I must have gone slightly mad then, for there is much I cannot remember. I know I leaped at the cloud, drove my fists into it. My hands touched nothing, though I recall a fetid odor. The revolver had somehow leaped into my hand, and I fired at the mass 5 times. The bullet smashed the wall, nothing else. Something struck me on the temple, and I fell backward. It may have been one of Baldwin's pawing arms. I do not know. A loud crash of discordant sound brought me to my senses. I lay on my back on the moonlit floor, revolver in hand. A nauseating odor brought me to my knees, gasping for air. Baldwin had slumped backward over the keyboard, inert. The notes piped on, filling the chamber with hideous discord. The horror I could not see, but I felt it near. Baldwin's head rolled and jerked up. It was no longer human, something ghastly and alien. It was dotted with tiny gouts of blood and with holes that looked like burns, but were something else. His lips writhed, and he groaned through clenched teeth. "Rambo! Rambo! I can't see. Are you there? It's got me. Part of me. Run for your life. Shoot me. Kill me. I can't let it get the rest." His command froze me with horror. In that instant I lived 10 years. I forgot the impossible shadow and the lurking fear. I saw only my friend's face and the fond memories it recalled. I thought of peaceful sunny days spent in earnest conversation beneath a huge maple. I thought of saner nights and saner music. But that vision darkened, and the horror returned. Baldwin sank lower. His grip on the instrument gave way, and he tumbled to the floor, face upward in the moonlight. The last ghastly echoes rang in my ears. Then silence. I saw the awful shadow near his head, its groping claws outstretched. I waited no longer. I knew he meant what he said. With trembling hand I raised the revolver and shot him in the temple. My last conscious effort was a mad scramble down the twisting stair. I stumbled and fell into a pit of darkness. Hours later I awoke and groped my way through the house, staggered out into the moonlight. My mind was blank. I could remember very little. The terrible events were a chaotic jumble of horror. As I ran, I kept looking over my shoulder, staring at the peak of the dark gable near my friend's upstairs room. I have confessed, and I suppose the judge and jury will hang me. I really can't blame them. They would never understand why I killed him. And now I too must pay with my life for meddling in those forbidden realms of nightmare. All of Baldwin's manuscripts were burned, including the copy of Jürgler's evil book, by a special court order. It seems the neighbors heard the screams and the savage music. And now another terror haunts me. Often in my dreams I see a nebulous cloud of utter blackness dropping from the nighted sky to engulf me. And in the center of that nimbus I see a face, a hideous distortion of something that once was human and sane. The face of my friend, pitted and burned, even as the grisly face of Jürgler's must have been.
The Haunter of the Graveyard by J. Vernon Shea. New acquaintances always had difficulty in locating Elmer Harrod's address, for although his street was just off one of the main arteries of the city, a stand of firs partially obscured the entrance. A large sign, Dead End Street, further discouraged entry, seemingly contradicted by a tiny arrow that quivered in the wind, bearing the legend, Old Death's Hill Cemetery. Despite the sign, no entranceway was provided for either car or pedestrian, nor was there a custodian's building. One had to clamber over a low stone fence, for this was the rear of the cemetery. The cemetery itself was long disused, every lot occupied. The last burial there had taken place more than 50 years before. City officials were uninterested in the maintenance of the cemetery.
They had tried to cut a freeway through the grounds 12 years ago, but such a hue and cry had been raised about the desecration of consecrated grounds that they had had to abandon the project. Having won their case, the defenders of the historic cemetery promptly forgot about it. Now, its roads were in such a state of disrepair, with Joe Pye weed rustling triumphantly above the cracked concrete, that they were closed to automobile traffic. Even the bridle path that ran outside the cemetery and crossed its roads at several points had been forsaken, for horses there always behaved strangely, skittering and shying at invisible obstacles. Harrod Street debouched sharply downhill. Harrod had few neighbours, although a number of mouldering, tumble-down houses, long abandoned, offered hazardous shelter to vagrants. Harrod's home was the last one on the street, close by the stone fence of the cemetery. It was a house straight out of the Victorian era, with a cupola, a widow's walk, gables, and other evidences of gingerbread. Its bravura delighted the pronounced histrionic streak in Harrod, and was the sole reason for his purchase. Had the house not afforded such Gothic touches, Harrod would have found it necessary to have them built in. Harrod even boasted that the house contained a secret passageway, but he would never show it to his guests, else it wouldn't be secret any longer. His guests suspected him of fantasticating in this manner. Harrod always overdid everything, but it was quite true. Harrod had discovered the passageway in a curious manner. Shortly after he had moved in, he had had a dream, a very disturbing dream, in which he had been summoned in the night for some strange ritual, and had gone down into the basement and, as if through long familiarity, had pressed upon the wall in a certain place and had gone through a suddenly revealed opening. The dream had ended at this point, before he could discover where the passageway led, or why he had been called. In the morning, he had retraced his steps to the basement wall, and, feeling rather silly, had looked for a hidden switch, and had found one. The passageway, he had discovered, was a tunnel hewn out of the earth. It appeared to burrow deep for many miles, a dank and cobwebbed place, seemingly without end, with some undisclosed vents that permitted a little air to circulate. Along the way were fixtures to hold torches, and it was evident from the flooring, not just packed earth, but some finished material, that many feet had trod this way before. Even the beam of his flashlight could not penetrate all the recesses cut out along the way, but they apparently contained nothing of interest, not even the bones and skulls he half suspected to find. The tunnel was broad and high enough for several people to hasten along here at the same time. Hasten, for there was a feeling of urgency about the tunnel. The people who had passed here had not dallied. Even Harrod was conscious of a compulsion to reach the tunnel's end. It ended unexpectedly in a blank wall. No turn veered off it on either side, and though he played the flashlight over its entire expanse again and again, he could discover no sign of a switch or button. It seemed to Harrod that when he pressed his ear against the wall, he could hear from behind it a distant roaring, like the pounding of surf, but he knew very well that that couldn't be, for the house was miles away from the sea. In the days that followed, Harrod made many trips to the tunnel, but never managed to get past the wall. However, further exploration revealed that one of the recesses contained an exit that he had overlooked, an extension of the tunnel that led upward, and following its course he was brought outdoors to a secluded corner behind a mausoleum in Old Death's Hill Cemetery. Perhaps this discovery whetted his interest in the cemetery. Old Death's Hill Cemetery had very few visitors. Sometimes Harrod would see from his bay window some oldster laboriously seeking an ancestor's grave, or some antiquarian with camera case slung over, strolling along looking for some especially old gravestone, or a youthful art student intent upon making a rubbing of some curious inscription. Lovers came there occasionally for trysts. Vagrants for a brief time cooked edibles over little fires, and children new to the neighborhood enchantedly climbed over the fence, bemused by all those acres to play in. But even in broad daylight, children did not tarry there long. They soon withdrew, subtly frightened. The cemetery had long had a name in the city as a place to be shunned, and its reputation was not helped by Harrod's discovery, during the first year of his occupancy of the house, of the body of a vagrant close by one of the paths. The throat had been freshly torn out by something very sharp. Possibly it was the deed of another vagrant seeking vengeance, or the work of some large animal. He reported his discovery to the officials. The police came, made but a cursory examination, and hastily had the body carted away. Trees proliferated in the cemetery, descending into the valley to drink from the meandering creek and marching resolutely up the hillsides. They grew quite fat, elbowing one another for living space, so close together that even at noon the sunlight could not quite penetrate their masses. When Harrod lay under one of the trees, the sun was but a rumour in the sky. One would think that with such a bounty of trees, the cemetery would be alive with birdsong, but Harrod had never heard or seen a bird there. Yet the cemetery was never still. There was constant faint rustlings or scatterings, but Harrod had yet to encounter any small creatures, not even a muskrat down at the creek, or a nervous field mouse. But perhaps he was just not observant enough. When he paused to examine an inscription, he might hear the snapping of twigs behind him, but no matter how swiftly he turned then, nothing would be in sight. There is something eerie about trees undappled by sun, where a sense of twilight prevails even at high noon, and Harrod found himself returning to the grounds again and again, if only to catch whatever it was that lurked amongst the trees. But strain his eyes though he might, turn his head unexpectedly, keep his eyes to the ground, then suddenly look up, he never could surprise anything in the act of watching him, not even a deer sticking out an inquisitive nose. There was nothing to see but trees and the spaces between them, and leaves twisting in the wind. And the trees had the look of a primeval forest, as this land might have looked before the advent of man. These woods wanted no visitors, and Harrod sensed that he was an intruder. But intrude he must, for that was in his nature, like the actor who feels compelled to perform upon a darkened stage in an empty theatre. He felt, because of the nearness of his house, a sense of proprietorship over the cemetery grounds, and was made actively resentful on the rare day when he passed someone strolling along. Harrod's house was familiar to thousands of TV viewers, for on his show Harrod frequently was pictured before it in some horrendous make-up or other, or the camera would dwell lovingly upon some architectural oddity or other. The gargoyle on the roof was a favourite subject, and eventually would discover Harrod in his library, in the midst of his tremendous collection of books of fantasy. Harrod would smirk at the viewer, perhaps stroke a phony beard, and finger some book that might have some relationship to the film about to be shown. In over-rich, fluting tones, he would give a history of the vampire or the werewolf or ghoul, while the screen credits flashed on. For Harrod's specialty and means of livelihood was the showing of horror films, the older and more rubbishy the better, for television audiences predominantly teenagers. He knew that they turned on his program, or claimed to, not for vicarious chills, but for the sardonic commentaries with which he frequently laced the proceedings. He would comment scathingly upon the acting and the quality of the script, and the obvious phoniness of the backgrounds, and he would encourage the actors. Come on, Bella, show your fangs now. Better not go in there, little lady. Boo to you, too. Harrod turned a deaf ear to those horror film buffs who phoned in to suggest he let the films alone. Once it had been released, any film was fair game for his arrows. Increasingly, as the years went by, the cemetery exerted a fascination for Harrod. It concealed a mystery he was determined to unfathom. For some time, he had harbored a suspicion that someone, one of his neighbors perhaps, or even one of his TV-viewing public, was in the habit of playing tricks upon him. Sometimes, of an evening, he might see flickering lights deep within the cemetery, but whenever he went in to investigate, he could find no evidence of another's presence. Sometimes there were subtle sounds on the wind, like whispering or keening, sounds that were eldritch and infinitely chilling, and whenever he heard them, he would feel that his heart had stopped beating, and nothing could drag him into the cemetery then. Harrod told his acquaintances that the cemetery reminded him of a movie set. When fog collected in the valley, and the gravestones loomed crazily askew, one half expected Count Dracula to emerge upon a nocturnal errand. Certain areas of the cemetery could pass readily enough for Bronte Moors. At first, Harrod had delighted in being photographed against such backgrounds. His scrapbook bulged with snaps of him in weird disguises. But after a time, he began to realize that it was all very well to have fun in the cemetery, but that he had been overlooking its readily exploitable possibilities. He devised dramatic little scripts for use on TV films and enlisted the aid of some students from Miskatonic University to enact them. The unaccustomed sounds of camera crews in action were now heard in the cemetery. The actors entered readily into the spirit of things. It was not difficult to register shock or horror in these macabre surroundings, especially when it seemed that the cemetery itself wished to cooperate. When the day's rushes were shown, it seemed to the company that things appeared thereon that they did not remember filming. Deep, menacing shadows that seemed to reach out for the players. Just a suggestion of gibbering things on the periphery of the action. Clouds of mists that obscured the screen momentarily. Skies far more lowering than memory pictured them. And the soundtrack had recorded far more things that the sound engineers had counted upon. Not the things that plague Hollywood crews like the buzzing of insects or the roar of passing planes, but sounds thoroughly in keeping with the mood of the film, a really inspired series of whisperings and rustlings of half-heard scutterings. The soundtrack, in fact, was so very busy that Harrod decided to dispense with the usual and costly electronic background music. Music here would be too much like painting the lily. These films, shown to the TV studios, impressed the advertising agencies greatly, and the films formed the basis for the spot offered Harrod. After an introductory shot of Harrod picking his way up the grave-strewn hillside, with trees bending so far in the wind that it seemed they were reaching out to clutch Harrod, the horror film that followed seemed doubly synthetic, and Harrod's jibes the more diverting. He suspected, but did not want to know, that some of these presumably genuine shots had been faked by the Miskatonic students when his back was turned. For to think otherwise, that these unrehearsed sights and sounds were quite authentic, was a possibility too chilling to be long entertained. For his memory would not permit him to rest. He remembered that when the camera crews had gone for the day, and he went for his wonted stroll through the cemetery, he sensed almost immediately a change in the atmosphere. He felt himself under surveillance, and the surveillance was distinctly inimical. It was as if he had betrayed a trust. And when he noticed the ravages left by the company, the cigarette butts mashed into the ground, the litter of paper cups with an inch or two of coffee still in them, the used flashbulbs, the trampled grass, the scuff marks on gravestones, the treads left by the camera equipment, he realized why the atmosphere was so actively hostile. There was a stillness in the air, as if something were waiting. A branch of a tree he passed under tensed, as if about to tear at his throat. Old Death's Hill Cemetery employs no caretakers, and he felt just a bit foolish as he began to repair the damage as best he could, gathering up the accumulated litter into one pile and going back to his home for cardboard boxes into which to place it. But he had the definite feeling that his presence would be unwelcome here until he made at least a show of effort on the cemetery's behalf. It was true that the cemetery did not always wear so forbidding an air, else he would have been reluctant to visit it so frequently. There were bright days in spring and summer when the cemetery seemed in a relaxed mood, like a tiger washing itself in the sun. There were never any flowers upon the graves, of course, but during the warm months nature itself provided bouquets of wild flowers. Even a hillside yellow with dandelions in the sun is a joy to the eye, and in the soft light that sometimes filtered through the trees and dappled the ground, the cemetery looked almost benign. And down in the creek, the water that gurgled over the rocks pretended to be rapids. Sometimes a big brindle cat would walk for some distance along the stone fence and seem about to venture inside, but at the last moment would think better of it and drop hastily down. It was on such a day that Harrod first thought of bringing reading material to the cemetery, and thereafter, whenever he strolled there, a book or magazine always accompanied him. He had to select his reading carefully, for he had found that such favorite writers of his as Jane Austen and Peacock, for instance, clashed immediately with the surroundings. He discovered, conversely, that whenever he stretched out upon a gravestone to read, even the most spurious story in a pulp horror magazine seemed to gain validity thereby. He realized that such behavior was sheerest bravado, but it gave him a delectable titillation. Once, when a child strayed into the cemetery and found him enwrapped in an Inverness cape, part of the Dracula get-up, dozing upon a grave, the child screamed and ran, and the sound of his screams brought chuckles to Harrod in delighted remembrance. But reading in Old Death's Hill Cemetery at night, with a strong flashing light spilling over the pages of Blackwood or Macon, was the greatest thrill of all. He chose usually the finest horror tales for these nocturnal excursions, sometimes almost afraid to turn a page, because the sentence he had been reading had been punctuated by a quite indefinable sound. It had been warm during the day, but now the sharpness of the night air presaged the winter to come. Harrod drew the flaps of his topcoat protectively about his face. It was uncommonly quiet in the cemetery, the only sounds for a moment being the crackling of the sere leaves underfoot. With so many leaves fallen, the branches looked unduly prominent, each contorted shape as eye-arresting as if it had been newly painted. The trees seemed huddled less in coterie, their bareness permitting the full moonlight to penetrate the cemetery grounds. But the moonlight held no warmth. It was obscured of a sudden by a passing cloud, causing Harrod to look up. The sight was so reminiscent of 100 horror films that Harrod tittered involuntarily and lifted his head mockingly and bade the moon in deft imitation of the Wolfman. The mockery was out of place, Harrod suddenly had cause to feel. He felt a prickling of the skin. The cemetery was sentiently aware of his presence. He had the disquieting sensation of being watched. He half expected the tentacle of some extraterrestrial monster to come probing out of the bushes. The grass along the path had not been cut within memory, and came up past his knees, the blade seeming to cut at him with serrated teeth. The wind came up strong just then, and a rippling ran through the high grasses, as if to mark the passage of some small creature. He stumbled, and almost fell over a gravestone that had been hidden by weeds. He pulled them back, and sent a beam from his flashlight upon the marker. Obadiah Carter, the marker read. The dates had been almost obliterated by time, but so far as he could decipher, they read 1790-something to 18-something and 7. There were a number of Carter graves hereabouts, part of a once flourishing shipbuilding family. Hadn't he known a Randolph Carter in his youth, one who had a fearsome tale of some cemetery such as this? Old Death's Hill Cemetery no doubt knew many such tales. Harrod had often wondered what the faces of the people who dwelt in cold solitude here had been like. Dour, puritanical faces, no doubt, or disturbed, mad faces. The faces of nightmare. Obadiah Carter's grave was too weed-choked to provide what he was looking for, and so he hastened on. He had come along this way dozens of times, and yet in the moonlight everything looked oddly different, graves appearing before his eyes in places where he hadn't remembered them, and the path meandering in unexpected turns. Before he was quite prepared for it, he came upon the spot he had termed Witch's Hollow, his destination. It was a place where the trees and the underbrush had been pushed back, as if by the hand of a gigantic gardener, a place roughly in the shape of a circle, where the earth looked as black and dead as that of a burned-out forest, although no fire had blazed here within anyone's memory. Perhaps, a century or so ago, this had been the meeting place of a coven of witches, who had burned sacrificial offerings to their black goat god. The place was fringed by firs standing like sentries, the tallest trees of the cemetery, and just beyond them oaks and willows and maples crowded in for a look. The gravestones were arranged within the circle to an order lost to history. Harrod suspected that were one to shift the markers of the principal graves a few inches here and there, a perfect pentagram would be formed, and it took little imagination to picture witches and warlocks sitting upon the markers of their graves, watching him. Indeed, Harrod had filmed just such a scene here. He himself had been the sacrificial victim of the film, for with his rather plump body and look of preening self-indulgence, he was marked for the part. He considered that he had given quite a good performance, rolling his eyes in terror and quavering in his speech. Harrod settled himself as comfortably as he could in his usual position upon the grave of Jeremy Kent, and opened his book, directing the beam of his powerful flashlight upon the pages, although the moonlight washed the scene so brightly here that he could almost dispense with the flashlight. The marble of the gravestone was quite cold in the night air, and after a while its chill began to seep into his buttocks, even through the thickness of his topcoat. His ungloved fingers grew so stiff and numb that he could scarce turn the pages. Jeremy Kent, a euphonious, harmless-sounding name. But in local folklore, Jeremy Kent was reputed to have been a warlock or wizard, possibly the leader of the coven. The gravestone attested that he had been still in his early 30s when he died, a handsome man with the coldest of blue eyes. The legends concerning Kent were uncommonly interesting, and it had long been Harrod's plan, whenever he could raise the necessary capital, to make a feature-length film about his life. But how would he be able to suggest the scene in which Jeremy Kent tears the living heart out of a child's body? Jeremy Kent had not died of natural causes.
The inflamed townspeople had taken matters into their own hands. But if Harrod acceded to historical accuracy in this matter, the scene would be too much like scenes from Frankenstein and a dozen other horror films. Possibly, Harrod thought, he could have Kent visited by celestial vengeance. He kept pondering about Kent, as if loath to continue reading the Lovecraft story at the point at which he had left off last evening. For the Providence recluse had come too uncomfortably close to reality. Old Death's Hill Cemetery itself was like a plagiarism from his pages. This clearing, which Harrod had termed Witch's Hollow, would fit all too easily into a Lovecraftian work, and Jeremy Kent differed very little from one of Lovecraft's villains. It was almost as if Lovecraft had visited this place himself, and considering his extensive antiquarian wanderings in this region, the possibility that he had done so was not unlikely. The most disturbing thing was the dream. It was well known that H.P. Lovecraft had had a number of distinctly disturbing dreams, eerie dislocations of time and space, nightmares so complete and well organized in themselves that frequently he was able to transfer the dreams to the printed page virtually without change. His dreams had none of the random illogic that characterizes the usual dream, but granted their fantastic premise, were quite compellingly real. The story Harrod had been reading last evening, Harrod suspected, had likewise had its genesis in one of Lovecraft's dreams. It was such a disquieting story that it had filled Harrod's thoughts all last evening, so that it was not really surprising that when at last he fell off to sleep, he had found himself reliving Lovecraft's story, with this difference, that he found that the locale of the story had shifted to Harrod's own house. He was part of a group of cowled figures, with clothes beneath the cowls that were suitable for another century, that was moving swiftly along the secret passageway that he had discovered. They had seized torches from the brackets along the walls and were moving 3 abreast. When they came to the terminal wall, they did not hesitate long. The leader inserted his fingers into grooves at the base of the wall and lifted, and in a moment the entire wall slid up like a garage door. From behind the wall came a sudden breath of cold air, and Harrod found himself moving along with the group into a grotto whose immensity staggered his eyes, an ill-illumined cavern whose walls dripped slime. The greenish light revealed water lapping only a few hundred yards from his feet, the water of a cove with apparently an entrance to the sea beyond the rocks far in the distance. The curious part was that Harrod knew himself to be in a dream at the time, and tried to struggle awake. There must have been some elision of time in the dream at this point, for the next thing he knew, he was participating with the group in some kind of ceremony at the shore of the cove, chanting a gibberish incantation. Ya, ya, Cthulhu Fatagan, Funglui Magla, Cthulhu Rilya, Waga Nagul Fatagan. And in the dream, presently, there was an answer to the call. His memory refused to sort out the details of the thing that rose to the surface then, a thing tremendous in size with unbelievably long tentacles. The dream, mercifully, had come to an end at this point. In the morning, Harrod had been so shaken that his mind balked at the thought of going down into the passageway to confirm that the wall would indeed slide up, as it had done in the dream. The thought that he might see the cove again was too much for his peace of mind. Fortunately, a call had come later from the studio, and he had busied himself most of the day preparing a script. But now, as he read the pages of the Lovecraft story, the monstrous dream kept intruding. A sudden great gust of wind riffled the pages as he read, almost tearing the book from his hands. It diminished, moaning,
A stillness overtook the clearing. The firs at its edge, which had been tossing and quivering like a dog shedding water, stood now monumentally erect. It was too still. Seized by a sudden impulse, whose origin he couldn't fathom, Harrod turned back in the Lovecraft story, going through the pages until he found what he sought. He drew the topcoat about him, rose as if on cue, and with great histrionic effect slowly pronounced the words, pronouncing them as best he could. Ya, Cthulhu fatagan, Funglui magla, Cthulhu rilya, waga nagul fatagan. The moonlight paled. There was a gathering of shadows where there had been no shadows, a sudden suspension of light that blotted out the trees and tall grasses. The shadows appeared to advance. Harrod blinked and rubbed his eyelids to clear them of granular roughnesses. No, it wasn't his imagination. The shadows were there, somehow more solid than they had been an instant before, an advancing phalanx of darkness. Ice water coursed down his spine. The shadows were there. They had stopped now, but did not retreat. They stopped and looked at Harrod and waited. The darkness disappeared from the face of the moon, and there was light in the sky once again, a precipitous flow of light at the edge of the clearing, between the flanking firs. And there were things in the sky there, high above the trees. There were faces on a gigantic scale, faces that were only remotely human, and a tumultuous threshing of non-human parts, with a suggestion of tentacles. They were up there with rapacious eyes, but it seemed that their concentration had not yet been engaged upon Harrod. They were searching the ground like a bird looking for insects. Harrod whimpered and sought to hide, heaving himself off the gravestone and scrabbling in the loose gravel with his hands. Possibly the movement of his feet had triggered some mechanism, for as he cowered beside the marker, there was a creaking sound, as of protesting hinges, that set up a reverberating clangor on the night air, and the gravestone he had just vacated slowly began to rise before his eyes. And now Harrod saw that the gravestone had concealed steps, a flight of stairs that descended subterraneously, and from them came a breath of stale and noisome air. As he gazed at the steps in terror, he was conscious of a diminution of light just beyond the periphery of his vision, and looking up, he saw that the moonlight had quitted the clearing, and that the shadows had come very near, surrounding him in an inescapable ring, with little pinpoints of light which might have been eyes. The pale light could not define their shapes. They were not wraith-like at all, not in the least transparent, but rather concentrations of darkness. There was the slightest susurration of sound, almost below hearing level, and it gradually grew into a hollow whispering. It came from the subterranean passage. There was no one, no thing down there, he knew. There couldn't be. And yet he kept looking fearfully down the steps, as if expecting momentarily the appearance of a shrouded figure, possibly one with cold, blue eyes. The whispering increased in volume, insistent, urgent. The voice sounded cold and ancient and unspeakably corrupt, and now he began to distinguish its words. "Come down, Harrod. Come down." Old Death's Hill Cemetery is little frequented, and it was a considerable time later that a pair of lovers, cutting off from the main path, almost trod upon a body. It was so badly decomposed that it required a dental check-up to identify it as that of the missing Elmer Harrod. Had Harrod still been living, he himself would have cut the shot as
too horrifying for his TV viewers, for the head had almost been completely torn from the body, adhering to it only by a few shreds of rotting flesh. The mouth was engaged in a perpetual scream, and the eyes, almost popping from their sockets, held too much nightmare horror to contemplate for long. The body was only barely recognizable as human. It had been twisted almost inside out, and something had gnawed upon it for quite a little while. The Death Watch by Hugh B. Cave. In a way, it was my fault, but I had known Elaine Ingram for years, and when she asked me for the details of her brother's passing, I could not force myself to tell her the truth. When she said to me that night, right after the funeral, "Did he ask for me before he went, Harry?" I lied to her. I had to. "Yes," I said. "He kept asking for you. He kept saying how much he loved you." "Did he say he would come back?" Elaine whispered. "Yes," I told her. "He said he'd come back." She and her husband, Peter Ingram, took over the old house out there at the edge of the swamp. Peter was a writer. He could make a living anywhere, and Elaine insisted on moving in because, she said, Mark would be coming back sometime, and he would surely return to the house in which he had died. For 6 months they lived in that house, and I got to be pretty good friends with Peter. He'd come over to the radio station every now and then and sit with me while I was on watch. Sometimes on the mid-watch, which is usually dull around 4 a.m, he'd poke about, asking questions, and I'd tell him what I knew about being a radio man. He had a natural aptitude for that sort of thing, and before long he could have sat there at the Bug and worked a shift without much trouble, if I dared to let him. One night he was sitting there, watching me, and when a lull came and I leaned back to light a cigarette, he said suddenly, "Harry, I'm worried about Elaine." I knew what the trouble was. Elaine was convinced, you see, that her dead brother would come back to her. "She just sits there in the living room," Peter said, "and never says a word. Old Iago sits there with her. Harry, I've got to do something about it. It's driving me insane." I said, "Why don't you get rid of Iago?" "Elaine likes him." This Iago had lived in various shacks around town for as long as I could remember. He claimed to be a Seminole Indian. He drank a lot, and folks said he was queer. Whatever he was, Elaine had taken a fancy to him and hired him to work around the place, and now he was living there. "Harry," Peter said, "I've got to convince her that she's wrong, that the dead don't come back. But she won't talk to me anymore. If I sent Iago away, she'd just go deeper into those damned books of hers." I thought it over for a few days, and one day I said to him, "Why don't you read up on spiritualism? You can't expect to argue with Elaine unless you can talk her language. Study the stuff for a while, and you'll be able to pick the holes in it." He was fooling with an old amplifier which had been lying on my desk. He looked up at me, stared a moment, then nodded. I didn't see him again for 2 weeks. Bill Macy said to me one day, "What the devil is Ingram up to? I was in the post office this morning, and there were 6 boxes of equipment from the Beacon Radio Company addressed to him. I thought he was a writer." "The poor guy's got to have a hobby of some kind," I said. "He's lonely." But that night, to satisfy my curiosity, I figured out an excuse for calling on him, and drove over there about 9 o'clock. It was a black night, and when the nights get black in Florida, they're like ink. I drove slowly because the road was bad, and I could hear the frogs grunting in the swamp all around me, and after a while I saw the lighted windows of the house.
You can't imagine a house in a place like that unless you've lived in Florida and seen some of the leftovers from the boom. This place was enormous. It had about 12 rooms and looked like a small hotel, very ornate and elaborate, and yet it was the only house for miles around. As I remember, some wealthy chap from New York figured the town would grow out that far, and sank a small fortune in the house and then realized his mistake. He put it in the hands of an agent who couldn't sell it, because who would want to live miles from civilization on the edge of a swamp filled with snakes and gators and bugs? So the agent rented the place to Elaine and Mark and their mother. This was before Elaine married Peter Ingram, and I think they paid $20 a month for it. Then the mother died, and Elaine was married, and Mark stayed on alone. He was a radio man, and a good one, but that house did something to him. We at the station noticed the change in him, and begged him to move into town, but he bought a lot of books and told us to mind our own business. He gave up his job in August. Bill Macy relieved him one morning at 8, and he said to Bill, "Tell Crandall I'm through." Just like that. When I heard it, I went out to the house and begged him to reconsider. I told him it was unfair of him to quit like that, without giving me a chance to get a man to replace him. He stared at me, and there was a queer, dull light in his eyes, and his eyes never blinked. "I'm sorry," he said, "but I have work to do." For a month I didn't see him. Then the rumor spread around that he was sick, and I went there to find out. He was sick, all right. That queer, dull light in his eyes had become a wild glare that scared me. He looked half-starved and had a raging fever. I drove back to town and got Doc Wendell, and that night, while Doc and I watched over him, Mark died. Now Elaine and Peter and old Yago had the place, and when I climbed out of my car that night, Yago opened the door to me. "Hello," I said. "Is Mr. Ingram at home?" Yago nodded, and I followed him inside to the living room. It was an enormous room, with a big fireplace and a lot of musty furniture, and Elaine was sitting there, reading. Yago limped over to a chair near the fireplace and paid no more attention to me, and Elaine looked up and said, "Hello, Harry." "I've got a swell story for Peter," I said. "Is he around?" "He's upstairs." She didn't get up to go after him, but just sat there, staring at me. She was a good-looking girl, Elaine, a little bit on the short side, but slim and trim, with very even features. She seemed tired, though, and I could see that she hadn't bothered much about her looks lately. Careless, I suppose, because they didn't have many visitors, and she seldom went anywhere, except to the village. "I'll go talk to him," I said, but she shook her head. "He's working. I'm afraid he won't want to be disturbed." Well, there was something queer in the air, and I didn't exactly know what to do. I could have laughed it off and gone up to Peter's workroom anyway, but something in the way Elaine was looking at me gave me the creeps. "It is pretty late," I mumbled. "Maybe I'd better come around some other time." But just then, I heard a door open upstairs, and Peter called down, "Is that you, Harry?" When I went up, I saw right away that he was in bad shape. He was wearing slacks and slippers and no shirt, and needed a shave and looked all in. He couldn't have looked any worse after a week's drunk. "Been a long time since I've seen you, mister," I said. He nodded, and kept on nodding for a moment while he stared at me. He seemed to be making up his mind to do something. And then, rather abruptly, he gripped my arm and said, "Want to show you something." His workroom was at the end of the hall, and he didn't release my arm until we were inside with the door closed. "Even my wife hasn't been in this room for the past 2 weeks," he said. "Look." I looked, and my mouth sagged open. It was a big room, and reeked of stale cigarette smoke. The shades were down. I guessed that they'd been down, and the windows too, for a long time. and the whole back end of the room was piled with radio junk. "What the devil," I demanded, "are you doing? Building a broadcasting station?" "Look it over," he said quietly. I looked it over. He had some ultra-shortwave apparatus that was unlike any ultra-freak stuff I had ever seen. The receiver, apparently, was still in the experimental stage, with loose wires and disconnected condensers sprawled in a mess, but the transmitter was what made me suck in my breath. I knew what this ultra stuff was all about, but the weird-looking amplifiers Peter had hooked to his transmitter stumped me. He saw me squinting with disbelief. "Don't worry," he said. "It'll work. I'm throwing the ultra-high frequencies clear out of the spectrum with that amplification hookup." "About all you'll do," I said, "is drive the boys at the station mad, interfering with our reception. What's more, you haven't a license." "For what I'm doing, I don't need a license. Besides, it's far from finished. I'll be a month working on it yet before I'm ready." I walked over to his desk, and he had a stack of radio books there that would have tested the learning of an advanced electrical engineer. I started to look them over, but he said gently, "Never mind those, Harry." He pulled open a drawer. There were more books in the drawer, books of a different sort. "Some of these were in the house when we came here," he said. "Mark must have been studying them. Others I obtained by mail, from a collector." I skimmed through a couple of them, but it was all Greek to me. Stuff about the Black Mass and Beth Moora, and the Black Lakes of Harley. Stuff about voodoo and the dark arts. "Hell," I said, "only a nut would bother wading through this junk. What's eating you anyway?" "She reads it," he said. "Who, Elaine?" "Yes. You mean she takes this junk seriously?" He nodded. I didn't like the way he stared at me, or the way he handled those books when he replaced them in the drawer. He seemed to resent my disbelief, and he touched the books the way some folks touch a Bible, reverently, sort of. Then suddenly he said, "Elaine mustn't know about this. You understand? She thinks I'm working on a novel." "That's what I thought too," I said. "Well, you know better now, but you mustn't tell Elaine." I told him I wouldn't tell Elaine. I told him he could stand some sleep, too, and if he didn't ease up a little, he'd find himself in bed with a nervous breakdown. His answer to that was a crazy kind of laugh, and the same sort of laughter kept coming in little gusts from way down inside him as he walked with me along the hall. "I'll be over to see you soon," he promised, and held my hand for a minute, and I felt his eyes on me as I went down the stairs. I turned, said, "So long," and walked into the living room to say good night to Elaine. Evidently, I didn't make much noise. Elaine didn't hear me coming. She was on her knees there in the shadows, and in front of her was a table on which stood a photograph of Mark. Her hands gripped the edge of the table, and her gaze was glued to the photograph. I thought she was praying. Naturally, I took a step backward, and would have faded into the hall again without disturbing her. But then I heard the words that were whispering from her lips. "Hear me, O mighty Nyarlathotep," she was incanting. "You, who walk in the farthest shadows by the black lakes of Harley, listen to me, I entreat you. And you, O Hasta, O Prince of Evil, send him back to me, for my own goddess failed me. Give him to me, as he promised to return." I stood there, chewing my lips and gaping at her. It didn't make sense. It was a mumbo-jumbo that scared me, and I felt little shivers crawling over me. Then, while Elaine went on repeating those same words, I saw Yargo, the Seminole. He was sitting on the other side of the room, staring straight at me. It was dark over there, and his eyes were like red coals in the darkness, and I suddenly had a feeling that if I intruded, those coals would burn me. I'd had enough. I tiptoed out of there and closed the front door behind me as softly as I could. I got into my car and turned it around and drove back out of the swamp, That night, I stood the mid-watch and jumped at every slightest sound. My nerves were as tight as fiddle strings. Even the shrill cackle of code couldn't make me feel at ease. And once, while I was working the SS exhibitor, a big housewife spider came slowly through the open door into the operating room, and I went over backward with a shriek. I didn't go near Peter Ingram's house for 3 long weeks. I wanted to forget what I'd seen there. But then, one night, Macy was supposed to relieve me at midnight. At 11, his wife phoned to say he was sick, so I called George Latham's home to get George out. His wife answered. George was at the fights. When he came in, she said, she'd hustle him over to the station. At 1 o'clock, I'd been on duty for 9 hours, and was all in, and suddenly everything went wrong. A Norwegian freighter was calling with important business, and a mad clatter of meaningless dots and dashes came out of nowhere to drown him out and tear my ears off. For half an hour it continued unabated. When George arrived, I was a mental wreck and was cursing my head off. "Listen to it," I said, and suddenly there was something else for us to listen to. It was the voice of Peter Ingram. For a while it slurred up and down the scale the way a phonograph sounds if you press a finger against the turntable, slowing it, then letting it speed up, then slowing it again. We couldn't distinguish words right away because of the crazy variations in tone. But finally, the tone leveled out, and Ingram's voice roared through the operating room. George Latham and I stared at each other, and neither spoke. I don't know what he was thinking, but my thoughts were back in the shadowed living room of that big house on the edge of the swamp. I was standing there with Iago's glittering eyes on me, and I was watching Elaine, because the words that came roaring through the phones were almost the same words I had heard Elaine whispering on that other occasion. Something about the Black Lakes of Harley, about Nyarlathotep and Hastur and the Prince of Evil, and Mark, Elaine's brother, who was dead and who had promised to come back. It went on and on, and we listened to it. An SOS couldn't have silenced the air lanes any more completely. Both George and I knew that every operator within listening distance was doing exactly what we were, forgetting his job and concentrating on that weird, crazy babble of words from Peter Ingram. Finally, George said explosively, "I've been telling you for weeks that guy is goofy. Listen to him." I was listening. "Hearken to me, O mighty Nyarlathotep, you who rule the midnight forests by the shores of Harley. Hear me." "I'm going over there," I said. For Peter's sake, I had to. For our own, too. The crazy fool was interfering with all kinds of important business. If he kept it up, he'd have the law down on his neck, and then maybe it would get back to us. We'd be criticized for having let him monkey around the station. I didn't want to lose my job. I didn't want Peter to get into any trouble either, because, in spite of what I'd seen and heard, I still thought the world of Elaine. So George Latham took over, and I backed my car out of the station garage and drove over to that house on the edge of the swamp. It was raining a little, and the road was black and dangerous, and there was a light in Peter's workroom, but the rest of the house was in darkness. I stepped into a pool of water at the foot of the steps and began cursing. The door was locked. I had to knock, and then had to stand there for what seemed like an hour, waiting for someone to answer my pounding. Old Iago opened up. I said, "I want to see Peter. It's important," and I pushed past him. He turned to stare at me as I strode to the stairs. I could feel his eyes eating into my back. Not until I was halfway up the staircase did he close the door, and while I was hiking along the hall to Peter's workroom, I heard the Indian climbing after me. Peter's door was shut. I banged on it, A chair scraped inside, and there was a queer, heavy silence for about 10 seconds, which seemed a long time. And Peter said, "I'm not ready for you yet. Go back to bed." "It's Harry Crandall," I said. "Who?" "Harry Crandall, and I've got to talk to you." The chair scraped again, and I heard footsteps. I should have been prepared, I suppose. I should have remembered how thin and emaciated he'd been on my last visit. But the door opened, and I took one look at the man and stepped back, cold all over. He was like a ghost. "Come in," he said. "I thought you were my wife." I kept staring at him. His face was dead white, and his eyes were like holes burned in a sheet. He hadn't slept, hadn't eaten for days, I was sure of it. His hand shook, and a bulging little muscle at the side of his mouth kept twitching, and his breathing was hoarse and fast, as if the effort hurt him. He closed the door, put a claw-like hand on my arm, and pulled me toward the desk on the other side of the room. The desk was a radio table now, of a sort. It was cluttered with wires and paraphernalia, and in the midst of the chaos hung a microphone. "I'm working on ultra-high-frequency waves," Ingram said. "This outfit here," and he pointed to the transmitter, "is a special apparatus for throwing the signals outside the known spectrum." I put my legs wide apart and jammed my hands against my hips and glared at him. "You weren't working the high-frequency waves a while ago," I growled. "You raised hell with everything on the Atlantic coast." "I was experimenting then. Probably had some parasitics. That's ironed out. Now I'm ready to begin." I glanced over his apparatus. I'm no Marconi, but I know enough about radio to know that ultra-high-frequency stuff is all in the experimental stage, and damned deep. Evidently, he'd been doing a lot of reading. But the book that lay open beside the microphone was not a radio book. It was one of those tomes from the desk drawer, and was full of stuff I wouldn't want to read unless I were good and drunk in broad daylight. Queer formulae, queer names, rituals, all that stuff. Necromancy, I guess you'd call it. And some of those formulae, if I know my languages, were in Arabic. "This," I said, "is what you were sending out over the air?" He nodded. His hand was pawing my arm again, pulling me aside, and there was an odd expression on his face, a queer twist of unholy anticipation, as he lowered himself into the chair. The hand that closed over that microphone was as thin and bony as the fist of a corpse. "Listen," he muttered. "I'll show you. But don't worry. I'll not interfere with the station. What I have to say will go out where no human words have ever gone before. I've worked for weeks to reach out into the void. Tonight, just before you came, I had an answer." "An answer from what?" I said, frowning. "I don't know yet. But now—" Well, I stood there and listened to him, and before many minutes passed I was cold as ice and afraid. I'm a sober man. I've stood many a mid-watch alone, with wind rattling the windows and rain hammering a dirge on the station house roof. But the words that whispered from Peter Ingram's quivering lips scared me. It was the same old stuff at first, but the ghastly eagerness in Ingram's half-mad face made it different. The guy actually believed he was talking to someone. You could tell by his eyes, by the way he glued his mouth to the mic. He mumbled Arabic, then went back to English. "Listen to me, O Nyarlathotep, O ruler of the darkest dwelling places of the far departed. Hear me in the name of the twisted ones who crawl through the halls of hell. Hear me in the name of her who suckles the legless children of the vast lake of Harley. The mass is midnight black, and crimson blood flows from the wounds of the gods I have denounced. Take me to thine own scaly bosom and hear my prayer. I was an unbeliever, O mighty one. I sought thee first with ridicule for my wife who believes in thee. I would have proved to her that there was no life after death, no hope, no return for the departed. Now I would bring the dead back to her, and this is the night. This is the night I have awaited, O Prince of darkest dark. He died when the wind wailed as it does tonight, and when the storm gathered. Tonight, the way is open. Peter Ingram wasn't talking for my benefit. He didn't even know I was standing there watching him, listening to him. When his voice trailed off, he still sat there, gripping the mic, and his hands were shaking, and beads of sweat dripped from his wasted face and splashed on the open book in front of him. The room was still as a tomb. The rain whipping against the window seemed to make no sound, and wind whining around the house had no voice. Not for me. My heart was sledging, and I was cold and scared. Something here was all wrong. In a kind of daze, I realized that. Weeks ago, Peter Ingram had dug his teeth into a study of this stuff in order to prove to Elaine that she was wrong in her beliefs. He'd been determined then to convince her that her dead brother never would or could come back. And now he believed all that she believed, and more. The man was mad. "Listen," I mumbled. "For God's sake, stop this business. Forget it." But he was whispering into the microphone again, paying no attention to me. "Send him back to her, O mighty one," he pleaded. It was on a night like this that he died, and on his lips was a promise to return. Grant him that dying wish this night. Let him return. Suddenly, he stiffened, sat there with his eyes closed, and began to tremble from head to foot. I took a step backward, staring at him. "Listen," he shouted. "Listen, Elaine. An answer. I swore to you I'd get an answer, and I have. I am." Well, I didn't hear anything. I told them later, at the police station, that I did not hear anything, and I repeat it here. So help me God, I didn't hear anything. Peter Ingram sat there, sucking breath and gasping it out again, and I stared at him, and that was all. For about 1 minute, one endless, horrible minute, that was all. Then I did hear something, downstairs. A door opened. The wind hurled it shut again, and glass broke, so I knew it was the front door. Then I heard footsteps. They weren't the kind of footsteps you'd have made, or I'd have made. They were heavy, house-jarring thuds that rattled the walls and shook the floor on which I was standing. They were slow, plodding steps. Someone down there had come in by the front door, which was locked, and was walking along the hall. Someone huge, heavy. My mind flashed to a picture of Frankenstein's monster, striding in out of the storm. Peter Ingram swung around in his chair and stared at the door. The door was closed. I think now that Peter expected the thing downstairs to come up and open that door, to come up in answer to the words he had mumbled over the mic. But Elaine's room was downstairs, and the thing strode along the hall down there, and I heard a door clatter open, and then a woman was screaming. God, that scream! The sound came wailing up to us, shrill as the zero shriek of a hurricane. It ripped and slashed its way through the whole house, drowning out the yammer of the rain, the voices of the storm outside. For one long, ghastly minute it continued unabated, and then it became a hideous, gurgling sound, and I heard something else mixed up in it. I heard a guttural, snarling voice, and a sound of human bodies thrashing about in a death struggle. The voice was a man's. "Damn you!" it bellowed. "You left me alone. You left me here to rot. Damn you!" And then the voice became a grisly peal of mad, maniacal laughter, and the woman's screams were silent. About that time, I reached the door of Peter Ingram's workroom, and got the door open, and went stumbling down the hall toward the stairs, and the voice was still hurling out bursts of triumphant mirth. It was dark down there. I think I yelled out, "Elaine, I'm coming! I'm coming!" But I'm not sure of that, or of certain other things either. I do know that a scurrying shape sped along the lower hall while I was descending the stairs. That shape was whimpering and sobbing like a frightened animal, and it rushed to the front door, which was open, and it vanished into the night. It was Iago, the Indian. I do know, too, that Peter Ingram stood there at the head of the staircase and kept shouting, "They answered me, Elaine! They answered me!" But Ingram was crazy. The doctors said he was crazy. Anyway, I got to the bottom of those stairs and found a light switch, and went stumbling along the lower hall to Elaine's room. The door was open, and I would have rushed in if the light hadn't shown me what awaited me. The room was a shambles. Chairs were overturned, and the bedclothes were all over the floor, and the floor was red with blood. Elaine lay in a crumpled, twisted heap against the legs of a dressing table. I didn't have to go any closer to know that I couldn't be of any help. I could see her face, her throat. Something with unbelievably powerful hands had torn her. I backed out over the threshold. I turned on all the lights and staggered to the foot of the stairs and stared up at Ingram, who was still up there, waiting. "Come down," I mumbled. "For God's sake, Peter, come down here." But he just stood there, gripping the wall with one hand, the banister post with the other, and he kept shouting, "I've had an answer. Tell Elaine to hurry. I've had an answer." I left him there. I staggered out of the house and got into my car and drove to town. When the police went there, about half an hour later, they found Ingram pacing back and forth along the upstairs corridor, enraged because his wife would not go up to him. And they found Elaine in her room downstairs, as I'd left her. Later, they listened to me, and I told them exactly what I've told you, and they stared at me and exchanged glances and said firmly, "Iago is the man we want. We'll find him." They didn't find Iago. They haven't yet. He was a Seminole Indian, and the Seminoles know every inch of the Everglades, every hiding place of the great swamp. Iago will never be found, and perhaps that's best, because if they caught him, he might tell them the truth, or what I think is the truth, and he might make them believe it, and then they would question me again, and I might tell the whole truth. I think about it when I'm alone on the midwatch. I hear the wind wailing out of the swamp, and hear the frogs grunting, and I think of the night Elaine's brother died, because in the very beginning I should have told Elaine and Peter how he died, instead of lying to them. I should have told them that Mark was a raving maniac when Doc Wendell and I sat beside his bed that night. I should have told them that he not only promised to come back, but swore to come back, swore in a mad outburst of rage to return and destroy his sister for having deserted him. The hours of the midwatch are long and black, and more than once on my knees I've prayed for daylight.
The Tomb from Beyond by Carl Jacobi. Chapter 1. It was in late September, while in the employ of Payne, Largarten and Company, land agents, Boston,
that I first came into that district known as the Opal Lake country. The 35 miles from Pine Island to Flume I had found necessary to travel by car, no trains making the run on the inland spur for the past 6 years, or since the cessation of the lumbering industry. I was dead tired from a 2-day trip and 6-hour ride on the jerking, creeping local, and my spirits fell even lower as I sat hunched back in the rear seat of the old Ford and surveyed the forlorn aspect of the region that stretched away on all sides. Flume, my destination, I was aware, of course, was one of those depressing oddities that one finds occasionally in the wake of American enthusiasm, a deserted town. But if the conclusion to my trip was to be an inglorious one, the approach was no less depressing. The spent day was chilly and gloomy, a raw wind whining past the windshield from the north, and the tortuous road, unrepaired since its years of unuse, wound in and out through a gaunt graveyard of second growth. To the side, fallen in various angles of despair, stumbled the rotting poles of the abandoned telegraph line, the wires dangling in ensnarled coils like some gigantic grapevine withered in decay. Nor was the somberness of my trip made any more pleasant by the personality of my driver. A stolid and taciturn Finn, he answered my questions with nods or unintelligible gutturals around the stem of his pipe, and confined his entire attention to the uneven way ahead. It was when we had reached a higher eminence, a point where the road mounted an old terminal moraine, that I, sweeping my gaze below me, remarked to the driver, "Opal Lake, eh?" He grunted an agreement, and I stared down upon that perfect circle embedded there in the growth. Farther on, near the point where I judged the abandoned town of Flume to be, was a much smaller lake, this one curiously in the shape of a half-moon. "And the other?" I asked, looking up once more. "The little lake off to the right. What's it called?" The driver drew on his pipe, and a cloud of blue smoke, strong with perique, swirled back into my face. Somehow, I got the impression that my question had disturbed him. He turned, glanced down at the crescent-shaped strip of water, and his lips tightened. "That isn't a lake," he said shortly. The man wasn't joking. As I reached for a cigarette and cupped my hands around the match, I was about to reply that my vision, in spite of a need for reading glasses, was still unimpaired. But at that moment, the car struck a deep gash in the road, tilted sharply, and I was forced to clutch hard to keep from being thrown from the seat. When the road had resumed a comparatively even plane again, the thought had passed on. Nightfall had gathered upon us when, half an hour later, we swept around a curve and drove into the empty street of Flume. It was here, according to our correspondence arrangement, that I was to meet my client, Julian Trenard. For a moment, as we drove slowly forward, I thought he had forgotten about it. Then we came abreast of the boarded-up building that had once housed the town's furniture store, and I saw him. In the gloom, he seemed at first only a blacker shadow standing there motionless, hands hanging at his sides. He was tall, and his height was even more accentuated by the long black rain poncho that draped loosely from his shoulders. He gave no sign of recognition as we clattered to a halt before him, until I climbed out of the car and stepped forward. "Are you Mr. Trenard?" I asked hesitatingly. My voice sent a visible shock through him, and he started to attention abruptly, as though he had been immersed in his thoughts. "I'm Arnold," I continued. "John Arnold of Payne, Largarten and Company. You received my letter?" "Yes." He nodded slowly, and after a moment extended his hand. "You may dismiss your driver, Arnold. It is only a short distance to my place, and we can talk as we walk." The fact that he neither wished me welcome nor expressed a thankfulness that I had come, even as a matter of courtesy, took me back a bit, and I stood studying the man in silence. In the gathering darkness, The evidences of years spent under a tropical sun were clearly apparent. He stood noticeably erect, shoulders wide and square, marking, it seemed, a man of determination and strength. Yet the left side of his lips twitched constantly, and there was a furtive stare in his eyes that suggested fear. I paid the driver, who, still in silence, handed out my gripsack, then whirled the car around in the center of the street and raced off in the direction from which he had come. "There are two roads," Trinard said abruptly, after the driver had gone, "one skirting the lake, and a shorter one through the woods. Which do you prefer?" "There is a lake, then?" I asked, remembering the queer remark of the driver. For a moment, Trinard made no answer. He stared straight ahead of him and walked forward a couple of paces. "A lake, yes," he said slowly. "A lake of hell." Needless to say, this cabalistic statement set my brain in turmoil again, and I could find no words for reply. We reached the edge of town and entered the remnants of an old logging road, merely two ruts in most places, necessitating my walking on one side and Trinard 4 feet away on the other. The man gave no indication of commencing that conversation which he had declared the march to his house would permit, and we paced along in silence. It was quite dark now, the way before us walled in by two lines of towering trees. Up above, thick velvet clouds swept across the low-hanging sky, but off to the east, a growing circle of radiance showed where the moon was trying to break through. As the man continued to say nothing, and I could think of nothing worthy of disturbing his study, I fell into a deep thought myself, musing on all his colourful history which had so intrigued the world a year before. Here, then, was the leader of that epoch-making Trinard fielding expedition, which, in the face of all scientific ridicule, had discovered off the coast of British North Borneo the remnants of a hitherto unknown civilization, the unchronicled, unfabled city of Duras. I remembered the lengthy newspaper accounts that had been devoted to the finding of the submerged city, and the queer artifacts brought back to New York. Down there on the seafloor, Trinard had walked the streets of a city buried under water for centuries. He had found marble buildings, architecture unaffected by Roman or Arab invasion, statues of deities of a distinct and separate religion, and carven hieroglyphics that were as yet undecipherable. It was indeed a success. But Fielding had not fared so well. His sudden death had been a shock to the entire country, and especially to his colleagues back in the University of Virginia. There were queer rumors about his being killed by some unseen sea monster which lurked there in the depths. Rumors that had been partially verified by other members of the expedition, but in all cases stoutly denied by Trinard. In the exact center of the water-covered city, according to Trinard's popular book, The Mysteries of Sunken Drass, which I had browsed through, he had found a large mausoleum where apparently were entombed the 5 kings of the last dynasty, and, for some reason, Trinard had been so taken up by either the architectural beauty or the regal associations of this edifice that he had raised it to the surface, segment by segment, and shipped it back to the United States. It was a tremendous undertaking, involving the use of costly derricks and equipment, and endangering the lives of the men. Why Trinard should have chosen this one building to raise rather than the many others, and why indeed he should have sacrificed further exploration and the removal of other objects to raise any at all, was, to the popular mind, a mystery. It was said, of course, that the touch of fever, which had delayed him for 3 weeks at Kutching on the west coast of Borneo, had left his mind unbalanced. It was said also that the radiogram which had come to him out there in the Java Sea, telling of the sudden death of his sister, Sylvia, had left him half mad, and brought about a strange obsession. At any rate, Trinard had taken the mausoleum back with him to New York. Then, at further expense,
he had conveyed it by train and motor truck to his wilderness home near the town of Flume. That was a year ago. Flume at that time was only a monument of past industry. Only some 75 persons remained in the village, but I had heard or read somewhere that 3 months after the mausoleum had been set up in the town cemetery, and the body of his deceased sister, Sylvia, entombed in it, every one of those 75 had packed up and left en masse. Chapter 2. The Mysteries of Sunken Dress. My reverie suddenly came to an end when Trenard, grasping my arm and speaking for the first time in many moments, said, "The road forks here. Let us take the wood path. The lake road is considerably longer." I nodded in agreement and increased my pace to keep up with him. Abruptly, the way before us opened upon a large glade, and there, 50 yards ahead, loomed the walls of a huge, oblong house. I stared at it coldly. Even in the half-darkness, the simple, the severe style of its architecture was apparent. The building, though frame, had not the slightest suggestion of gable or ornamentation, and rose straight up and across like an enormous packing case. Trenard led the way to a small door, unlatched it with a key, and ushered me inside. To an interior decorator, I presume, that chamber would have appealed as being furnished in good taste, but to me, depressed already by the somberness of my passage through the September woods, it seemed even more austere than the buildings outside. The white walls ran up 2 stories to an arched ceiling of a sickly-hued blue. On the side opposite me, halfway up, extended a small gallery swerving out over the room in a wide curve and terminating in a steep staircase, the balustrade fashioned of polished silver. There was a white porcelain bookcase in one corner, and on its top stood 2 curious ebony figures. One was in the likeness of a large deep-sea fish, with huge scales and a bloated middle portion. The other, complete in every detail, was a carving of a diver with helmet and full equipment. All in all, the room gave the impression of utter coldness, and my eyes moved from side to side, searching for a bit of red or brown to break the frigid monotony. Trenard had removed his hat and coat now. He moved toward a connecting door, saying, "Make yourself comfortable for a few moments, Arnold. I'll get you a little refreshment. I have no servants. I've lived here alone since the death of my sister, you know." Before I could explain that I had eaten heartily in Pine Island, he had gone, and I was left to my thoughts. I stood there a moment, musing over the strange ways a man's ornamental fancies will manifest themselves. Then, lighting a cigarette, I tossed my hat and coat to a chair and strolled over to the bookcase. There were the volumes I had expected to find: atlases, travel accounts, texts on deep-sea diving, Wallace's Malay Archipelago, and 1 or 2 technical works on ancient civilizations. But my attention was attracted abruptly from the bookshelves to a large framed picture hanging on the white wall. It was an enlarged photograph, a scene taken under water by a submerged camera. It presented, I realized instantly, a street view of the sunken city of Drass. Vaguely, through the blur of the water and under the glare of what apparently was the submarine's beamlight, had been snapped a formless mass of ornate buildings, shadowy columns and capitals. It was indistinct, yet that very lack of line and boundary increased its mystery and appeal. In the foreground could be distinguished a school of fish, and at a point in the rear, above the city, hung a black, shapeless mass which apparently had failed to register in the lens of the camera. Toward this latter object, I suddenly found my gaze attracted. For an instant I stood there, wondering what could have caused this blotch on an otherwise almost incredibly perfect photograph. Then, slowly,
there came a singular sensation that my eyes were being held in focus, that another will stronger than my own would not permit them to turn away. It was inexplicable, that feeling. It seemed as though some hidden eye were looking from beneath that discoloration on the print, gazing at me with the controlling stare of a hypnotist. A moment later, I thought that formless shadow had begun to move, to creep slowly toward me with the sluggish wavering movement of a heavy body in deep water. Heavy steps and a slamming door broke the spell abruptly, and I turned to meet Trenard, approaching with a tray of china. He sat across from me, lit an old meerschaum pipe, and proceeded to lose himself amid clouds of tobacco smoke. "Mr. Trenard," I said at length, my repast finished, "if we can agree on one subject, that of price, I believe my business may be concluded here with as little trouble and as quickly as possible. We have found a potential purchaser of your property. You must realize, however, that because of the inconveniences caused by the abandonment of the town of Flume, you cannot command a very high price." He seemed noticeably relieved at this information, and, laying aside his pipe, replied quickly, "Then I will accept the offer, whatever it is. I've got to get away from here, and I can't do it until I've realized the money invested on the property." I nodded, puzzled at his marked vehemence. "My company will live up to its reputation of fairness," I assured him. "As your agent, we will ask only the customary commission for finding a purchaser and completing the transaction. Shall we draw up the papers now, then, and I will leave in the morning?" "The papers can wait," Trenard replied. "It will be easier to write by daylight. And if you will pardon me, I am in the custom of retiring early. You may stay here and read if you like. Your room is reached by the staircase, and is the second door to the right." I nodded silently, and watched him as he climbed the staircase with my gripsack and disappeared somewhere in the darkness of the gallery above. Again, he was either thoughtless, disturbed, or characteristically impolite, for he made no offer to bid me good night. After my refreshment, the profound weariness which had so dulled me since my arrival in Pine Island had gradually left, and I now experienced no desire for sleep. I picked up a leather-bound copy of Trenard's book, The Mysteries of Sunken Drass, and absently opened it. A clock ticked slowly, steadily somewhere, as I glanced at random through the pages. Presently, I came to several passages which had been underlined with pencil, and before them my eyes hesitated long enough to read. "A careful study of the hieroglyphics on the tomb has led me to the belief that the inhabitants of Drass had reached an intelligence considerably higher than the average observer would gather by merely examining the artifacts brought to the surface. I am of the opinion that the scholars and wise men at the courts of the 5 kings of the last dynasty had probed to a remarkable degree the most profound depths of abstract mathematical calculation and theoretical physics. And again, the Drassian theology seems to have been an unexplainable combination of the vilest forms of demonology and a scientific concept of the relation between time and space, or, to be exact, a religious intellection based on the belief that the 4-dimensional continuum, as we would term it today, is teeming with gargoyle horrors, the foulness of which the finite mind cannot even conceive. In this respect, I am almost led to believe that Einstein was crudely antedated thousands of years. Dry and bookish as these statements were, I gave them considerable thought. Toward the end of the volume, thrust in the pages, I came upon a scrap of paper covered with penciled writing. Let me say that ordinarily I am not addicted to reading other people's personal notations, but almost before I realized it, I was staring at the following. Can it be possible that the mausoleum's space interior itself constitutes a disruption of the space-time coordinates? A channel, so to speak, an opening formed in some unknown way by the priests of Drass, which
leads from our own three-dimensional world into the fourth dimension? It is a thought which seems unbelievable, yet the strange tales the villagers told and their frantic exodus from Flume would confirm it. Surely Fielding's story which he told before he went down the last time was untrue, but even if true, it would be mad to think it has followed me, and is out there now, out there, God forbid, with poor Sylvia. What does it all mean? Today, one of the forest rangers from the district north of here passed through and confirmed what I had already guessed to be true. The government-made dike, constructed to keep Opal Lake at its level on the north shore, has been wearing away, and there is danger of inundation. How high the water will rise if it breaks through, I can't imagine. But I must get away from here. I shall go mad if I stay. Chapter 3. Into the Swamp. I sat back and stared at these enigmatic lines, frowning. Undoubtedly it was Trenard's handwriting. But what, in the note's own words, did it all mean? At length, shrugging, I closed the book, tossed it to the table, and rose to my feet. There was a small, half-sized door just before me, and if nothing else, it offered a way out of my thoughts. I longed to get out of the room. Its cold, white walls, blue ceiling, and bleak furnishings produced in me that same sense of cheerlessness one finds in the interior of a hospital. I opened the door and stepped out under the night sky. It was a small balcony that extended over the rear of the house. Even as I walked to the edge of the railing, the moon suddenly broke through a last rift of clouds, and I saw below me, like a sheath of ribbed silver, a long and narrow lake, the water swashing against the bushes almost at the building's foundation, the farther shores hidden by an intervening fringe of trees. Straight ahead, the gently rising surface was unbroken, but off to the left, toward the abandoned town of Flume, the water was dotted with orderly rows of white objects, which at that distance appeared to be pieces of anchored chalk. Farther on huddled a heavy shadow, the outlines of some huge building. For a moment, I stood there musing. Then, as my eyes were drawn once again to those rows of white things, a little thrill of understanding swept through me. The driver, who had brought me from Pine Island, had been right. This wasn't a lake. Those even files of white blocks were tombstones. Tombstones, and the expanse of water before me must be a development of recent months, an inundated graveyard. The dike on Opal Lake's northern shore had finally worn away, and the water, seeking its own level, had flowed here, flooding without respect the last resting place of Flume's dead. Looking directly below me now, I saw half in the moonlight, half in the shadow, a small, flat-bottomed duck-boat drawn up on the bush-lined shore. Why, indeed, my host should have wished to row out on such a body of water struck me as most singular, and yet, as I gazed at the little craft and the short stubby oars thrown carelessly beside it, there came a distinct impulse that I myself go out on the moonlit water. I debated a moment, then, lifting myself over the railing, dropped the short distance to the ground below. There was a certain macabre attraction to the scene before me. 5 seconds later, I had adjusted the oars in the locks and shoved the boat gently into the lapping waves. Without knowing why, I headed due east, following the line of the shore. The moon, though high in the indigo heavens, seemed strangely bloated and out of proportion. As I rode farther and farther, the white blank wall that marked Trenard's house fell back deeper into the gloom of foliage, and looked out at me like an eyeless face swathed in a cowl. At intervals, I rested my oars across the thwart and sat surveying the scene. Presently, I was in that part of the lake that was directly over the old graveyard, and looking over my shoulder, I could see, some distance ahead, Trinard's mausoleum. There, within its ancient walls, was entombed the man's sister, Sylvia, buried in a monument that had once held the 5 kings of Drass. I pulled harder on my left oar and headed toward it. The lake was even narrower here, the banks close, and I could see row on row of white tombstones and tilting crosses rising above the water. Waves swashed against them in a low liquid dirge. The water, too, seemed clearer than that fronting Trinard's house. Looking down over the boat's gunwales, I thought I saw more gravestones and crosses far below in the dark depths, gleaming white like scattered mounds of bleached bones. Then the shadowy mass of the mausoleum rose like a curtain before me. To a general appearance, the architecture might be classed as Oriental, the domed roof rising gracefully like a Mohammedan mosque. Above the doorway, a hideous gargoyle perched on a block of stone. I dipped my oars and brought the boat around to the other side, dark there with the shadow of the hidden moonlight, but still revealing a small iron-barred window that had been cut through the wall. With the boat bobbing close to the stone side, I steadied myself, reached up and strove to see into the interior. My curiosity was disappointed. I saw nothing. Only a well of blackness met my eyes. For a moment, I remained in that perilous position, staring between the bars, and then my head jerked back with revulsion. Sweeping to my nostrils from the inner recesses of that vault had come a horrible fetid smell, a loathsome odor of unutterable filth. It surged out upon me like a putrescent blanket of green mold, gagging my throat and larynx. I clung there, retching and gasping. For an instant, there was only silence and that festering breath. Then, without warning, there came from within those walls a prolonged hiss like escaping steam, and a heavy, sluggish splashing in the interior water. Something cold and clammy slid across my hands, clenched there on the iron bars, and I whipped them away, dripping with blood, gashed to the bone. I did not cry out, only dropped back into the boat and began to row furiously for the shore. I worked the paddles with might and main until my shoulders ached in their sockets. My heart pounded like a runner's. Back in my own room in Trinard's house, I sat down on the edge of the bed and stared at my hands. Both were marked with deep, ragged gashes between the wrist and first knuckle. Blood gushed from the wounds, dyed the fingers crimson. Confused, bewildered, I poured a quantity of water and carefully bathed the injured members. Then, utilizing the little first aid kit I always carry in my gripsack, I carefully bathed the gashes in iodine, then applied gauze and adhesive tape. How long I lay there awake, I cannot tell. My brain was whirling round and round, seeking an answer to it all, but at length I lapsed into a fitful slumber. The rumble of thunder was in my ears when I awoke. Rain was slashing the pane of my bedroom window, and in the early morning gloom, a wall of trees just beyond were bending double in the face of a raging wind. I jumped to my feet with an exclamation. Bad weather meant bad roads, and considering the disrepair of the Flume Pine Island Trail, this unexpected storm might cause an enforced stay in Trinard's house, an outlook which, as I considered it, rose to appalling proportions. Dressed, I made my way downstairs to find my worst fears realized. The rain was slanting down in torrents, and the path that led across the glade into the woods was a swirling river of mud and water. The little door leading to the balcony that faced the lake was open, and stepping to the sill, I paused and looked out. Julian Trenard was standing at the railing, staring out ahead of him at the foaming lake. He was drenched to the skin, and the water was running down his face in tiny rivulets. Suddenly, he became aware of my presence, whirled around and stepped back into the room. I watched him as he moved to a chair and sank into it with a low moan. "Arnold," he said, "have you ever gone into the theory of relativity? Do you know anything of the principles of space-time, of the fourth dimension? Do you believe there are other worlds around us, worlds which, because of our limited three-dimensional senses, we cannot see or understand?" I took out a cigarette, lit it twice before I made my reply. "Yes, of course," I said. "I'm not so strong on my science, but I've read the usual articles. Why?" The nerve near Trenard's mouth was twitching violently now. He got up, paced to the farther wall, and back again, then hesitated before me, leaning hard on the tabletop. "And do you believe it to be true that in that other fourth-dimensional world there exist forms of life entirely removed from our own evolutionary scale? Creatures horrible beyond the farthest reaches of our imagination? Do you believe that?" "Who knows?" I replied. "It's logical, I suppose, but the unknown is always popularly embodied with strange terrors. So far we have only a tangle of mathematical calculations to go by." He turned away without listening, and as I looked after him curiously, I thought I saw his lips form the words over and over again, "Oh, Sylvia, Sylvia." Both breakfast and the subsequent business formalities were dismal affairs. The storm, instead of dying down, grew steadily in fury, and we sat in that cheerless room with the thunder hammering overhead and the wind rushing by the outer walls with the screams of a frightened child. Noon came and passed, with Trenard making no suggestion of a lunch. Curiously enough, the man had not seemed to notice the fact that both my hands were thickly bound in bandages, or if he did, he asked no questions about them. The wounds, incidentally, were causing me constant worry. Though I had not inspected them since the night before, they felt hot and feverish, and an unpleasant sensation of a pulse beating deep in the gashes made me resolve to visit a doctor immediately upon my return to Boston. But the unexplainable events, of which those hurts were a climax, I deliberately thrust from my mind. That was something I could not think of without trembling in horror. Abruptly at 5 o'clock, the rain and the wind came to an end, and there was left only an occasional sullen delayed burst of thunder. The storm had passed on. With the quieting of the elements, Trenard suddenly roused himself into action. A tremor seemed to pass through him from head to foot, and he called softly, "I'm coming, Sylvia. I'll take you away." He ran madly across the room, flung open the outer door, and disappeared. Moments dragged by as I stood looking after him. Had the man reached the climax of some mental malady? Were his queer actions, his apparent obsession, the result of a diseased brain? An instant I waited in indecision. Then, as the cold gloominess of that room slowly gathered around me, I strode to the door and followed him. His footprints were embedded there in the wet loam, and slowly, half held back by some inner dread, I traced them around the outer wall of the house. At first, I thought he was making for the little duck boat I had used the night before, but the trail led farther on, through a dense thicket, down into a low, marshy section of land, and finally to the edge of the lake. I drew up behind the bole of a tree and peered ahead of me. Trenard was there, up to his knees in water, dragging a huge, flat-bottomed barge to the shore from its anchoring buoy. Along the strip of beach stood 7 steel drums, black barrels of apparently 50-gallon capacity. I could not even guess at their contents. As I watched, Trenard began to roll the barrels one by one onto the barge. They were terrifically heavy, it seemed, the man apparently using every ounce of his strength in the task. The barge itself was a strange affair. Half raft, half boat, it was made of untrimmed logs, bound together with wire and rope of every size and description. Puzzled, unable to understand his actions, I kept in the protective shadow of the tree and watched the work slowly being completed. Trenard was laboring like a madman now. Sweat was streaming from his forehead. He had thrown off his coat, and, hatless, his hair hung wildly over his eyes. At length, the last barrel was moved from the beach to the barge. Without a glance behind, Trenard leaped aboard, seized a long wooden staff, and began poling out into the lake. 50 feet from the shore, the depth became too great for the use of the pole, and he discarded it for a crude, square-bladed paddle arrangement which he operated from a socket in the bow. For a long while, I watched him as he worked the clumsy craft slowly into the upper reaches of the lake. Then, when an intervening fringe of trees hid him from sight, I turned, ran back to the little duck-boat, threw in the oars, and shoved off in pursuit. Curiosity once more had gotten the better of me. Chapter 4. Encounter with the Dimensional Horror. The lake lay as flat and motionless as a great mirror, and the tombstones ahead seemed only lighter reflections of the leaden sky. Ahead, the domed mausoleum reared itself above the colourless water like some ugly, sprawling beetle. But Trenard did not steer directly for the tomb. Carefully, as one proceeding under a long premeditated plan, he manoeuvred the barge to a point some 40 or 50 feet from the vault's entrance, and there, halting his paddling, seized one of the steel barrels and rolled it to the boat's edge. Gradually lessening the intervening space, I rowed my own craft parallel to the bank, watching him. He had resumed his paddling again now, moving slowly forward with that one barrel still lying at the edge of the barge, almost touching the water. From that barrel, a dark, heavy liquid was pouring onto the lake, colouring the surface with a gleaming purple-black, thickening in an ever-widening circle. It was oil. No other fluid would act in like manner when in contact with water. Round and round the mausoleum, Trenard directed the barge. I was quite near now, and I could see the mingled expression of fear and determination in the man's face, the wild stare in his black eyes. Back and forth he worked the enormous socket paddle, and in his wake grew a steadily widening trail of oil. When the steel drum was emptied, Trenard shoved it into the water and rolled another into position, and thus he repeated the process, circumnavigating the tomb again and again, until the surface of the lake was black with petroleum. At length, the contents of the 7 barrels were emptied, and Trenard headed for the vault entrance. He lashed the mooring rope around one of the narrow stone columns, leaped out, and waded over the water-covered stairs to the door. A moment later, I heard the iron barrier clang open, and saw him disappear into the interior. 5 minutes passed, an eternity with only the gentle lapping of the water on the surrounding masonry. Then, as I leaned over the gunwale, watching, Trenard reappeared, and I started as if struck by a blow. From the entrance of the vault he was dragging a heavy, oblong shape, struggling to slide it onto the barge. A black wooden box. It was a coffin, the carved and ornamented casket of his sister, Sylvia. But something was wrong. The man was making frantic efforts to close the iron door behind him. He was straining backward, arms bent double, exerting all his strength to force it into position. There was but a foot separating it from the latch, yet some interior force seemed holding it open. Suddenly,
Trinard threw back his hands and uttered a shriek of horror. He released the door, and with one wild lunge threw himself onto the barge, unfastened the mooring rope, and seized the paddle arm. Back and forth he shot the blade, churning through the thick water. The clumsy craft began to move slowly away from the tomb. And then I can only chronicle the events that followed from the nightmare train of horror images that remain engraved on my mind. From the entrance of the domed mausoleum there emerged a thing which sent a wave of terror streaking down my spine. It was utterly bestial. It was a sight so indescribably loathsome and repulsive that it held me there in the boat, rigid and unable to believe my eyes, doubting my very sanity. Creeping over the water-covered steps, past the carved columns, came a huge, bloated, semi-saurian monster, a giant sea serpent, an enormous water reptile, and yet a creature with 8 jointed, hairy spider legs like some hybrid insect from the canvas of the mad August Schlegel. The body, sliding endlessly from the inner recesses of the vault, was a gleaming, lubricious black, the head a flat, pointed, featureless mass. As I stared out upon it and a great nausea rose up within me, I subconsciously catalogued it, in spite of those hairy, spider-like appendages, as something akin to a mosasaur, the giant sea snake that infested the prehistoric seas of the later Mesozoic. And yet, though I am neither biologist nor student of paleontology, though I have never, beyond casual browsing, delved into the little-known subject of deep-pressure marine life, I knew it to be no naturally evolved form of life of my own mundane world. Head and 3 long undulations above the surface, jaws dripping slaver, it poised there, then suddenly lunged straight at Trinard. Again the man screamed, and the cry shot over the lake, wailing to the farthest shore. He was working like a madman at the socket oar now, churning the oily water in great foaming waves, and the barge, with the coffin in its centre, moved sluggishly forward. And as I sat, transfixed in the boat, I thought I understood. The interior of that mausoleum, where once had been entombed the 5 kings of Drass, constituted a channel, an opening in space, formed in some strange way by the priests of that ancient city, leading from our own 3-dimensional world to that of the 4th dimension. When Trinard had raised the tomb to the surface from the seafloor, transported it here to the Flume Cemetery, the passage through space-time had not disturbed that opening. It still existed in the vault's interior, a door to the world beyond. Good God! Now I saw the reason for Trinard's actions. He had guessed all this too, long before. He had lived a life of constant growing dread in his lonely home, and had gradually become obsessed with the horrible thought that the body of his sister, Sylvia, was out there with the monster, that her unprotected coffin was within the thing's reach. Was not death in our plane but a process of transmutation, of metempsychosis into another world? And would not that ghastly creature drag her into a pit of deepest corruption, where she would be imprisoned forever? The huge thing, body glistening with slime, hairy appendages slowly treading water, was moving forward in pursuit of the barge, and Trinard was struggling at the socket oar, casting frantic glances behind him. It was a death race, an impossible combat between a supernormal entity from another plane and a man crazed with fear. On swept the barge, the square prow turning the oily surface of the lake into a river of creaming ink. Behind and scattered at intervals near the mausoleum floated the 7 empty steel drums, half submerged, like so many black porpoises drifting in uninterested sleep. Off on the southern shore, a blue jay sent its sharp cry of reality into the heavy air. For a moment, I closed my eyes, telling myself that when I opened them again I would find it had all been some horrible dream. So much and no more will the human brain receive that is utterly alien. But when I again looked upon that monstrosity coiling through the water before me, a wave of terror swept through me from head to foot. Scarcely 10 yards apart they were now, and even from where I sat in the duck-boat, I could see the veins on Trenard's brow extend as he worked the huge paddle like taut wire. Mercifully, perhaps, the occurrences of the next few instants have been blurred in my memory in a hideous maelstrom of confusion. I have, however, a nightmare recollection of leaping to my feet, the impact almost swamping the duck-boat, and screaming one wild scream. "Trenard! Trenard! Oh, my God!" There it was, poised on the surface of the lake, a thing to be compared with no mundane standards, a creation from the inner reaches of a geometric hell. Python body stretched flat downward now, hairy spider legs motionless. Then, with a hiss, it closed in on him. Trenard had only an instant, a single split fraction of time. With a leap he whirled away from the arm of the socket paddle and clawed madly at his pockets. His hands brought forth something I could not recognize. I saw him fumble with it, open it, and extract something from its interior. Once, twice, he moved his fingers in frantic jerks. Then a pinpoint of orange flame flared up, and with a start I understood. Matches. Trenard meant to ignite the heavy film of oil that covered the surface of the water. He had planned this carefully, as the one and only means of self-preservation. Now he turned the flame of the match to the box itself and flung the flaming missile out before him. Then, with a scream, he looked over his shoulder. The thing was upon him, foul head lunging over the edge of the barge, hissing in diabolical fury. By sheer force, Trenard seemed to wrench himself from the hypnotic stare of those black, iridescent eyes. He lurched to the opposite end of the barge and flung himself wide and clear into the thick water. Even as his body momentarily disappeared beneath the surface, a wall of flame shot up over the spot, raced toward the monster in the barge, mounting with the rapidity of an inferno. I can tell little more. Stricken dumb, held motionless there amid the swashing tombstones, I saw the whole tableau before me transform on the instant into a roaring cauldron of madness. There came a violent lashing and floundering as the monster found itself caught in the center of it. One after another, 7 times in succession, I saw the spider legs burst into flame, curl and shrivel like burning rope, and finally drop off. Up from the cremating body rose a thick, greenish miasma, sickening with the stench of burning putrefaction. The lake was singing with flame now. Red reflections stabbed deep into the water depths. The barge and its coughing cargo were a raging cataclysm, a floating funeral pyre swiftly being consumed. Of Trenard, there was no sign. Only flaming oil, leaping higher and higher, swirled over the spot where he had disappeared. Abruptly, a dense billow of black smoke, heavy as felt, belched upward and hid it all in a thick, pungent curtain. But I had no wish to see more. I seized the oars of the duck-boat and rowed madly to the beach. 5 feet from the shore, I leaped into the water and ran wildly, through the dripping woods, down the old logging road, and into the abandoned town of Flume. To this day, my passage from the lake across the long, tortuous miles to Pine Island remains a blank spot in the record of my memory. There is but a single instant during the endless hours of that advance which I can recall with any degree of clarity, a moment when I reached a higher, open point on the old road and looked out upon a scene that probed its gloom into the lowest reaches of my soul.
The lowering sky was deepening into dusk, and the wilderness stretched below me, a dark carpet of undulating green. In its centre, like a leaden wedge, lay the elliptical expanse of that lake. Off to the side brooded a heavier shadow, which I knew to be the Drass Mausoleum, and over all, from shore to shore, hung a slowly diminishing cloud of smoke. The Guardian of the Book by Henry Hesse. 1. I am always keeping an eye open for old second-hand bookstores, and, as my business takes me to all parts of the city, I have not a few times entered such places to spend an odd half-hour barging among shelves and stacks of musty volumes, often to emerge joyously with some item particular to any one of my several hobbies and interests. On this particular February evening, I was hurrying homeward, and as I crossed a narrow avenue on the outskirts of the wholesale district, I stopped with a pleasurable thrill. A short distance from the corner, I had espied one of those ancient bookstores, one I was sure I had never visited before, a narrow-frame storeroom tucked well back between two brick buildings. I had no particular plans for the evening. Already it was growing dark, it was cold, and there was a brisk flurry of snowflakes. I entered the haven, which had come to my attention so opportunely. The place was dimly lighted, but I could see that I stood amidst a profusion of books that reposed on shelf and floor alike. There was no one in the front part of the store, but from a rear room came a rattle of pens, so I guessed an evening meal was in progress. Quietly, I browsed around amidst the topsy-turvy miscellany, and must have become oblivious to time, for very suddenly there came a little shrill voice close to my ear. "There is perhaps some special book?" Startled, I spun around. There beside me, and peering up into my face, was absolutely the strangest little man I had ever seen. To say that he was tiny would be the literal truth, for he couldn't have stood a great deal over 4 feet. His skin was smooth and tight, and of a color that could only be described as slate gray. Furthermore, his absurd dome of a head was entirely bald, there being not even the slightest vestige of an eyebrow. And in all my life I had never seen anything half so black as those eyes that stared up into mine, as he asked again, "There is perhaps some special book?" I laughed uneasily. "You startled me," I said. "Why, no, nothing in particular. Just looking around. Thought maybe I could find something to take home with me this evening." He did not speak. He only made a slight bow and motioned me to go ahead. As I moved amidst the melange of books, I was aware that the little man's eyes followed my every move, and though his expression hadn't changed, I thought he was watching me with something like amusement. My eyes moved over the titles, missing none, for there are certain books I always look for, however remote my chances of ever finding any of them. But now, as I surveyed the books about me, I saw that there was no order of arrangement at all. Fiction, biography, science, history, religion, technical, all were confusedly interspersed. For perhaps 5 minutes more I searched, before giving it up as a hopeless task, for I hadn't too much time to spend there seeking for what I wanted. The little man hadn't moved, and now he was smiling, not unfriendlily. "I am very much afraid, sir, that you will never find what you are looking for." I had become somewhat impatient,
So I said frankly, I agree with you there. I never saw such a mess as this. Oh, I have just moved in here, he explained, still smiling, and have not had much time to arrange things in their proper order. I had surmised as much. I said I would drop in later, and started for the door. He placed a hand on my arm. But wait, you misconstrued my meaning when I said you would never find what you were looking for. I was not referring to the disarrangement of my books. I merely raised my eyebrows, and he went on. I hope you won't be too astonished, Dr. Wycherley, when I assure you that I am quite aware that there are certain remote books you would give much to own, or even to read. Are there not? And remote as these books are, remote as your chances are, you do nevertheless entertain a hope that perhaps some day, by some lucky chance, you might come into possession of one of them. Is it not true? In my amazement, I answered both his questions at once, hardly knowing that I spoke. Why, yes, indeed, yes. His bald head bobbed benignly, and he waved toward the haphazard piles of books around us. And these? He emphasized in that shrill voice. These? Pah! They are rubbish, they are nothing. You will not find there what you seek. I was astonished at his vehemence. Probably not, I murmured vaguely. But just now you mentioned my name, and I was not aware that you knew me. Would you mind explaining? Ah, yes, you are puzzled, of course. You are wondering how I came to know your name. That, sir, is entirely inconsequential. Even more so do you wonder how I could possibly know of that secret desire of yours, the desire to peruse those so-called forbidden books which speak of the unthinkable things of evil, the books which are now so inaccessible as to be indeed forbidden. Suffice it to say, for the present, that I cannot help but know of your delvings into subjects of the weird and terrible because it is most imperative to me that I should know. Therefore, I know. But I think you will agree that your quest for such books is a rather hopeless one. The various versions of Alhazred's Necronomicon, Flammarion's Atmosphere, Von Yant's Nameless Cults, Kane's Magic and Black Arts, Ibon's book, and the mysterious King in Yellow, which, if it does indeed exist, must transcend them all. None of these will you find lying around in bookstores. Even those few that are known to be in existence are under lock and key. Of course, there are other, lesser sources, but even they are not easy to procure. For example, you probably had a difficult time in locating that later edition of the Nameless Cults which you now have in your possession. And criminally expurgated as it is, I imagine you find it very unsatisfactory. Yes, I do, I admitted breathlessly. I was surprised to have come across a person possessed of such evident familiarity with this recherche literature. The Nameless Cults which I have, I went on to explain, is the comparatively recent 1909 edition, and it is puerile in the extreme. I should like very much to get hold of one of the originals, published in Germany, I believe, in the early 1800s. But he waved that peremptorily aside. What of the Necronomicon? He said. That most fearsome and most hinted at of all the forbidden books. You would give much for a glimpse into that? That, I smiled, is even beyond my fondest hope. And if I were to tell you that I have here in this very shop the original Necronomicon? I did not bat an eyelash. You haven't, I stated positively. He looked not at me, but beyond me. True, I have not, he said at last. I thought you would consider that statement an absurdity. He sighed, then went on a bit hurriedly. And yet I wonder if you can imagine an even greater absurdity, a book even more terrible than the dreaded Necronomicon, a book so ominous in its scope as to make the Necronomicon seem as tame as... As a cookbook, I supplied jocularly, for the tiny man had become almost amusingly solemn and serious now. Yes, a book that tells of things the mad Arab never dreamed of in his wildest nightmares. Indeed, a book not even of this earth. A book that goes back to the very beginning and beyond the beginning, that comes from the very minds of the things that caused all things. I looked at him with a sudden suspicion, then smiled cynically. Are you trying to tell me that you do not have the Necronomicon, but you do have such a book as you describe? His eyes held mine for a moment, and just for that moment there was a gleam in them. Said he, "Do you dare to let me show you?" Said I, "Yes, do show me, by all means." "Very well. Please wait here a moment." I waited, doubtfully enough, and for the first time mused upon the really extraordinary aspect of the thing. I suddenly remembered a story I had read a while back, something about a man who had entered an old bookshop and was plunged into an orbit of strange adventures, something to do with vampires. I was disturbed that this story should leap to my mind at this particular time, but I smiled at the thought of anything untoward happening to me. This little slate-colored man was a quite peculiar person indeed, but he did not conform to my conception of a vampire. He returned just then, bearing an immense book nearly half as big as he was. "You must understand," he said, "that what I am going to tell you should not be taken as skepticism. It is important that you should know certain things about this book." He hugged it tightly to him. "That will seem to you incredible. First, you should be informed that it does not belong to me, nor to anyone on this earth either. That is the first incredible thing you must believe. If I were to tell you truly to whom it belongs, I would have to say, to the cosmos, and to all ages that were, and are, and will yet be. It is the most damnable book in the universe, and but for it, But no, I will not tell you that now. I will only say now that I am the guardian of it, the present guardian, and you could never imagine what terrible transits of time and space I have made. Can you blame me for edging toward the door? Can you blame me for wanting to get away from there? There had been a growing suspicion in my mind that this man was mad, and now I knew it. But I said, precisely because I didn't know what else to say, "And you want to sell me this book?" He peered at me more intently. "It could not be bought for all the wealth of this or any other planet. No, I merely want you to read it. I am most anxious that you read it. You may take it home with you if you wish. You see, I am aware that in spite of your skepticism, you are consumed with curiosity." He was right. And yet why did I hesitate? There was something very queer about all this, something that did not appear on the surface, something subtle and almost frightening. So far he had hinted at much, but had told me exactly nothing. He was far too ready to let me take this book away with me, and something told me that if he was so anxious to have me read it, I would do best by not doing so. "No thanks," I muttered, and didn't try to conceal a shiver as I turned away. I had had enough. His eyes were too black, but he had seemed to anticipate my refusal, and at the door he again gripped my arm. "You may as well know," he said, "that if you had not come here, I would sooner or later have brought the book to you. Knowing what I do know of you and your occult studies, it follows that you are the logical one to be entrusted with this volume. I realize that I have only hinted at things and have told you nothing, but I cannot do more than that now. You must read the book, then you will understand." My hand on the door, I hesitated one fateful moment. In that moment, the book came from under his arm, and he pressed it upon me most eagerly, half shoving me out the door into the dusk of the approaching night. And there I stood, with that ponderous volume in my hands, mystified, half angry, yet daring to hope that at last I was in possession of something momentous. With a half laugh and a shrug, I turned homeward. 2. My hopes were more than confirmed, as I soon ascertained in the privacy of my rooms. The book was huge, the size of a large ledger, and very thick, the covers edged all around with metal. The binding was of a black faded fabric unfamiliar to me, and the yellowed pages proved also to be of some strange, resilient texture. The pages were covered with strange, angular symbols, long and narrow, and strictly perpendicular. I looked for a keyword, or key symbol, but there was none. So I stared at the pages, wondering how I was to decipher them. And then a strange thing happened, which was to be only the first of many strange events that evening. As I stared and continued to stare at those bewildering pages, I thought I saw one of the symbols move ever so slightly, and as I peered intently at the page, it became apparent that the symbols did indeed move as my eyes ran across the lines, rearranging themselves ever so minutely, writhing and twisting like so many tiny snakes. And with this queer, writhing movement, I no longer wondered at the meaning of those symbols, for they became suddenly clear and vivid and meaningful, impressing themselves upon my consciousness as so many words and sentences. I knew that I had indeed stumbled upon something very great. The book seemed to exude an invisible aura of evil, which at first unnerved me, and then pleased me, and I determined to lose no time in plunging into my task. Seated at one end of a library table, I spread the book before me, and pulled a lamp nearer. So, comforted by a blazing log fire at my right, I turned to the very first page, and began the most fantastic, I might almost say insane document I have ever read. Yet, in consequence of what happened, I can never be sure whether it was the document or I who was insane. But here it is, almost word for word, as I so clearly remember it. Preface to the most damnable book ever loosed upon an unsuspecting cosmos. Whoso comes in possession of this book should be warned, and this preface is to serve that purpose. The possessor of this book should be wise to flee from it, but will not. His curiosity is already aroused, and reading even these few words of warning, he will not be deterred from reading on. And, reading on, he will be enmeshed, become a part of the plot, and will learn too late that there is left but a single sorrowful alternative of escape. Such is the awful damnability of it, but how they must chuckle with glee. Know then, whoso should read this, that I, Tlavier of Vool, do hereby subscribe the history and origin of the book, so that all manner of men in all time to come may consider carefully before succumbing to the curiosity that is inherent in all men throughout the universe. I had no such warning, and by reason of my folly am fated to be the first guardian. I myself know not yet what that may portend, for, try as I might, I cannot forget my friend, Cthulhu, who all unknowingly launched this horrible jest of the gods, and the fate that was his. Cthulhu had always been something of a puzzle to all who knew him, except perhaps to me. Even as a boy he had professed an insatiable wonderment of those profound mysteries of time and space which the wise men of Vool said were not for mere man to know or to seek out. Cthulhu could not understand why this should be. We grew up together and entered the university together, and there Cthulhu became such an avid student of the sciences, particularly of complex mathematics, that he was a perpetual astonishment to the professors. We left the university together, I to enter into my father's business, and Cthulhu, having been awarded an assistant professorship, to continue with certain of his studies. I can never understand why he confided in me as he would in no one else, unless it was because I listened to his theories with true seriousness. I was fascinated by certain of his lines of thought. Nevertheless, I cannot but admit that he sounded rather wild at times. "Here we are," he would say vibrantly, "tiny motes upon the surface of the planet Vool, deep in the 23rd nebula. The great scientists have told us that much as to our present locality. But what of our destination, the ultimate? Here we have our spinning planet, our revolving system, our drifting nebula, but one among millions that go to make what we call the universe, a universe, we should say, for it is only a particle rushing onward with other particles. Whither, and to what destiny, and for what purpose? For whose purpose, perhaps we should say? And are we never to know? Must we remain ever chained to this miserable little planet? I think not, Tlavir. Man in 1,000,000 years may master the stars, but that will not come in my time, and I cannot wait. And besides, my greed is greater than mere mastery of stars. Look, Tlavir, suppose that one could discover a way to project himself out, not among the stars, but beyond, outside of the cosmic globe of stars, to attain a point entirely outside. From there to watch the working of the cosmic dust in the fluid of time. Why, there is no time after all, is there? Must not space and time be one and the same thing, coexistent and correlative one to the other? Do you not see? And to project oneself quite outside of it, would not that be the realization of our vaunted immortality? And rest assured, there is a way. I could not quite digest this fantastic bit of reasoning, but did not deny the possible truth of his theories. There were several old books to which he often made reference, and I think it was these books which caused his theorizing at times to take a somewhat tangential trend. What of those superstitions, Tlavir, that have come down to us from the ancients who inhabited Vool eons ago? And why must we say superstitions and myths? Why must a man scoff at that which he cannot understand? It is only logical that these superstitions and myths had a definite reason for being. My perusal of certain ancient manuscripts has convinced me of that. Who knows? Perhaps probing fingers from outside reached in and touched Vool ages ago, thus giving rise to those tales that we know very well could not have had birth in mere imagination. That, Tlavir, is why I sometimes think I may be wrong in seeking the way outside. Perhaps it were best for man not to try. He might learn things that it is best not to know. But these latter reflections of his came only seldom. More often he would show me sheafs of paper covered with calculations, and others filled with geometrical drawings, infinite angles and curves such as I had never before seen, some of which seemed so diabolically distorted as to leap from the paper out at me. When he would try to explain his calculus, I was never quite able to follow his reasoning beyond a certain point, although his explanation plus his enthusiasm made it all seem quite logical. So far as I was able to grasp it, there exists an almost infinite number of space dimensions, some of which impinge on our own, and might be used as catapults if one could but penetrate the invisible and tenuous boundary between our space and these hyperspaces. I had never given much credence to any dimensions beyond our familiar 3, but Cthulhu seemed very certain. There must be a way, Talavia. I have ascertained that beyond doubt, and I am sure now that I am working toward the correct solution. I shall find it before long. Aye, he found it. He found it indeed, and went further than any mortal has ever gone or will ever go again. He could not have known. It was but shortly after my last conversation with him that he disappeared, without trace or reason, was given up as dead, and even I, to whom he had confided all his hopes, did not suspect that I was ever to see him again. But I did. It was 20 long years later when Cthulhu returned as suddenly as he had gone, came direct to me. The marvel of it is that he looked not a day older than when I had last seen him, those 20 long years ago. But the years had lain heavily on me, and Cthulhu seemed shocked at the change. He told me his story. I succeeded, Talavia. I knew I was on the right track with my calculus, but it might have gone for naught had I not interpreted a certain passage from one of those ancient books. It was a sort of incantation, the very essence of evil, which opened the door when spoken in correlation with my dimension calculus. The purport of this incantation I cannot tell you now, but it should have warned me that the thing I was doing was for no good. Nevertheless, I dared. I had already gone too far to turn back. I carried the thing through, feeling a little foolish perhaps, only hoping but not knowing that this was the combination I had so long sought for. For a moment, it seemed that nothing had happened, and yet I was aware of a change. Something had happened to my vision. Things were blurred, but were rapidly emerging into a clear grotesquerie of impossible angles and planes. But before this vision could become quite definite, I was jerked outward, Talavia, out beyond the curvature of space, out into the space beyond space, where even light turns back upon itself because of the non-existence of time. All things ceased, sight and sound, time and dimension and comparison. There was left to me only an awareness, but an awareness infinitely more acute than our mere physical one. I was mind. As to them, now I know, Talavia, and it is even as I feared. They are not to be imagined as beings or things, or anything familiar to us. No word is adequate. They are forces of pure evil, the source of all the evil that ever was, and is, and will be. Sometimes they reach in. There is a purpose. Cthulhu's hand brushed his forehead. There is much, so very much, Talavia. All is not as clear as it was, but I am beginning to remember. I think those entities of evil were amused, Talavia, with a kind of amusement I cannot now understand. Amused, perhaps, that I should have managed to come out there among them. Assuredly, no mere being had ever done that before. I realize now that had they wished, they could have uttered a word that would have blasted and annihilated me, had they wished. Instead, they kept me among them. There was something about their amusement. Do you remember a certain conversation of long ago, Talavia, wherein I said that our universe was but a particle among other particles, rushing away somewhere, onto some destiny for some purpose? Do you remember also that I said perhaps it was best that man should not know certain things? I have learned many things, Talavia, things that I now wish I did not know, monstrous things, whence the cosmos came, and why, and its ultimate destiny. Not a pleasant one. Most horrible of all is that I am beginning to remember rites performed by those evil ones, rites involving the cosmos in a most diabolic way. I could not even wonder at my presence out there. All was mind, and mind was all. It would seem that I was large among them, wilfully one of them, assisting in certain of those colossal rites, partaking of their evil joy. But at one and the same time, by some unexplainable and inconceivable ultra-circumstance, it seemed that I was aloof and insignificant, a spectator of only some small part of the whole. It seemed that I mingled there among them for countless millenniums, but again it seemed but the smallest fraction of what we call time. But now I know that they merely toyed with me a while, as a child toys with and then tires of a new plaything. They thrust me back to Lavia, and here I am upon Vool again. At first, I thought that I had awakened from a very bad dream, but it didn't take me long to discover that Vool had travelled 20 years upon its destined path during those many millenniums, or those few seconds that I was in that timeless place. "And you will go back again?" I asked eagerly, for by his very sincerity I believed his story. "I cannot, even if I would, nor can any mortal again. They have closed the route now for all time, and it is well so. To them, as I have said, I was but a moment's amusement, but not too insignificant for all that, because they gave me warning. They thrust me back, and this was the warning. If ever I made known to another mortal the slightest of the secrets I had learned, or mentioned any part or purpose of the awful rites I had seen enacted, my soul would be shattered into 1,000,000 fragments, and these tortured fragments scattered shrieking throughout the entire cosmos. That is why, Talavia, I dare not tell you more than I have. More and more memory floods in upon me, but I dare not speak of things, because I know that they can reach in." From that day neither Cthulhu nor I again mentioned his sojourn outside. For a long time I could not forget the things he had hinted at, but how terrible must have been that which he did not, dared not, tell. Several years passed, and the whole thing became more or less a myth in my mind. But not so with Cthulhu, it was easy to see. The 20 years that had ignored him now reached out malign fingers and took their toll. Vexation, discontent, restless broodings of the mind, all served to change him pitiably. He came to me then one day, and broached the thought that had been preying upon him. He could not, he said, remain silent longer. He was sick of the blind groping of men after knowledge. It lay in his power to give them the answers to cosmic secrets which they had sought out slowly for years, and things besides of which they had never guessed. And terrible though those secrets were, man should know all. Thoughts and memories crowding upon Cthulhu's tortured brain screamed for outlet, and there was but one resource. He had determined to write down the history of his adventure outside, to tell of all the things he had experienced and learned. As to the warning which the entities of evil had given him, it was nothing. Years had gone by, Cthulhu reasoned, and surely they must have forgotten. We were puny, and they reckoned with universes. I did not demur. Like Cthulhu, now that the years had passed, I felt that the warning of those outer ones was a little thing. Thus was the beginning of the jest. Never can I forget that night when doom descended upon the city of Boolm. I had left the city but a few hours before, accompanying one of my caravans into the near neighboring town, access to which led through a tortuous passage in the encircling mountain range. The passage was made without mishap, and, my business transacted, I was hurrying homeward, alone, and was well into the mountains, when that strange darkness descended so mysteriously and prematurely. Shortly thereafter, I saw the long, livid streamer that came flickering out of space, to hesitate a moment, and then dart out of sight directly behind the range ahead of me. I spurred hurriedly forward, already with a feeling of disaster. When I finally pushed through the passage and came in sight of the city, the streamer was gone, and everything was quiet, with a stillness that seemed to shriek in agony to the pale stars peering fearfully down. I entered the city, and came upon a person grovelling in the street, and when I bent to help him, he seemed not to see me, but shrieked over and over again something about the shape that had come slithering down the streamer. He lapsed then into a drooling insanity, and I left him lying there and passed on into the heart of the city. It was not long before full, unhallowed horror burst upon me. The entire populace had been rendered not only gibberingly insane, but stark blind. Some lay quite still in the streets, in merciful oblivion. Some still writhed and mouthed unintelligibly of the thing that had descended to blast their minds and their sight, and others groped pitifully about, dazed and whimpering. I rushed to the house of my friend Cthulhu, but already I knew I was too late. I found what I had expected. He was dead, but his body, as I gazed on it, was scarcely recognizable as the one I had known. It was entirely covered with tiny blue perforations, gruesomely suggestive. His limbs were horribly distorted and broken. His eyes had been torn from their sockets, and two great holes gaped in his face, from which something oozed. And his lips were drawn back in such a frozen, exaggerated grin that I turned quickly away. Scattered about in profusion were loose pages upon which I recognized my friend's fine writing. Well did I know what that writing was, and what it portended, and in a sudden insane frenzy I gathered them all up, stuffed them into my clothes, and fled from there in precipitate horror. I crossed the 3 great oceans of Vool, and after many mishaps reached the abhorred continent of Delag. I ascended the tortuous inner mountains, and descended into the lowlands, fraught with those creatures supposed to have passed from the face of Vool eons ago. Slowly, relentlessly, I thrust my perilous way forward, and finally, half dead from hurt and fatigue, reached my objective, the half-mythical city of a mysterious and fanatical priest-like sect, so secluded that only the veriest rumors of its existence ever reached the outer realms of Vool. I was taken in, and my wounds were ministered to, for all are welcomed and none are questioned who manage to reach there. So it was that in the quietude of my temporary quarters in that deep-hidden city, I dared finally to delve into the secret linings of my clothes and bring out those pages which Cthulhu had written before doom descended upon him. Arranging them in their sequence, I saw that Cthulhu had been allowed to finish his treatise, and somehow this fact was more profoundly disturbing than if he had been suddenly cut off before he could finish. Tremulously, I began to read, and was immediately absorbed. But before long, I encountered Cthulhu's first few hints of the cosmic horrors to be revealed, and I began to waver. I read on. A few more pages. I became appalled and frightened. I lost heart then, would have ceased reading, would have destroyed those pages for all time, but found to my unutterable horror that I could not. A will that was not my own compelled me to read on. All things around me ceased to exist. I was no longer bound to Vool, but was drawn, sensually if not bodily, into the very midst of those mad pages. Far into the night, and into the morning hours, mind reeling, soul recoiling, I perused those all-revealing pages, which moved relentlessly but surely toward a final, culminating immensity which froze my brain. A sullen dawn was looming when I finished that terrible treatise, and screamed curses upon all the gods that were, for then I knew. Fool that I was! Fool to have thought that the tiny globe of Vool, or the entire cosmic sphere itself, could contain any place of hiding from them. Fool not to have destroyed those pages utterly unread. But it was too late. The eternal dirge of all mankind's. Too late. I had succumbed to that deadly and avaricious arch-enemy, curiosity. I had read, and was utterly and damnably doomed. And now, as if in answer to my imprecations, there came a mocking chuckle of amusement, as if from far away, and then nearer, riding down the star wind, faint and clear, a peculiar sibilance and a shifting, as if every individual atom in the planet of Vool had been deviated infinitesimally from its path, intense cold, a kind of livid glare that burst suddenly, filling all the room about me. And then I think I tried to shriek, but each succeeding attempt rose to a certain point in my throat and stopped. How can I convey the soul-shattering horror of that moment when, from the nothingness before me, there emerged a thing, a sort of shapeless, writhing mass, greenish and fluorescent, tangible and sentient, indescribable because it was constantly changing, fading away at the edges as if it were but a projection, reaching through from some other space or dimension. In that moment, I remembered those words Cthulhu had said to me, because I know, Tlavia, that they can reach in. In that moment, I knew what manner of thing confronted me, knew that this was the shape that had descended upon the city of Boolm those many months ago to blast all intelligence. I knew that I must shriek to save my mind, tried again and again, but could not. And then, as I closed my eyes against the blinding brilliance of it and felt my mind slipping slowly away, there seemed to emanate from the thing a radiance to touch my brain with a soothing coolness. The first icy wave of horror passed over me and left me calm with that utter impassivity born of hopelessness. So it was that there in the cold dawn of that nameless city I listened to the pronouncement of the doom that was to be mine. I say listened, but there was no sound. The thing was polychromatic, with an interplay of colors many of which I was certain were alien to this universe. And with every scintillating change of color, thought was sent pulsing into my brain. The fate reserved for me, the thing scintillated, was not to be as Cthulhu's, nor as those other unfortunates back in the city of Boolm, for I was the very keynote upon which they based their jest. Not until the person whom I knew as Cthulhu had found the way out there had they ever so much as suspected the existence of such animalia on the tiny spheres. Observing closely then, they discovered that many of the spheres abounded with such creatures, and they were amused at the colossal impudence of this one. Probing Cthulhu's mind, they discovered that it was his inherent curiosity which had made him seek for the answers to galactic secrets, and finally to find the way out there. This phenomenon of curiosity or aspiration, they discovered, was a universally inherent quality of these animalia. Furthermore, it was a quality of good to which they, being forces of pure evil, were opposed. Then it was that they conceived their jest. They thrust Cthulhu back upon Vool with that dire warning which he had almost whispered to me. To them, who are timeless and therefore omnipresent, the phenomena which Cthulhu knew as past and future were as one. They had foreseen that Cthulhu would not heed that warning. And, the thing went on, knowing well the fate that had been his, I had had every opportunity to destroy those pages he had written. But it was foreseen, indeed foreordained, that I should read. And now those pages would never be destroyed. I would bind them well into a book that would be imperishable all through the ages, and upon that book they would cast a curse to await any who dared to peruse it. And, as a stimulant to this gigantic scheme of the Outer Ones, conceived by them for their own amusement, I must preface the book with a warning to all mankind. Then let him disregard the warning who dared. Reading on, there could be no turning back. He would be compelled to read on to the end, and upon him would devolve the curse. Only when such a one had dared would I be free. As to the curse, the thing continued, and my immediate fate, he was undetermined. Perhaps he would take me out there. Such things as aspiration and emotion and mind, in connection with the tiny motes they had newly discovered on the spheres, had aroused a transient interest, and experiments would be entertaining. Such diabolism only those entities could conceive. The thing is gone now, as I, Talavia, conclude this preface of warning. But I feel that I have written these words under a pervading surveillance. From infinitely far away now, I seem to hear unleashed shouts of glee. Or is that only my imagination? But no, very close to my ear now, as I write these final words, comes that penetrant and portentous chuckle, which I know is not imagination, to remind me that this which I write, everything, all, is but a part of their preconceived plan. 3. The book lay there, opened wide, flat on the table before me. Thus had the preface ended, on the left-hand page. The page opposite it was blank, and there were many pages following. For a long time I sat there, in the absolute stillness of the room, pondering, full of amazement at what I had just read, wondering what evil secrets might be revealed in those following pages. Even the things hinted at in the preface were suggestive enough. I recalled with a start how anxious that tiny slate-coloured man had been for me to read the book, and I wondered if, indeed, the curse would be transferred to me if I dared to turn the page and read on. Abruptly I came to my senses with a little laugh. "Nonsense," I said aloud to the room. "What am I thinking of? Such things as that can't be." My hand reached out to turn the page. The log in the fireplace snapped sharply. I arose to replenish the fire, noticing as I did so that the clock on the mantel said 20 minutes until midnight. For the first time, I was aware of the chill that had crept into the room. As I turned from my task, I saw that tiny man of the bookstore standing very quietly there beside the table. Now, by all rules of propriety, I should have been shocked or astounded or scared. Later, I wondered why I hadn't been. But right then, I wasn't any of those things. I should at least have done him the courtesy of inquiring how he had learned my address, or how he had managed to enter my room, the very solid door of which I had most decidedly locked. But right then, as I turned and faced him, I only seemed to think how very appropriate this all was, that he should be there so very opportunely. There were several of the most deucedly puzzling points about the book that I should like to clear up. Oh, I knew, of course, that all this was nothing but a dream, knew that was why it was so illogical. The little man spoke first, in answer, as it were, to the very first question I had been about to propound. "No, I am not that Tlavir whose warning you have just read," he said with a monotony that suggested an infinite weariness of repetition. "The fact is, we may never know how many eons ago this diabolic thing began. That very part of the cosmos where the book had its origin may long since have passed into oblivion. But for all of that, neither am I of your world. It was ages ago on my own planet, the very location of which I have long forgotten, that the book came to me in much the same way it has come to you, brought to me by a queer person not of my own planet, who had traversed the ages and the outer spaces with the book. I was an avid student of the vaguely hinted at, pre-mundane creatures supposed to have inhabited my world before it swam into light out of the darkness. Just as you have read, so did I read, eagerly. And just as you now doubt, appalled at the thought of the immensity that might be, so did I doubt. As you now hesitate before the book, so did I hesitate. But in the end, I gestured impatiently at the thought he was trying to suggest to me. Whatever kind of hoax this was, it was silly. True, I had always been an imaginative person, my library consisting of the weirdest literature ever written, but always deep in my mind was the safe and comfortable knowledge that it was literature and nothing more. But now, to ask me to believe that upon this book had been placed a curse, to be transferred to him who read, that it had come here through space and through the ages from some alien planet, brought here by this man who claimed he was not of this world, that was too much. It was much too much. That is the stuff of which fiction is made. So thinking, I once more reached out toward the book. But, thank God, my hand recoiled in horror as those queer, writhing symbols upon the open page met my eye with a significance that jerked my mind back to a semblance of reason. For I saw that those symbols were not, could not be, of this earth. I felt myself suddenly trembling as all my assurance vanished in an instant, trembling as my taut mind suddenly sensed things lurking out of sight and sound, but very near. The tiny man had watched my movements with an intense expectancy and eagerness, and as my hand recoiled, his whole being bespoke disappointment and temporary defeat. But this was only for an instant, and then he too seemed to sense some invisible presence close at hand, stood poised, very still, head erect, as if listening to something that I could not hear, something I was not meant to hear. For just a moment he stood thus, before he spoke again, and now his voice, as he went on, was weary once more and sad. Yes, you had persisted in believing that all of this was some kind of hoax, but now, even as all the others, you know differently. You delight in delving into the weird and terrible, and I had hoped that you would be the one, but it has always been thus. On the outermost planet of your system, that which you call Pluto, I encountered a denizen who, like yourself, was intensely interested in the ancient and dreadful superstitions of his planet. He also read the preface that you have just read. He too wavered with that dread uncertainty, but his courage failed him, and he fled from me in the book as he would have fled from a plague. And so I knew that once again I had failed in this grotesquerie, that not yet was I to be free from the curse. But it has been so long, and nowhere can I escape those tortures of mind and soul which they inflict upon me at their will, for it is from them that I derive the immunity to the terrors of outer space, and that hitherto unsuspected power of darkness which transcends by far the power of light,
by which I am enabled to traverse the space between planets and between galaxies. But no single moment, no single thought of my own. You cannot know the horror of that. Sometimes in the middle of night they project a blasphemous shape upon me, whose toothless mouth opens and closes in an obscene, soundless sound, who sits on my chest to perform a grotesque rite during which my very identity is lost in the churning of chaotic confusion, and my mind reels out amidst the booming monody of the stars, on out into that boundless abyss, beyond the outermost curved rim of cosmic space, where they dwell in contemplation of a monstrous catastrophe to the cosmos. Nay, it is more than a contemplation. The thing has begun, is being done now, and out there I have assisted in this thing, the very immensity of which would drive one mad who knew. I would welcome madness, but they will not even let me go mad. His voice, ordinarily thin and shrill, had reached a penetrating shriek. "But," I said at last in a sort of triumph, "if you are so anxious for me to read this book, these very things you tell me defeat your purpose. If this whole crazy thing is not a dream, which I believe it is." He almost reeled as he put his hand to his head. "That is because you do not know the malign cunning of them who conceived this plot. My very thoughts, the words I speak, come from them. I am theirs." An almost imperceptible pause, during which he again seemed to listen to that which I could not hear, and he continued, "But consider well. The book reveals secrets which can be yours, knowledge of which you have scarcely dared to dream. Why, you have not even thought to connect that Cthulhu mentioned in the preface with that tentacled and ever-damned Cthulhu, reputed to have come to Earth eons ago by way of the planet Saturn, to which it had previously fled from depths beyond your solar system. You can know whence obscure and loathsome Sathagua came, and why, and other obscenities of subhuman legend hinted at in your Necronomicon and other forbidden books, Nyarlathotep and Hastur, and the abominable Migo, frightful and omniscient Yog-Sothoth, ponderous and proboscidean Shognathorn, and Behemoth the Devourer. You will converse with the Whisperer in darkness. You will know the meaning of the affair that shambleth in the stars, and will behold the hunters from beyond. You will learn the very source of those hounds of Tyndalos who dwell in a chaotic nebula universe at the very rim of space, and who are in league with those outer ones. All of these things, with which you are vaguely familiar through your readings, will you know, and much more. In the pages of the book, which go beyond the very beginning, are revealed secrets which the wildest flights of your imagination cannot begin to comprehend. Your mind, now such a puny thing, will expand to encompass that entire infinite arcanum of all matter, and you may learn in what manner the entire cosmos was spewed forth by an evil thought in the mind of a monstrous thing in the darkness. You will see that this cosmos, which we consider infinite, is but an atom in their infinity, and you will behold the appalling position of our cosmos in that larger infinity, and the obscene rites in which it plays an integral part. You will know the histories of suns and nebulae, and yours will be the power of bodily transposition between planets, or even to galaxies so remote that their light has not yet reached Earth. How can I describe those few minutes? His shrill voice going relentlessly on, the book lying open there on the table between us, the flames in the fireplace throwing flickering shadows about the room. I standing there stiffly erect, one hand on the table, mind reeling, trying to grasp the great magnitude of these things he was telling me, and trying to weigh, one against the other, what I dared to believe and what I feared to believe. And all the time he was speaking, his head was held in that position which made me think he was listening. Listening for what? And his gaze as he talked was not fixed on me, but over my shoulder at the mantel where rested the clock. Once, while he was speaking, I had slid my hand forward on the table slowly to almost touch the book, but an almost imperceptible change in the timbre of his voice made me draw my hand back. And all during his rambling sentences, whether it was the bewildering effect of his words on my brain or not, I shall never know. I seemed to sense more and more clearly the presence of those invisible forces lurking nearby, and they, too, seemed to be waiting. He was no longer speaking. I was not aware of when exactly he had stopped speaking. I only knew that I was no longer listening to his voice, but was listening for something else. Something I knew not what. I only knew that we were not alone in that room, and that the time had not yet come, but was near. So I listened for that which I could not quite hear, and stared again, fascinated, at the book that lay there on the table between us. He saw that fascination. "Read," he whispered fervently, bending toward me. "You know you want to read. You want to read." Yes, I wanted to read. More and more was that fact forcing itself upon me. What sane man could believe that this book had such menacing connections as he had hinted? But I was past being sure that I was a sane man. If I believed this story, I was assuredly not sane. If I did not believe, why did I hesitate? Again his whisper, "You want to read." His almost imploring tone caused me to recoil from the book in horror. But the fascination had not left me, and I could not utter the emphatic no that had risen to my tongue. Instead, I looked quickly, a little wildly, about the room, into the corners, anywhere except into that little man's eyes, for I suddenly knew that to do so would be fatal. Those unseen forces seemed to fill the room now. I could feel a definite tumult, a sort of surging to and fro, faint sounds of fury, as of a mounting hostility between two opposing groups, a growing but unseen confusion of which I was the centre. Into my mind flashed the thought that there was no little grey man, and no book, and that all the seeming events of the evening were but a nightmare from which I would presently awaken. But no. Here I was standing in my library beside the table with that absurd little man opposite me, and that growing, unseen tumult about me. Could one think thus in nightmares? I wondered. Probably not, and therefore this was no nightmare. Close upon this illogical chain of thought came another, with a suddenness so terrifying that I knew it had not originated in my own mind. It was one of those thoughts out of nowhere. It was simply the plain and uncompromising knowledge that this was all real, no hoax, no farce, but that I was faced with the most stupendous thing that had ever come to this earth, and must conquer it or be conquered. I knew, too, with a sudden wild hope, that I would not be alone in fighting it. Those forces surging ever closer about me were there for a purpose, presaged something in my favour. I turned then, with a slow deliberateness, and faced the tiny man who was waiting. No word was spoken, as my eyes met his very black and bottomless ones. I was lost. Too late I knew it. Everything around me vanished as those eyes grew, expanded, became two huge pools of space black and boundless beyond all imagining. I had been caught by the suddenness of it, but with a feeble instinct I fought against those eyes which seemed to draw me. But there were No longer any eyes. My feet were no longer on the floor. I was floating serenely along somewhere, 1,000,000 miles out in that black space. Serenely. But no, I was no longer floating now. A touch had brought me back. My feet were on the floor again, and I stood close against the table. But some part of me seemed still to move along against my own volition. That was funny. I wanted to laugh. It was my hand that was no longer a part of me, that was creeping, crawling, sliding like some sinuous serpent across the smooth tabletop, toward the book. Yes, I remembered then, in a vague sort of way. There was a book on the table, a book that lay open and waiting, a book that for some terrible reason I must not touch. What was that reason? Slowly, I remembered. There was a queer little man with very black eyes, who had told me an awful fact about the book, who had wanted me to read. To touch it would mean that I should read, and read, no turning back. Ah, how fully did comprehension then flee back to me through my rising panic, as I sought in vain to stay the hand that crept along the table there like some Judas that would betray its master. How that churning confusion about me did increase, warningly, sweeping around me in an undulating wave as if they, too, knew something of the panic that was upon me. How they closed in around me, those unseen forces, from behind, from all sides, purposeful, as if they would press me back away from the table, away from the menace of the book. I almost heard tiny, warning voices flitting past my ear, almost felt fingers tugging valiantly at my own, and for a moment I thought I comprehended. These forces, rallying valiantly about me, had they once succumbed to the book in ages past? Countless beings from all parts of the universe come now to align themselves with me against the forces of the book. I may have guessed close to the truth. I shall never know. Nor shall I ever know by what terrific effort I finally hurled myself away from that table. I do not remember it. I only know that I stood at last, supporting myself on the back of my chair, trembling in body and weak in mind, knew that the tension of that terrible moment was gone, and that the forces which had rallied around me were once again quiet, waiting. That this was but a temporary respite in the battle I well knew, and knew too that my exhausted brain could not endure another such assault. 6 feet away, the book lay face up on the table, a menacing, mocking thing. Opposite it, that tiny man still stood on the self-same spot where I had first glimpsed him in the room. In those black eyes was now a lustre, a bright lustre of hate for those forces which had fought with me against him, those which he must have known would come. How many times had they defeated him, I wondered? Had each of them once been a guardian of the book as he was now? If ever he won release from the book, would he in turn join forces with those who fought against it? Would they ever become strong enough to defeat those outer ones who had conceived this entire plot? I must not waste my strength in wondering, but prepare for the assault that must surely come again. In a sudden flash of illumination, I knew that I must hold on just a little longer, hold on until 12 o'clock. That's why he had watched the clock there on the mantel over my shoulder. It must be very near the hour now, and if I could but hold on, stay away from that table, avoid those eyes, not be caught off guard again. But how futile a thought! In that very instant, the huge, swimming blackness of those eyes again caught me with that fierce tenacity, again swept me up and away beyond all suns and stars, out into that vast darkness which cradles the universe. I was like a man drowning, who in a few brief seconds sees his entire past unfolded,
but I saw instead my future, a future of dark terror and torture amid the vague forms and fears of that outer place. Even as I floated serenely in that terrible darkness, I could seem to see those forms, those outer ones, indescribably repulsive for all their vagueness, peering past me with malicious glee at some drama being enacted for them, as it had been how many times before. And this time I was a part of that drama. And yet there seemed to be another part of me, far away and unimportant, a part of me that tried to make me see that this darkness was the illusion, not the reality, that struggled with a feeble sort of intensity to thrust this darkness away. How foolish, how useless. Now that other part of me was trying to remember something that had seemed important a long time ago, something to do with... But no, it was useless. Wait, had not that darkness all about me suddenly shivered, like water whose smooth surface is disturbed? Again, now fading, receding. Had not something brushed my cheek just then? Was that a whisper in my ear? A number of whispers now, eager, urgent. The blackness around me receded rapidly, dissolved into two ebony pools that fled far away into space, becoming tinier, tinier, until they stopped to peer back at me. With a shock, I was once again back in the familiar room, felt the floor under me, stood close against the table, and was gazing at the twin ebony pools that were the tiny man's eyes. But in those eyes was now something of consternation and distress, dismay in those eyes. As before, with no volition of mine, my hand was gliding smoothly across the tabletop toward the book. As before, that surging of unseen forces was all about me. But now there was no confusion, no haste, no panic. There was instead a kind of unseen jubilation and pulsing of triumph. But still those flitting little voices passed my ear, faint and not quite heard, but seeming to urge me in something that I could not quite grasp. I must try to be ready for whatever would come. My hand touched the book. It moved over the opened page. Now! Act now! Act! Act! The hand, which before had tried to betray me, now acted in a flash. I seized the book, whirled and cast it straight into the blazing fire behind me. Immediately, everything about me was a wild joy of triumph. But this lasted only a moment, and then all was quiet and still. Those forces, or beings, or whatever they were, had once more triumphed, and now were gone back to whatever realm they had come from. But as I look back at it all now, it seems a nightmare, and I cannot be sure. I am not even sure whether those words, "Act now, act," were whispered in my ear, or whether they came screaming from my own throat in the tenseness of that moment. I am not sure whether some force entirely outside of myself caused me to seize and fling that book, or whether it was a purely reflex action on my part. I had no intention of doing it. As for that tiny man beyond the table, he did not even leap to intercept. He did not move. He seemed to become even smaller. His eyes were once more very black, but somehow pitiable, not even reflecting the fire into which he gazed. For a few seconds he stood there, the very aspect of infinite sorrow and utter hopelessness. Then, very slowly, he walked over to the fireplace and reached a thin hand, as it seemed to me, into the very flames, and from those flames picked out the book, the age-old, parchment-like pages of which had not even burned. Of what happened next I hesitate to write, for I can never be sure how much of it was real and how much hallucination.
In my fall to the floor, I must have struck my head a pretty hard wallop, for I was several days in the care of a doctor who for a while feared for my mind. As I said, the tiny man had picked out the book from the flames. I am sure no word was spoken, but the next thing that happened was a sound, and it was a chuckling sound of such portentous diabolism as I hope never to hear again, seeming to come from far away, but approaching nearer and nearer until it seemed to emanate from the four walls of the room. Then came a blinding glare of light. That sounds trite somehow, but it was exactly that. Blinding hardly describes it, but I know of no stronger word. And it's at this point that I am not certain. I may have fallen and struck my head and become unconscious right after that glare of light, or I may really have seen what I seemed to see. I'm rather inclined to the latter belief. So vivid did it seem at the time. How often I have read stories in which the author, attempting to describe some particularly awful thing or scene, has said, "It is beyond the power of my pen to describe," or words to that effect, and how often I have scoffed. But I will never scoff again. There before me in that moment was the indescribable in reality. I will, however, make a feeble attempt. What I saw, or seemed to see, must have been that same thing from outside which Talavia described in the preface of the book. One moment it wasn't there, and the next moment it was there. I suppose the glare of light occurred in that interval between the wasn't and the was. But there it was. I can look back upon it now with a sort of grim humor. It was pretty big, and seemed to be sticking through from some other space or dimension, just as the fellow had said in the preface. It wasn't an arm, or a face, or a tentacle, or a limb of any sort, nothing but a part, and I wouldn't want to say what part. It was all colours and colourless, all shapes and shapeless, for the simple reason that it changed colour and shape very rapidly and continually, always disappearing at the edges, not touching the floor or any part of the room. More than that I cannot say. I had looked upon it for barely the count of 1, 2, 3, when everything was suddenly black, and I could not feel the floor under me at all. But just before my mind slipped entirely away into the abyss, I heard a monstrous word, a name, shrieked in that shrill voice that belonged to the tiny man with the book, and once again that name shrieked in agony, shrill, faint, floating down along the star path, fainter, fainter. The first thing I did, when able to leave my bed, was to pay another visit to that bookstore. As I approached the narrow frame building, its air of utter desolation dawned upon me. I tried the door, but it was locked, and peering through a grimy window, I perceived the books piled around haphazardly on the floor and on the shelves, everything covered with a grey depth of dust. That was peculiar. A curious apprehension seized me. I was sure this was the right bookstore. There could be no mistaking it. I had considerable difficulty finding out who the owner was, but I finally located him, a tall, raw-boned, rather unkempt man. "Oh," he said, in answer to my question. "You mean the place down on 6th Avenue? Yes, I own the place. Used to run a bookstore there. Business bad, so I locked it up. All of 6 months ago, I reckon it was. I might make another stab at it sometime." "No, I've never unlocked the place since." "Yeah, sure, of course I'm sure." "What? A man about 4 feet tall, with grey skin and no eyebrows? Hell no!" He looked at me as though he thought I was crazy, so I didn't pursue the matter further. But I don't think I want to read the Necronomicon after all.
Settler's Wall by Robert Lowndes. 1. While I am not the most tidy of persons when it comes to some of my effects, books and records are in order, but every time I open a drawer of my desk, I groan and vow to put things in shape next week. I do like to see things worked out thoroughly, and that is why I have been reluctant to tell this story, even in the guise of fiction. I was not there at the finale, nor was anyone else. No living person actually saw what happened. The only evidence is some photographs, and while the camera may not lie, some first-class liars are very adept at working with cameras. It happened in 1934, when my cousin, Arthur Gordon, was spending a summer in the CCC camp at Flagstaff, Maine. The Great Depression may have passed its nadir by then, but it was far from over, and I had been fortunate enough to get into a publishing venture with a high school acquaintance, Will Richards. If it did not make us rich, at least it kept us ahead of the big bad wolf. Our advertiser covered the Stamford, Norwalk area, and we had reached the point where we would have to decide whether to expand further or see if we could settle down comfortably in our present slot. The immediate decision was to take a brief vacation and let the question ferment in our subconscious for a time. And why not, Will asked, drive up to Maine, see Arthur, and get a look at what the CCC was doing up there, and then roam a bit before heading back. Why not indeed? We did it, transporting a fair number of Arthur's colleagues back toward their camps or toward their homes, depending upon whether they were going on leave or returning, and found the 178th Company at Flagstaff to be a very good deal for a young fellow who was willing to do an honest day's work and conform to a reasonable amount of discipline. It wasn't Army degree discipline, but nonetheless, the Reserve Army and Navy officers who commanded the camps could make life uncomfortable for the fellow who tried to buck the system, or just wouldn't make the effort to fit in. The already delinquent youth, I don't recall whether that term was used then, didn't last. He went out with a DD, dishonorable discharge, rather soon. But I could see that there were many who might have crossed the line into delinquency otherwise, for whom this was exactly the opportunity they so urgently needed, and they were taking it. There were no provisions at the camp itself for overnight visitors, but we found friendly and adequate accommodations near the village of Flagstaff, and the coolness of early morning found us on the way to Skowhegan. Just where we had planned to go after reaching the town, I no longer recall. Will said something about acquaintances up here, nor does it matter, because we did not reach Skowhegan that day. In 1934, road signs throughout New England existed, of course, but they were sparse compared to 1968, and while I have not been back to Maine, I wouldn't be astonished to find that area considerably changed. Mrs. Wing gave us directions, which amounted to looking for some sort of barn down the Ruddermite, where we should keep to the right, and then another landmark a mile beyond that, where we would make a turn, etc. Arthur had warned us about the local conceptions of distance, and there were various of his associates in camp who averred that the standard of a mile in Maine was the distance that a healthy and startled pony could run before it dropped. Everything, mind you, was down the Ruddermite, and we'd be on dirt roads for quite a time. Eventually, we came to a sign, predicted, and later on we came to a branching in the road, which had been left a surprise to us. Exactly one car had passed us, and we had passed all of 3 habitations, very decent-looking farmhouses. July in Maine, Arthur said, makes you forget things like the fact that when we arrived in camp near the end of April, there were still 4-foot snowbanks to be seen. Although we were on vacation, and we weren't really going anywhere, I was beginning to get the feeling that we ought to stop at the next house and see if we could get our bearings. I rolled down the side window, knocked my pipe speculatively against the frame, chipping off still more of the faded blue paint, and wondered aloud if we had made the correct turn. Will Richards looked at his wristwatch. Obviously, Clyde, we didn't. By now we'd be on some sort of improved road, and close to Scow, if not there. He sidled the car to a stop. Let's rest a while, rouse out the maps, and take our bearings after a sandwich or two. There wasn't a breath of air stirring as we emerged onto the tufty grass, and the clouds in the sky seemed to have been painted there. It was a dry heat, though, and the only real discomfort was the cramps one got from driving along dirt roads in a vintage 1927 Ford. The tea in the thermos bottle was cool enough, and Mrs. Wing's sandwiches both tasty and moist enough. Will picked up a pebble and threw it across the road, where it bounced off the high wall on the left side. That's quite a thing, isn't it? And right then, I had the oddest feeling. I had seen this wall, and yet not really noticed it, even though it extended as far as we could see in either direction. There were no markings on it visible from across the road, and when we got around to examining it close up, we found none still. Our guess that it was 10 feet high turned out to be correct, and there it rose, dull, grey and well-weathered. Within the range of our vision, there was not a single distinguishing sign. At no point did grass eclipse it, or vines, or trees. In fact, the grass ended just about a foot away from it, in as straight a line as one could imagine, and the well-packed earth between the end of the grass and the wall itself was perfectly clean. Not a leaf, well, of course, there were no trees anywhere near. Not a pebble. The one Will had thrown must have bounced back into the grass. I hadn't thought he'd thrown it that hard. We stood in front of it, and turned our heads first to the left, and then to the right. The wall ran parallel to the road, straighter than the road, and we could not see the end of it in either direction. It must be miles long, Will said softly. Then, as if wondering why he had dropped his voice so, he cleared his throat to pick it up again. Did you notice when we hit it? I shook my head. Wait, I said. It was right after we went over that bump in the road. Or was it a hole? Anyway, I felt a jolt, and I'm sure the wall began just a little beyond that. You know, something like this ought to be marked on the map. Or at least there ought to be some sort of sign saying, "You are now 2 miles from the famous long wall," or something like that. And you'd think that Mrs. Wing or Arthur or someone would have mentioned it. I looked out over the open meadow to the right of the road, which eventually ran into wooded hills near the horizon. There was no sign of human habitation or occupancy visible. In the distance, I could see birds in the sky, but around us there had been no signs of life at all. Not an ant, not a spider, not a fly, not a yellowjack, not a beetle, not a snake. And who built it, and why? Will was going on. A 10-foot-high wall this length just doesn't get built 10, 20 miles from nowhere, for no reason at all. You know, it doesn't really look as if there's been anyone living around here for an awful long time. I guess maybe the land was cleared once, since it isn't all forest now. Or maybe there were natural meadows here to begin with. Have to ask a naturalist about that sometime, but I suppose it has a lot to do with the way the soil quality can shift here and there. I'll bet we're miles from the nearest house of any kind. I was listening, but not only to Will. Have you noticed how quiet it's been since we came upon this wall? I walked right up to it. We'd been standing at a respectful distance, and scrutinized it the way a sleuth is supposed to examine evidence, magnifying glass or no magnifying glass. You know, it looks as if it's made of one piece. I don't see a sign of separate stones. This is not stucco or concrete, and it can't be metal. Will joined me and laid his hand upon the surface. Feels like stone, all right, but it ought to be a little hotter. Clyde, put your palm on it like this. I followed his lead and nodded. Not quite smooth, but even so you'd think it would have picked up more heat on a day like this. Well, it's about 12:30. What say we take a little walk before going on? Half-hour's exercise. I am not a devotee of exercise for its own sake, but I'll walk 20 miles with a minimum of complaint. Well, 3, if there's what appears to me to be a good reason for it. And my curiosity was aroused almost to the point where it matched my ever-present desire to see the new issue of my favorite science fiction magazines, even if it meant to hike to a nearby town, usually Darien. Up to very recently, this had often been a necessity, when subscriptions ran out and I didn't have the renewal price, and gas couldn't be wasted, just so I could pick up a new issue the day it appeared on the stands. I said to Will, "Look, you start down that way and I'll go this way. I want to walk around this thing. We'll meet after a while." Will looked at me in silence, since this was the first indication he'd ever had that I was willing to indulge in any sort of physical exertion that wasn't positively necessary. "It may be longer than you think. A lot longer." "Well, then let's walk in different directions for 15 minutes. At 12:45 we stop, turn and see if the other is in sight, then head back toward the car." So I started briskly for me anyway, down the road, whistling between my teeth. Why was this wall 10 feet high? How had it been made? Nothing about it changed in any way as I strode along. It still looked and felt like stone, and there were still no breaks or joins anywhere in it, no cavities, no irregularities, and nothing growing near enough to it to touch it in any way. And what was behind it? I could see nothing but the sky above. What about the upkeep? How had it been kept so clear? I examined the line of grass that ended a foot from the wall, and was sure that this was not kept that way by a gardener. There were no signs of cutting. No, it grew that way. Soil differences again? Soil differences following a perfectly straight line, parallel to a perfectly straight wall? Then why hadn't the road been made straight? And why hadn't we been bothered by insects during lunchtime? Mrs. Wing's jelly sandwiches certainly should have roused up the yellowjacks. At least one grasshopper should have come into sight, not to mention butterflies. And the grass was the sort of grass where one found daddy longlegs and flies. I shook my head, lit up the last cigarette in the pack I was carrying. I'm omnivorous when it comes to tobacco, and crumpled up the empty package, tossing it against the base of the wall. A moment later, I went back to look at it. The crumpled package was in the grass, not lying on the bare strip. I continued, and then saw something up ahead, on the other side of the road. A few minutes later, it was identifiable as a parked car. Someone had been driving not too far ahead of us, obviously, and had also stopped, very possibly to examine this wall, I thought. A second thought told me that this conclusion was unwarranted, requiring that the party ahead also be a tourist. It might just as easily be a native of the district to whom the wall was a commonplace. But if that were the case, then perhaps we could get some information. I looked at my watch. 12:45. I turned and peered carefully behind me, but Will wasn't in sight. Well, it would do no harm to go a bit farther and see who was there up ahead. Up to this point, there had been peculiarities, things that made one wonder, things which you would tell someone to elicit a whistle or a smile of disbelief at your attempt at a tall tale, but all of them, anomalous as they were, of the sort of piece which one could look back upon years later with a sort of pleasure. You would feel that there certainly was some sort of entirely natural explanation, even if it included some rather bizarre human behavior and motivation. But there was nothing thus far that really threatened anyone, omitting the type of nervous wreck who feels threatened by just about anything unusual. It was at this point, I say, that the wall ceased to be strange, unusual, amusing, fantastic, etc., and became shocking. For the car up ahead was our own 1927 Ford, with badly chipped blue paint, parked over by the side just as we had left it. And when I turned around to look behind me, there was Will Richards coming up, with an equally amazed expression on his face. "Where did you come from?" I asked, then paused as I realized that we were speaking simultaneously. He had walked for 15 minutes in the direction opposite to my course, had stopped at 12:45, turned, seen nothing, started back, still seeing nothing between him and the car. Then, suddenly, I was there. I tried to say something about this being a two-pipe problem, but my heart wasn't in it. Nonetheless, I knew I had to rest, and a little tobacco would offer tranquilization, since we had no other sort handy. We were torn between the desire to get into the car and drive away at top speed, and the feeling that we had to know more. I have often wondered if it would have been worse had we driven away, if we wouldn't have been virtually compelled to return. Well, there's no answering that, but somehow I've never been able to feel that it would have been better had we taken a different course. What we did, of course, after a rest period, was to try again, only this time we walked together in the same direction, the one I had taken which left the car behind us. We started out at exactly 1:15, and it was 1:24 when we passed the crumpled cigarette package. We looked at it, then continued, our eyes shifting from the wall to the road up ahead. The stillness, the absence of insect life was beginning to become a positive irritation. "Watch closely now," Will said. "If it's going to happen again, it should happen very soon. What's the time?" 1:26, I said. We did not increase our pace, and Will let me set it. I kept as closely as I could to the stride I had used before, suppressing the urge to go faster with an effort. I kept my eyes fixed on the road ahead, on the right side of the road. There was nothing visible except the road itself, nothing but the meadow to the right, the wall to the left, nothing. There! "Time!" gasped Will. "What's the time?" He seemed to have forgotten that his own watch ran better than mine. 1:33 exactly, I said, my eyes reluctantly moving from the dark speck over to the right of the road ahead of us. We both knew what it was. We were right. 2. To say that there were more wings around this part of the country than there are Smiths in the Manhattan telephone directory is to exaggerate, but not to give a false impression, really. The one at whose house we found accommodations for the night was named Thad, and he was a distant relative of the one we had spent last night with. The missus was away for a spell, he said, but he could handle things. I didn't see much physical resemblance, but he was like his relative in old-fashioned courtesy and friendliness. His comment upon the fact that we looked as if we'd had a rough time was put in just the right manner, which indicated he'd listen with interest and sympathy if we wanted to talk, but not take offense if we didn't. So, after a hearty New England supper, we accepted his invitation to sit a while on the porch, where the insect life was by no means lacking. But both Will and I wanted to talk so badly, we barely noticed. I'm not going to try to reproduce anyone's enunciation of the local dialect. Not only does it make for tiresome reading after a sentence or two, it's like a marking in a music score which the composer hesitates to put in, for fear it will be exaggerated, finally does, and then finds that his fears are generally realized. I tried to do it anyway, and had to throw some pages away, because it just isn't right. You comes out ya, catch, your, ya, now, etc. But reading it back aloud, relying on memory as well as I could, I realized that I hadn't gotten it right. Let it pass. That should give you a general idea. Thad Wing eased us into the subject by telling us some of the local gossip. Pungent and bawdy quite a bit of it, and after a while we started to talk about the wall, at which point he asked how it was we didn't see the sign indicating that that was a private road at the turnoff, which should have brought us onto the asphalt road to Skowhegan. I told him that there wasn't any such sign. We'd both been looking for a landmark. We actually found it after we got back onto the right road, Wing's place being the first we came to thereafter, and certainly would have seen it had it been there. He allowed that it might have been blown away last week when there was a very high wind. Will continued up to the point where we'd found our car there by the side of the road ahead of us. Wing struck a match on his shoe and applied it to the oversized bowl of his corn cob. "What did you do when you found you couldn't walk around the wall, Mr. Richards?" Will looked at me, then took a swallow of the hard cider with which we had been provided. "Well," I started out, "the next thing we did was to see if we could find out what was on the other side. We walked back into the field over by the side of the wall until we could see beyond it." "And what did you see, Mr. Cantrell?" I sighed. "Nothing. That is, nothing unusual. There was apparently just an open field running into wooded hills, like the side we were standing on. I guess we would have turned around and gone back then if something hadn't happened. I slipped and went down to my knees," Will said. "I'd stepped on a little colored rubber ball. The red of it was faded, but there was a definite design on it that we could still see pretty clearly. I picked it up and threw it over the wall. I watched it. Clyde did too, and it just barely cleared the wall, but we both saw it go over. It should have fallen just a little bit on the other side. There wasn't much bounce left in it. I don't think it would have bounced hardly at all. But when we got back to the car, my eye caught something in the grass across the road. I went over to it and picked it up. It was a rubber ball, and I'd swear it was the same ball we had just seen drop over that wall." "The markings were the same," I said. "Of course, Mr. Wing, there are lots of little rubber balls made with similar markings, but Will and I had both walked along this way, and even if the colors were faded, I just don't see how we could have missed noticing it there. The grass wasn't high enough to conceal it. It was just a little ahead of our car, on the grass in front of the wall. I couldn't have missed seeing it before. I couldn't. And I was looking at the wall all the time we were walking back to the car," Will added. "If someone on the other side had tossed it back, I'd have seen it coming over. But that was just the start. I picked the ball up again and threw it over, high. You saw me do that, didn't you, Clyde?" I nodded. "And there was no wind. It couldn't have blown back," I said. "No, the air was perfectly still. Well, I threw it over, as I said, and turned around, and there was the ball on the grass just a little beyond the car." He paused, and we both looked at Wing, expecting some sort of reaction of disbelief. But he nodded and rocked a little in his chair. "Settler's Wall is very unsettling," he said. "We're used to it, but it bothers people coming from outside. That's why the Major's father put that sign up back around the time Cleveland was running for re-election. Missed, he did, but made it next time. Oh, the sign's been replaced a few times, but we've tried to keep it there. Gets knocked down every once in a while, and this will be the second time it's just blown away. Next time I see the Major, I'll have to tell him." Will was deep in thought. "Settler," he said. "Major Settler. Now where have I heard that name before?" "Well, he was a major before your time, Mr. Richards, and hasn't done anything to get himself in the papers since the scrap we had in Cuba, when Teddy Roosevelt got things going." Wing rubbed the grizzle on his chin, which passed for a beard. "Unless maybe you went to college a few years ago and came across his nephew then. Reckon you'd have had to, because Dave's name wasn't Settler." "Wasn't?" Dave got himself drowned in a lake a spell back. Darn shame, too." Wing broke off, in a way that suggested there was something more he could tell, if he had a mind to. "There was a Dave Fenner, who was a fraternity brother of mine at Columbia in 1930 and 1931. Will said. "One of the reasons why I decided to come to Maine was that I hoped to look him up." I sat there staring. It's amazing how you can know people, even work with them in close quarters for months, sometimes years, and not know them. Will had never mentioned going to Columbia, not even going to college for that matter. Something of what was going through my head must have penetrated to him, for he grinned rather lopsidedly at me. "Yes, Clyde, I'm a certified Bachelor of Arts, graduated summa cum laude from Columbia in 1931. I'm a real Latin scholar, or I would have been. Can you think of any other specialty more useless in these times? I was a fool not to switch in 1930 to something more practical. That's why I don't like to talk about college. But I did want to see if Dave was around. He'd concentrated on Latin too before he transferred to Columbia. I forget where he'd gone before. He didn't talk much about it, but he learned a lot of obscure Latin there." "I've heard it mentioned," Wing said. "Housatonic? No, that's in Connecticut, and a river, not a school. Something like that. It was around Massachusetts Bay, not too far from Marblehead. But I've dragged you away from what you were telling about the wall. Did you try something else?" "Yes. I picked up the ball and was going to throw it over again with all my strength, but Clyde stopped me. We took a paper plate we had in the trunk and wrote our names on it. Then he skimmed it over the wall, and it sailed over as neatly as you could ask. Then we turned around and started looking for it behind us. I'd say it took 10 seconds to locate it." Thad Wing poured himself another glass of cider and offered us refills from the jug. We did not refuse. "Most folks give up by that point," he said, "but I got a feeling that you two didn't. You look and talk as if you'd tried something else and got a still worse shock. Am I right?" "You sure are," I said. Will was determined to try to climb over the wall. He worked for the telephone company for a while as a linesman, and we had special climbing shoes in the car. Figured we might tackle a mountain hereabouts, and plenty of rope. So I tied the rope around his waist, then gave him a hand up the wall, and grabbed hold of the rope so that he could climb down the other side if he didn't want to jump, and give him a start when he wanted to come back. He got up to the top. There's enough room to stand there, and stood like a statue for a minute or so. Then he turned around, and his face was whiter than I ever saw it before. He didn't say anything, just nodded and started climbing down the other side while I let the rope out, keeping it taut. Then the rope seemed to slip out of my hands, and you found that he'd come down on the same side of the wall you were on, only you didn't see him coming," finished Wing. He nodded to Will. "And you, Mr. Richards? I reckon I know what gave you such a turn when you got on top of the wall and looked over to what was beyond it. You saw the same thing you saw on this side. You saw your car on the far side of the road, and I'll bet you saw Mr. Cantrell here looking up at you. You see, it's all been tried before. But the fact of the matter is that you can't walk around Settler's Wall, and you can't go over it. If you want my opinion, and the Major holds to it likewise, there's only one side to that wall, the side you're on." "But that's impossible," I protested. "There's no such thing as a wall with only one side." Wing chuckled. "That's the sort of thing us farmers are supposed to say when we see a giraffe. I'll tell you what I can about the wall. It's been called Settler's Wall as long as anyone can remember, because it's on settler property, but none of them built it. There's been Wings and settlers here for a long time, and that property had belonged to the Major's family since before the War of the Rebellion. Whether a settler or a wing was in these parts first doesn't make much difference, I guess. But nobody seems to have seen it much before 1840, or maybe the late 1830s, when they first started to clear the land in these parts. My father told me, and it's been passed down for quite a while now, there's a lot of things which may seem peculiar, but so long as they aren't hurting you any or hurting anybody else, don't you bother about them. Leave them alone. And that's the way it's been around here. That's the way we look at the wall, just about all of us. Settlers' Wall has never harmed anybody, but a few folks have hurt themselves getting all het up about it. What happened to them? I asked. The wall itself didn't do a thing to them, Wing said. It just stayed there and paid no attention to them. But they couldn't let well enough alone. They just had to know all about it. A couple of them have gotten themselves brain fever and died of it. And Jim Garland, he was the son of old Ben, but no use going into that. Well, this was around the 80s, and he'd gone to universities in England and Germany. He was determined to solve the secret of the wall. Wing took another deep swallow of hard cider, then stuffed his pipe again. What happened to him? Went mad. Didn't talk so that anyone else could make out any sense from it, not even the fancy doctors and professors who came here. It was a funny kind of Latin, they said he was talking, and a couple of the professors were pretty sure that he was quoting from some book, though it wasn't a book any of them had ever read. I think one of them had an inkling, but he wouldn't say anything. I got all this from my grandfather. Except that Jim must have gotten access to a book in the British Museum that people weren't supposed to see. But that's all he would say, though my grandfather was sure he knew a lot more, except that the best thing to do about the wall was just to leave it alone. I'm sure Dave was more interested in it than was good for him. Tell you what, you being an old fraternity brother of his, I reckon the Major would like to meet you. If you have the time, we could go over there tomorrow, and I think the Major would let you look at Dave's notebooks. None of us can read parts of them because they're in Latin too, and the only person around here who knows any says that it's too danged corrupt Latin. Thad Wing puffed away at his pipe, and I didn't feel like breaking the silence then. And if you want my opinion, because that's all it is, I don't know. I think the reason why Dave left that college in Massachusetts and shifted to New York was because he found out too much and had the sense to stop before he went off his head like Jim Garland. They had old books locked up at that college too, and what we could read of Dave's notebook says that he got to see some of them. Well, the Major and I, we both calculated a bit, and we figured that the books Dave was reading in corrupt Latin in 1926 and 1927 was the same books that Jim Garland found in London. They were real old books, copied out by hand. Dave used to correspond with a writer who lived in Rhode Island, and he'd get long letters from him every now and then. But when he came back from that place, he was a different person. He burned all the correspondence, and I think he might have burned the notebooks too, except perhaps he figured that no one could read them, and there were some things in them, personal things, that he didn't want to lose. Maybe he'd have copied those out and burned the rest if he'd lived. I don't know. One of those things where you have to say that just nobody knows, that's all. Will turned to me. What do you say, Clyde? Had enough of it, or can you take a little more? Shall we go see Major Settler? 3. I have often felt irritated in reading weird fiction when the author has taken the trouble to tell me that something is shocking, particularly when he has taken the trouble to present this material clearly. And now, on looking back over this manuscript, I see that I have done the same thing myself. Perhaps I've been wrong and misjudged some of my favorite writers, for I see now one use of this term which strikes me as entirely legitimate. And that is why I have left that passage just as I first wrote it. I do not mean that you ought to find the matter referred to shocking, or again that you never would unless I gave you the cue. What I was talking about was the effect that the experience of trying to walk around Settler's Wall had upon Will Richards and me. It was more than upsetting. It had a profound effect not only on our nervous systems, but also on our ability to think and reason with what I like to consider our normal ability. We were in something very much like a hypnotic situation, or at least like being under the spell of a first-class stage magician who induces you to look where he wants you to look, and thus be completely taken in by his illusions and deceptions. That was part of it. The astute reader has long since thought of something which just did not occur to either of us until the next morning. Of course, it was only a partial release, for it did not begin to explain everything, but it seemed like a major victory to me. When I awoke finally at the sound of the wing contingent of roosters who, having done their essential duty earlier, were now rehearsing for the next morning, a thought hit my mind as daylight struck my opened eyes. Will had preceded me to the bathroom. I looked at him carefully, wondering if it had occurred to him too, but I didn't think it had. He just didn't look as if it had. So I yawned and said to him, "Hey, why don't we just try to get up to the wall from behind? Go around the back way." He dropped his razor, which was as much applause as I could ask for. I marched triumphantly down the hall to the bathroom and left him there, thinking that I'd better mark the date on the calendar, since I'd forgotten the last time I'd beaten him to the mental punch. It was a fine day, and I enjoyed it heartily for all of 10 or maybe 15 minutes, until we went down to the breakfast table, met the neighbor who had come in to help, and, after a bit of desultory conversation, I mentioned my idea. Thadwing looked thoughtful and a little sympathetic, then murmured, "It's been tried." He chewed on his ham for a moment, then added, "Jim Garland was the last to keep on trying, and that was when he began to go queer. There's woods there, not too much different from the woods you see on the other side. What happened was, every time Jim would work his way out of the woods onto a meadow and find himself on the other side of the wall, across the road. You don't have to take my word for it, Mr. Cantrell. No law here against seeing for yourself." The flavour went out of Mrs. Sully's fine Maine breakfast at that point. I knew that the last thing in the world I wanted was to go through that experience myself. "What I don't understand, along with other things," Will said, "is why we've never heard about the wall before." "Well," Wing paused for a moment. "Don't want to sound offensive, don't mean any offence neither, but most folks around here just mind their own business. Course, it's no fault of yours that the sign was down. I'm sure you wouldn't have taken that road if you'd seen it. But the fact is that since the sign has been up, hardly anyone except the Major and his family have used the road. And folks just sort of generally agreed not to talk about the wall since Jim Garland went crazy. Most people around here have never seen it or heard of it. And those of us who have leave it alone, and it leaves us alone." Wing started to talk about something else, I guess to assure us that he didn't mean anything personal, and that we hadn't stepped on his toes in any way. After breakfast, we got into his buckboard and rode over to the Settlers. Just like that, no telephoning, though Wing had a wind-up telephone in his kitchen, a 3-party line affair. He sort of appreciated our adventure, he said, because he hadn't seen the Major for a spell, and this gave him a good reason to drop in. Later, we learned that this period of a spell was over 2 years. Settler and Wing had had a little disagreement and stopped talking to each other, each of them willing to be friends again if the other would just make the first move. So something good came out of our discovery of the wall, after all. Unless you have rubber bones, I do not recommend the buckboard as a desirable means of travel over unimproved roads. It did, however, help to take the edge off the feeling of dull horror that had crept back over me. I was somewhere in between the feeling of wanting to crawl into a cave and go to sleep, hoping to awaken in a different world where something like Settler's Wall really couldn't exist, and a morbid fascination which kept me wanting to see this thing through, though to what end I couldn't imagine. Major Horace Wingate Settler, USA, retired, looked the part to perfection. Take the build of Theodore Roosevelt, but remove the glasses, and something of the stoical quietness of Calvin Coolidge, who could talk when he had a mind to, but pour in more warmth, a touch of the friendly but firm sincerity of Eisenhower in situations where his command of self-expression has not been shot away, and you have our initial impressions. He greeted Thad Wing as if he hadn't seen him for a week or so, and they talked a bit after we'd been welcomed and made comfortable upon the porch. After a while, Wing gave a concise report upon how we'd happened to come across the wall and our experiences, mentioning that Will had been a classmate of Dave's at Columbia. The Major thawed visibly at that. Seemed to recall Dave mentioning some fraternity brother named Will. Well, if you can read what he wrote in his notebooks, we'd sure like to find out. About the wall, we all reckon. Not mine. I never built it, and neither did anyone else. That wall was here when we first came here, and folks around swore at the time they knew nothing about it. You can't find any mention of it, even in Indian legends. It was just there, somewhere around 1840. I didn't feel like arguing, and neither did Will, I could see. It was obvious to both of us that the Major and his forebears had solved the problem of the wall in their own way. They ignored it. The only thing they'd talk about was the unpleasant results of getting too curious. Nope, it never hurt anyone who didn't get too close to it, and didn't try to pry too far. The Major went on. Never did anyone a lick of good, either. But you're welcome to look it over in any way you want to, except one. Damnation, you can tear it down and cart it away if you can figure out how to do that, so long as you don't do any damage to the rest of the property or make me liable for anything. What's the one thing that's ruled out, sir? I asked. Trying to dig under it. That was what drove Jim Garland crazy, and a couple others before him got brain fever and died. He got up, showing little traces of age. Set now, and I'll bring you Dave's notebook. Reckon Thad would like to hear what you can make out of it. No hurt if it's all Chinese to you. Nobody else has been able to make much sense out of it. You mean, I asked, that no one has been able to translate anything in it at all? Nope. Some have got words and sentences all right, but what they got didn't leave us any better off than before. He was back a few moments later, during which time Wing told us that the Major's cousin's family lived here and took care of the place. We might see them later, if the visit took that long. I got the impression that, so long as we behaved ourselves and were of interest, we could stay for days as Wing's paying guest. When the others had nothing else important to do, they'd visit with us. When they did, we were on our own. The younger ones had daily tasks, but Wing and the Major worked when they felt like it, which was more often than not. Dave had attended a college in Massachusetts before coming to Columbia. Will had thought he'd started college late, but we found out now that he'd had a breakdown at that place and was out for a year or so before continuing. The college to which he had gone at first wasn't named, though I suspected that Wing really did recall the name. But the custom here was to refer to it, if one positively had to mention it at all, only as that place. The Major had closed the iron door upon it. Sattler reappeared now with a medium-sized copybook under his arm. Never did think much of that place, he started out. But Dave wanted to do research in Italy and other countries. Had the notion from reading about Da Vinci that some of those other old writers came across some useful military ideas that got overlooked because they were so obscure in the way they wrote things down. He'd need a real foundation in medieval Latin, and maybe earlier, and figured that place was the only school in the East which had the facilities for him. So I had to allow that it might be worth taking the risk. He filled up his pipe and lit it carefully. Wasn't a pacifist, but I could see that he wouldn't make a good soldier for an army career. Heart wasn't in it. He'd do his duty if the war broke out again, but otherwise, no. Sort of disappointed me at first, but then I started thinking. Had lots of time to think after my wife died. That's why those Germans came so close to beating the world. They did research. They worked out new ideas. Can't win a war with old ideas that everybody knows about, no matter how many men you have. May not be so long before the Japanese or the Russians or even the Germans again come up with new ideas and make another try. We have to keep ahead of them. He puffed on his pipe. Education plus imagination. That's what the army needs up at the top. I didn't have the education. Just had notions and didn't have the sense to keep them to myself. Found myself retired. But figured if Dave learned something important, and we could get someone with a West Point background interested enough, we'd be doing the country a real service. In the next half hour, while I tried to restrain my impatience, we learned that the League of Nations was on a par with the League of Mice, which solemnly decided that the way to security was putting a bell on the cat, and that disarmament was the next thing to treason. There were other countries who signed pacts and continued to rearm secretly, etc., and if we didn't have some new ideas to match them when they were ready to move, etc., letting the Japanese take over Manchuria should have shown any intelligent person how worthless the League was, and with the kind of government we had now, it was just as well we were out of it, etc. I tried not to glance too often at the notebook in the Major's lap, and even to make some intelligent remarks when Wing moved the conversation into the North state of unpreparedness, when anyone could see that the South was going to secede, and there would be war. Eventually, the notebook was in Will's hands, and he was puzzling over the first paragraph in Latin. Finally, he looked up. "It's a quotation," he said, "from a book that Dave identifies only as AA. Must be one of the rare ones at that place. I think I can make out what it says." He cleared his throat and read slowly. "There is that which is not of the malignancy of those which serve the elder ones, yet scholars say that it has somewhat of a passive alliance with them. It is in space, yet not in space, in time, yet not in time, and many and manifold are the prodigies that attend it. It moves not after it comes, nor does it harm any who pay it no heed, yet cruel is the compulsion it has upon those who come near, and fearful the magic it enacts upon them, that they become locked in its spell which leads to madness. Seek not to go around nor over, lest you be captured, and dig not in there toward that which lies beneath. The spells of— I can't make this out— avail not, nor does any demon impart knowledge of it. It comes in the time of— well, something, I cannot grasp the reference, and goes when the time is departed." The Major let his breath out. "Dang it, that's better than anyone else has been able to do. And you learn that much Latin at Columbia?" The Major swore to himself for a moment. "Then Dave never had to go to that place at all." Will shook his head. "I've read some other things, sir, which gave me an idea of what to look for, particularly when you said that Dave had been studying at— It's about the wall, all right, wouldn't you say so, Thad?" Wing nodded vigorously. "Of course, we were pretty sure it was, but this ties things together. There's been others like it in the past, and this is a sort of warning to leave them alone. Only it says that once you've started to pry, you find you just can't let it alone. Not easily, anyway. Like it had captured you and was studying you, Wing said. You know what those initials AA stand for? Will nodded. I think so. It's a very old book dealing with magic and spells and very strange lore, and it fits in with some pretty awful things that are supposed to have happened. It ties in with that correspondence Dave had with the man in Rhode Island. He's written some things as fiction, but he knows a lot about this book and that place. I'd have to study the rest of the Latin a long time to get any more, though. This first was a little easy for me, but I could see from skimming over the next passage that it's beyond me. You have to know a fair amount of what is being talked about to make any sense of this sort of Latin. Then I guess Dave did get his foundation there, the Major agreed. Would have gone to Italy last year, if... He was silent, and we didn't break the brown study into which he fell for a while. You can borrow that notebook for as long as you need it, he said, and if you want to look at the wall a bit more, that's all right with me, so long as you don't dig. Even that author says you shouldn't dig. I'm sure he's talking about the wall. Must be others like it, or there were others like it back whenever it was, he wrote. Middle Ages, I guess. Older than that, Will said. This book is a translation from the Arabic. The Major whistled. Arabic, eh? That goes way back. Those old boys had one hell of a civilization when we were still in a pretty barbaric state. There's one thing I'd like to try, Will said slowly. I had another fraternity brother who lives around this area. He was an aviation enthusiast and had a plane of his own, the last I heard from him. Taught me a little flying and parachute jumping. I'd like to see if I can come down behind the wall in a parachute. Now that would be interesting, allowed Thad Wing. And the upshot of it all was that Will made a long-distance call and managed to contact Frank Bentley. There seemed to be no end of new things I was learning about my partner on this trip. It was not exactly news to me that Will was interested in flying and had done a little while he was knocking around after graduating from college, but he'd never mentioned parachute jumping. The plans were that I'd stay on with Wing while Will drove over to make arrangements with Frank. Will was going to try to come down behind the wall via parachute. Both Wing and the Major were impressed, and I reaped some of the benefit of our advanced status. I was invited to join them fishing the next morning. I had thought I knew a little about fishing. Wing and the Major had a fine morning, and I suppose they chuckled for years afterward about my part of it. If you don't mind, we will shift scenes here and cut directly to that afternoon, when Wing, the Major, and I gathered in the meadow to await Will's arrival with Frank Bentley in Bentley's autogyro. He'd phoned to let us know when they'd arrive and what he wanted me to do. Will looked a little pale when he climbed out, but recovered enough to introduce Frank around. We learned the reason for his distress quickly enough. The wall could not be seen from the plane at all. Looking down, they saw a symmetrical layout of wooded hill, large meadow flat enough for a plane to land, and the road. It's about as easy to explain as what we've come up against so far, Will said. And you saw how low we were when we were going right over the road. I took some pictures. Did you bring the flags, Clyde? I nodded and set them up in a 20-foot triangle. As soon as you spot them with the binoculars, you get into position and jump, I told him. We'll all see whether or not you come down behind the wall. Thad Wing knocked out his pipe and spat, and the Major kept a poker face, but it was pretty clear to me what they were both thinking. I was tempted to ask them if anyone had tried this before, but I just couldn't. If it had been tried before and hadn't worked, I didn't want to know that yet. The one thing I could be sure of was that if it had been tried before, the failure had been no more harmful than trying to walk around the wall or climb over it. We took some pictures of the wall from where we stood. We watched the autogyro ease up gradually. There was no wind, so it shouldn't be too difficult, Willard said, to make the jump right. And if he failed the first time, he could try again. We all had glasses, and the three of us fixed them on Frank's plane. There went Will, twisting and tumbling. He was a black speck for a moment. Then the white of the parachute mushroomed out, and the abruptness of the fall stopped. It seemed agonizingly slow, but after a while it was clear to us that he would land behind the wall. There could be no doubt about it, and if he couldn't get over it to us, then Frank could make a landing on the same side and fly him out. I cut loose with a cheer when I saw that drifting shape float down on the other side of Sattler's wall, out of sight, but I cheered alone. Wing and the Major had interested expressions on their faces. They waited for a moment or two, then, as if on command, turned around. So did I, and I saw why I had cheered alone. Will Richards, parachute and all, was behind us. The Major stood there like a statue for a moment, and then he said one word: dynamite. He said it without raising his voice or using any particular inflection, unlike his usual way of talking. But I knew at that moment that he really did have feelings about the wall after all. He hated it. Frank Bentley was upset. He too was sure that Will had come down on the other side, and this was a lot different from just hearing a fantastic story. I was glad that I hadn't asked my question earlier. When Bentley joined us, and Will had struggled out of the harness, the parachute folded, etc., I put it to the Major. He nodded. "He's the third," he said. "A friend of Dave's tried twice. No one's been able to get to the other side of that wall at all." "So you're going to blow it up?" asked Bentley. Thad Wing shook his head. "Nope, just try to blow a hole through it." It was clear that Wing and the Major knew a great deal more about the wall than they had let on. My feeling was that the attempt would show that you couldn't penetrate the surface at all, but the drill that I held seemed to go in easily enough when Bentley struck it with the hammer. Wing prepared the dynamite and set the fuses, 3 sticks in holes as close together as feasible. The Major lit the fuses, then we let him lead us to the proper distance. I felt a momentary sense of relief that working with dynamite was not among Will's irritating list of accomplishments and experiences. The explosion sounded impressive to me, but Thad Wing shook his head. "Not quite right. It didn't sound quite right when the drills were going in either." Well, it looked promising enough. There was a good-sized section blown out, leaving a deep cavity. Fragments of stone, substance, were on all sides. We dragged out several large chunks and threw them aside. The wall now had a definite mark upon it, a hole of particularly deep-looking darkness, but no daylight. We had knocked a hole into the wall, but not through it. Will walked over to the autogyro and came back with a flashlight, which he poked into the cavity. "It goes down," he said. "It goes way down." We got some rope, and Will tied it around his waist, as if he were going to be let down into a well. Somehow the idea seemed acceptable, just as we found ourselves accepting everything about Settler's Wall, bit by bit, even while something inside us was screaming. Bentley and I held on to the rope. 3 tugs would be the signal to haul Will back. We saw him go in, saw the momentary gleam of the flashlight, and watched the rope play out. It seemed like hours, but could not have been more than a few minutes at the most, when the tugs came. We all started pulling until Will came into sight. He was very pale, but managed to keep a poker face to match Settler's. "There's no way through the wall either, Major." None of the photographs taken from the plane came out, and we never so much as thought of taking some fragments with us. 4. The next day, We said goodbye to Major Settler and Third Wing, with thanks for their hospitality and cooperation, and Will promised to return the notebooks. He spoke a little more quietly than before, but apparently he had slept all right. I hadn't. I'm not used to sleeping with a light on. Taking it all in all, I wonder if he hasn't recovered better than I have. It is true that he always carries a flashlight with him, won't go into a dark room without turning it on first, but won't switch it off until another light is on, and won't turn off the last light in a room at night under any circumstances. He nearly died a year or so later when there was a power failure, no electricity for nearly 48 hours, and we had to rely on candles and oil lamps. The batteries in his flashlight ran out, and I'll never forget the gasp he gave as he saw the light give its warning flicker. He pressed it into my hands, whispered, "Clyde, turn it off and light the lamp," then clapped both hands to his eyes and faced the wall. Now and then he talks in his sleep about a hole which keeps going down and down, and he's dropped his flashlight, which goes out. But the light from the flashlight isn't off. It's still there, drifting away gradually like smoke. He has this dream every so often, and apparently it is always the same, but he never talks about it when he wakes up. I've never mentioned it to him, and I don't want to ask him any questions. I've tried not to write this story for 30 years. He worked on Dave Hill's notebooks that autumn, but wouldn't discuss them. Not yet, was the way he put it. He was waiting for something. He wouldn't tell me what it was. I tried to decipher some of the Latin quotations, but could make nothing of them, except that there was something about magic and something about monsters, or maybe it was something monstrous. We had photographs of the wall, showing how it looked before and after the dynamite experiment. And a few months later, Will returned the notebooks to Major Settler with a letter of thanks, saying that they contained a great deal of ancient lore, valuable to a scholar, and very likely of use to someone who wanted to research old Latin manuscripts, especially ones in corrupt Latin, but nothing further that really related to the wall. I didn't accuse him of lying, but I can't help but feel that he was. 5. Early in March 1936, a letter came from Thad Wing, with a photograph enclosed. Wing had not only included his car, with the 1936 license plates clearly visible, but had followed our lead with the photographs we took before dynamiting. We had written our names and the dates on the back. The Major and a couple of others endorsed the picture he sent. It showed the wall, and there were still traces of the hole in it. Traces. Most of it was filled in, and the accompanying letter avowed that neither Major Settler, Wing himself, or anyone else had made any moves toward repairing the wall. All the fragments disappeared. You can see now why I've been reluctant to tell this story, as interesting as some of the aspects of it are. Settler's wall was not of stone, or any other substance we're familiar with, though it seemed to be more nearly like stone than anything else, and there was some sort of phenomenon connected with it, as a result of which one could neither go around it, or over it, nor through it. In fact, it seemed that there just wasn't any other side at all. I've heard of Mobius strips, of course, but it couldn't have been a Mobius strip. Then came the hurricane of 1938. I was in Brooklyn that night, and, oddly enough, there was no indication where I was that the storm was anything really unusual. The wind was considerable, and there was a lot of rain, but it wasn't until the next day that I found out how serious it had been. When I got back to work, a week or so later, Will was away, and a letter from Maine arrived before he returned. I didn't open it, but I felt sure that there was news of the wall in it. There was. The letter included another authenticated photograph of a long trench beside the road we had travelled. The wall was gone. Some people in the area, Thadwing wrote, believed that there had been a slight earthquake, but seismologists did not agree with them. That is the end of my story, except for what Will said when he looked at the photograph. "Of course," he whispered. "Of course. It swam away." Spawn of the Green Abyss by C. Hall Thompson. 1. I am not writing this to save my life. When I have set down, in the sanity of plain English, the strange story of Heath House, this manuscript will be sealed in an envelope, to be opened only after my execution. Perhaps then the accounts that have filled the papers during my imprisonment and trial will be more easily understood. Today, in his effective baritone, the attorney for the state told a mixed jury, "This man, Dr. James Arkwright, is the cold-blooded murderer of his wife, Cassandra, and her unborn child. You have seen the evidence, ladies and gentlemen. You have seen the murder gun. The state and the voice of the dead woman demand that this killer pay the extreme penalty." It was a very forceful plea. I could not have asked better. You see, I want to die. That is why this will not be read until the prison medico has pronounced me dead of a broken neck. If it were read while I lived, I might never be granted the release, the nothingness of immediate death. Instead, I should spend endless, remembering years in the state asylum for the criminally insane. Do not misunderstand me. No feeling of remorse prompts me to seek forgetfulness. Should all this happen again, God forbid, I know I should do the same. I destroyed Cassandra because it was the only thing left to do. Undoubtedly that sounds callous, but when I have told the entire, horrible story, it will seem the inevitable conclusion of a sane man, for I am sane. There were times when I doubted my senses during those ghastly months on Kalesmouth Strand, but now I can only say I am convinced. I know what I saw and heard, and I pray God no other mortal will ever be cursed with such a revelation. There are things beyond the veil of human understanding, strange antediluvian monstrosities that stalk the shadows, preying on dark, lost minds, waiting at the rim of the green abyss to claim their own. These are the things I must escape, and, for the mind that has come to realize their existence, the only avenue of retreat lies through the quiet labyrinths of death. Haunting, half-facetious dribblings of truth have seeped into the feature stories, which various local newspapers ran on the trial. The Kennicott Examiner mentions briefly the strange manner in which Lazarus Heath died. A precocious young reporter who visited ancient Heath House in Kalesmouth makes note of the nauseous effluvia that hung like a caul over the staircase, leading to the chamber where I shot my wife. He mentions, too, a trail of dried sea brine which streaked the floor of the entrance hall, and the carpeting of that same stairway. Those were only thoughtless ripples on the loathsome, scummed surface of abominable truth. They did not touch upon the fluting, hypnotic music that echoed in those decadent halls. They did not dare to dream of the slobbering, gelatinous horror that seethed by night from sightless, watery depths to reclaim its own. These are the things of which only I may speak. The others who witnessed them are mercifully dead. In the night, lying on the hard stickiness of my prison cot, staring into soundless dark, I sometimes wonder whether I would have gone to Kalesmouth last fall had I guessed at the horror that awaited me. All in all, I think I would. For at that time I should have scoffed at such legends as haunted the antiquated village sprawled on a forlorn peninsula off New Jersey's northeastern coast. As a medical man and a mildly successful brain surgeon, I would have set them down to antique folklore whispered by wintry firesides, told in the ghostly tongue of superstitious nonagenarians. Then, too, there were brief moments with Cassandra that were worth any price I had to pay, and had I not gone to Kalesmouth, I should never have found her. As things were, I suspected nothing. During that summer, I had been exceptionally active, and my profession being as exacting as it is, toward the end of September I began to feel the effects. The only answer to the problem of a surgeon's trembling fingers is a complete rest. I do not know what prompted my selection of Kalesmouth. It was not a resort. But then I did not want amusement. When I saw that advertisement of a cottage to let in the seclusion of a rocky-coasted seaboard town, it seemed ideal. From childhood, I had loved the salt freshness of the Atlantic. Today, when I think of the greenish waves smashing at the beach, clutching it with watery fingers, I can never repress a shuddering chill. Kalesmouth is little more than a sprinkling of cottages, with a single general store and a population in the low 50s. The small white houses are scattered along a narrow finger of sand and rockland that juts defiantly eastward into the sea. There is water on 3 sides, and a single highway to the mainland. The people talk little to strangers, and one senses an aura of great antiquity in the solitary sun and sea-swept life they lead. I will not say I noticed any sign of evil in the secluded settlement, but there was an air of tremendous, brooding age and loneliness about the homes and the people alike. The land itself seemed dry and barren, a forgotten relic of earlier, more fruitful days. But quiet and rest were what I needed after the strenuous turmoil of antiseptic-choked corridors and operating amphitheaters. Certainly, no town could offer better chance for these than did Kalesmouth, redolent as it was of a Victorian era when life moved through leisurely hidden channels. My cottage was small but comfortable, and Ebb Linder, taciturn, wind-dried proprietor of the general store, helped me lay in a good supply of staple foods. Long, salt-aired days were spent wandering the bleached stretch of a rocky shoreline, and in the evenings I turned to my collection of books. I saw few people and talked with fewer. Once or twice, when we chanced to meet at Linda's store, I spoke to Dr. Henry Joyce Ambler, Kalesmouth's only general practitioner. He was a florid, white-haired individual, full of shop talk of the sort I was trying to escape. I'm afraid I may have been rather rude to him, for in those first days I was still overwrought and in need of relaxation. Gradually, however, I drifted into a soft, thoughtful mood. I became more interested in my surroundings. I cannot be certain when it was that I first noticed the house. Looking back, I should say that somehow I must have been vaguely aware of it from the start. The main window of my small sitting room looked eastward to the aquamarine expanse of the Atlantic. Situated as it was, at the approximate center of the narrow peninsula of Kalesmouth, my cottage commanded a view of the long earth finger that pointed so boldly into the sea. Between me and the extreme point of land, a few stray cottages sprawled haphazardly, but there was no sign of habitation within a good half-mile of the land edge on which the house stood. The fact that it was a house set it apart in Kalesmouth. All the others were clapboard bungalows of only one story. In the sea-misted evenings, I was wont to sit for hours by my eastward casement, staring at the vast grey bulk of it, It was like something from another eon, a tottering, decayed remnant of the nighted past. Massive and rambling, with countless gables and cupolas, its small-paned, murky windows winking balefully at the setting sun, set as it was on the extreme lip of the land, it seemed somehow more of the cloying sea than of solid soil. An ectoplasmic nimbus clung thickly to battered towers, whose boarded embrasures argued desertion. I noticed that the seagulls circled the ancient monument warily. Birds did not nest in the crumbling age-webbed eaves. Over the whole dreamlike vision hung an atmosphere of remoteness that was vaguely tinged with fear and repulsion. It was a thing that whispered of forgotten evils, of lost and buried blasphemies. The first time I caught myself thinking thus, I laughed away the sensation and decided that my solitary sojourn was beginning to work on my imagination. But the feeling persisted, and in the end my curiosity won. I began to ask questions during my infrequent visits to the store. Silent as Eblinder habitually was, I sensed an abrupt withdrawal in him when I mentioned the house at Land's End. He continued weighing out my rough-cut tobacco and spoke without looking at me. "You don't want to know about Heath House, Doc. Folks hereabouts ain't got nothing to do with it." Sullen warning charged his level tone. I smiled, but a small shiver trickled along my neck. I looked across the store to where Doc Ambler stood, his white mane bent intently over one of the latest magazines. His head came up. The usual smile had gone out of opaque eyes. "Lazarus Heath lives there, Doctor," he murmured, very much the recluse. "Which is just as well for us," Linda put in cryptically. Ambler nodded and went back to his reading. It was at that point that I became aware of the disheveled, weather-beaten creature in the doorway. I had seen Solly Joe before, wandering the sand and stone wastelands of the beach. You will find one such outcast in every small town, I suppose. A slow-witted, distorted brute, with matted blonde-grey hair, he combed the shores night and day, ambling aimlessly from spot to spot, sleeping in the lee of some jutting rock. Always before, the sad baby-blue eyes turned on me had held a vacant stare. But now, as Linda gave him his daily free bottle of milk, Solly Joe was gazing at me with something like sharp understanding in his phlegmatic face. We did not speak further of Heath House, but when I left the store, Solly Joe slowly followed. He caught up with me and shuffled at my side, smiling vaguely for a time before he spoke. "You was talking about Heath House, wasn't you, Doc?" I nodded. Solly Joe chuckled softly. "I know why you was asking about it," he said with a knowing leer. "Only you hadn't ought to. Old Las Heath ain't no friend to nobody. Stay clear of that house. They's things there that ain't right. They's bad things." "Just who is Lazarus Heath?" I asked. "Old man. Real old. He got a funny smell about him. A dead smell, like dead fish washed up on the beach. Used to be a sailor, but now he's too old. There's stories about old Laz, him and that daughter of his'n." The lecherous grin returned. "You better forget about Miss Cassandra, Doc. I know you seen her. That's why you been asking about the house. But forget it. She ain't for the likes of you and me." Solly Joe shook his head slowly and clucked sadly. "No, sir, she's too much like her old man. Stays away from folks like him. They live out there alone, and like I say, there's things in Heath House. There's a bad stink like old Laz has. Nigh on to 20 year ago, Laz was in a shipwreck, lost for most 2 year. Then a tramp steamer found him on an island. He had this little baby girl with him. Said she was his daughter. Said his wife died in the wreck. Only nobody was ever able to find no passenger listing
for a Mrs. Las Heath. Then Las come back here and bought that there old place. Even 'fore he come, there was talk about bad things in that house. People still talk, only now they whisper, case Las might hear. Take my word, Doc, you steer clear of pretty Cassandra. She warn't meant for men like us. I can still remember Solly Joe's simian shadow shuttling off along the craggy, moon-washed strand, voracious tongues of nighted tide lapping at his battered white sneakers. If I had not heard of Cassandra Heath before, now that I had, my interest was made the more intense by the drone of the beachcomber's eerie warning still humming in my ears. I chuckled, telling myself it was probably utter nonsense, the maundering phantasms of Solly Joe's lonely, warped mind. But my laughter echoed back from a brooding, watery wasteland. I recalled the solemn reticence of intelligent, educated Dr. Ambler, the wordless warning of Ebb Linder. Despite such memories, I could not get Cassandra Heath off my mind. I promised myself that I would meet her and this legendary father of hers. It seemed easy enough on the face of it. I could pay them a visit, saying I was a new neighbor. Yet, more than once during the ensuing days, I tried to do just that and failed. Roving the desiccated peninsula on a sunny forenoon, I would set out resolutely toward the misty hulk of Heath House, but I could never bring myself to go all the way. The straggling, mossy embattlements seemed too much a part of another world. Looking at the house, you got the notion that you could keep walking toward it, yet never reach the crumbling patio, never pass through the ancient carven door. It is probable that I should never have met Cassandra Heath, hadn't she come to me. 2. Early in October, an Indian summer storm washed in from the Atlantic. The day had been long and dreary, overhung with humid fog, and in the late evening, vicious torrents swept inland under a fanfare of thunder. Through streaming casements, I could barely discern the gigantic shell of Heath House, looming defiantly above the lashing fury of a hungry sea. I made a log fire and settled into an easy chair. The subdued soughing of the storm, combined with a rather dull analysis of Sigmund Freud, must have lulled me into a doze. There was a sensation of spinning lostness. My mind ricocheted through the dark well of the rain-whipped night. There was a coldness brushing my face. A nauseous damp clung to my ankles, quelling the roseate warmth of the fireside. Something clicked sharply, and I opened my eyes. I thought I was still dreaming. The girl stood leaning against the door she had just closed. Dying embers cast a phantasmagoria of lights and shadows on her face and hair. She was slim and well-made. Ebony hair flowing to her shoulders gave one a feeling of rich warmth. It matched the steady blackness of extraordinary eyes that protruded ever so slightly. Her skin was deeply tanned, a faint flush in her cheeks, and a breath coming in quick whispers through full lips seemed to indicate a rather hurried trip. I wondered vaguely at her being quite dry, until I realized that the storm had died with the evening. A moment passed, silent save for the faint dripping of water from the eaves, as the dark eyes met mine. Dr. Arkwright? The voice, cultured and controlled, like the throaty melody of a cello well played, heightened my illusion of a dream. I arose awkwardly, and my book slid to the floor. The girl smiled. I'm afraid I must have dozed. My name is Cassandra Heath, the girl said gently. My father is very ill, Doctor. Could you come with me at once? Well, it might be better to get Dr. Ambler, Miss Heath. You see, I'm not a general practitioner. I know. I've read of your work. You're a brain surgeon.
That's what my father needs." The voice trembled slightly. Shadowed lids covered the ebony eyes for an instant. Cassandra Heath had admirable control. When she spoke again, it was in a tone tinged with defiant pride. "You needn't come if you don't care to." "No, it isn't that at all. Of course I'll come, Miss Heath." My mind sliding backward over the beachcomber's whispered tale, I arranged a small kit with strangely unsteady hands. Cassandra Heath stood silently by the door. I wondered if Solly Joe's story had been something more than the weird fiction of an overworked imagination. The defiance in the girl's voice argued that the legend of Heath House was known and feared by more than this one insignificant wanderer, so much feared that it might frighten a stranger away. Even without such a veil of mystery swathing her life, Cassandra Heath would have been a striking person. As it was, I was fascinated. We had walked some distance before the girl spoke again. The moon had risen, and phantom rocks glistened in its watery glow. The ocean pounded choppily on a rain-sodden beach, and our feet left moist, rubbery prints that disappeared as quickly as they were made. Moving with long, graceful strides, Cassandra Heath talked in a level monotone. "I suppose you've heard tales about my father. You can't live in Kalesmouth any length of time without hearing about old Lazarus Heath." Grim humor touched the warm lips. "Solly Joe did a bit of talking," I admitted. "You mustn't believe everything you hear, Doctor. My father is ill. He has been for some years. We prefer to keep ourselves at Heath House. When people can't talk to you, they talk about you. They tell stories about father." "Miss Heath," I ventured, "do you think that your father is insane?" The girl supplied. 2 years ago, last year even, I should have said no. Now I can't be certain. My father has led a strange life, Doctor, a strenuous one. Here of late he's been given to brooding. He was always moody and quiet, but this is something different. He's afraid of something, I think. Then, too, there are the disappearances." "Disappearances?" "He's taken to wandering off at night. 4 times in the last couple of months I searched the whole length of the Strand and couldn't find him. Maybe he'd gone to the mainland." "I think not. Someone would have seen him. No, he went somewhere much farther away." For the first, a note of puzzled fear crept into Cassandra Heath's voice. "Much farther." She seemed to come back with an effort. "He did that tonight, Doctor. Just before the storm broke. I found him later, hours later, wandering in a small cove beyond the house. He was talking strangely and singing a funny little tune. He's in his room now, still talking, still singing that song." Onyx eyes flashed up to meet mine. In that brief moonlit instant I saw all the doubtful terror, the puzzled anxiety, that Cassandra Heath would not admit even to herself. I had no time to question her further, to attempt to link together her last broken phrases so that I could guess at the real meaning that lay hidden in them. Kalesmouth Strand had suddenly narrowed, and now, on either side of us, midnight ocean licked possessively at the land. A tortuous path, tangled with sea brambles and rocks, snaked to the shadow-choked veranda of Heath House. Weather-wasted planks groaned in protest under unaccustomed footsteps. At a gentle pressure of Cassandra's hand, the ponderous mahogany door swung back soundlessly. Even before I stepped into the candle-lit, gloom-encrusted hallway, I could smell it. That loathsome, clinging effluvium of rotting marine flesh, of which Solly Joe had muttered. It swirled sickeningly in the clammy atmosphere of a foyer that was like the dusty nave of some forgotten cathedral, rising along lushly panelled walls to the sightless dark far above. A wide, twisting staircase wound upward to some higher labyrinth, and as I followed Cassandra Heath upstairs, whose ancient grey carpet was worn thin by the tread of forgotten feet, the fetor became even more powerful, more noisome. Through dreamlike corridors I followed the fitful glow of the candelabrum the girl carried. Another door opened, then closed behind me. I stood in a chamber that seemed drawn from the dark maw of lost eons. Tremendous oaken furniture dwarfed the figure sprawled limply on a dais-raised bed, and, though the small-paned casement stood wide, chilling sea fog swirling through them into the room, the stench was overpowering. Cassandra set the candelabrum on an antique cabinet de nuit. An eerie lustre flickered across Lazarus Heath's wasted visage. During his professional lifetime, a brain specialist is called upon to diagnose countless horrible cases. Yet they are the horrors of the nighted mind, or of blindness caused by a tumor. They are medical things, and can be understood. You cannot diagnose a fetid malignancy that goes beyond medical knowledge, rooting itself in the black soil of ancient hells. There was nothing medical knowledge could do for Lazarus Heath. Pushing back revulsion, I made a thorough examination. The massive body, little more than skin and bones now, gave off a reeling aura of putrefaction, and yet there were no sores. Sopping clothes that hung in tatters were tangled with dull green seaweed, stained with ocean salt. But it was the face that caught and held my attention. The skin, taut and dry, was the color of aged jade, covered with minute, glistening scales. Staring into the candlelight, Lazarus Heath's pale eyes bulged horribly, and, as the great bony head lolled spasmodically from side to side, I made out 2 faint, bluish streaks, about 4 inches in length, running along each side of the scaly neck, just below the jawline. The lines pulsed thickly with the air-sucking motions of his salt-parched lips. Watery incantations bubbled upward into the dank stillness. They call for Lazarus Heath. Zorthsyra bewails her lost one. She bids me come home. You hear? The great ones of the green abyss hail me. I come, O beauteous Zorthsyra. Your lost one returneth, O weeping goddess of the green nothingness. Sudden power energized the lax skeleton, so that I had no easy time in holding him to the bed. Pallid eyes stared beyond this world, and Lazarus Heath's cracked lips warped in a hideous smile. Then, as suddenly, he was calm, the ponderous cranium cocked pathetically to one side, in a grotesque, listening attitude. You hear? The hollow voice gurgled. She sings to me. The song of Zorthsyra. Insane laughter tittered weakly. Heath's rasping voice dribbled into a strangely haunting threnody, a song that at once attracted and repelled with its subtly evil intonations. Zorthsyra calleth him who knows the green abyss. Men of salt and weed are lovers all. To the goddess of the green and swirling void, come away to Zorthsyra. Come away. Father! Cassandra's voice was scarcely more than a distraught gasp, but at the sound of it, the odious, hypnotic smile froze on Heath's parchment-pale face, then slowly decomposed into a twisted mask of sick horror. For the first time, something like terrified reason seeped into those oddly protuberant eyes. Cassie! Cassandra! Heath stared about him frantically like a child lost in the dark. Once again, he tried to raise himself, but before I could restrain him, crumpled backward into a voiceless coma. Half an hour later, standing in the shadows of the decaying patio, looking eastward to the moon-scorched desert of the Atlantic, I told Cassandra that there was nothing wrong with her father's mind. Perhaps I should have phrased it more coldly, and added, nothing that medical science can cure. But, sensing the free, vibrant life that flowed in the girl's body and brain, I could not bring myself to tell her that I thought Lazarus Heath was going mad. Too, I was not at all sure of my own diagnosis. I told Cassandra that I wanted time to observe her father more closely, and she seemed greatly relieved to know that I would consider the old man's case. For myself, I confess I could not have done otherwise. Despite the malignant shadow that shrouded Heath House in ageless mystery, I knew that I would come back again and again, not only because I was curious about the singular aspects that accomplished Heath's apparent twilight madness, but because, as I left her that night, Cassandra held out her hand, and I took it in mine. It was a simple, friendly gesture, and we both smiled. From that moment on, I was completely, irrevocably in love with Cassandra Heath. Looking backward, it seems to me that our brief moment of happiness was like some minor miracle, rising as it did through a choking miasma of brooding evil, to touch, if only for an instant, a clean, sunlit world known only to lovers. Somehow we managed to transcend the haunting, omnipresent ghost of Lazarus Heath's illness. It is true that the old man returned to normalcy during that final fortnight of his troubled existence, and for a time Cassandra could forget the strange enigma of her father's insane babblings and those sudden, inexplicable disappearances. Being a medical man, however, I never really forgot. Often during those last 2 weeks, I talked with Lazarus Heath. He submitted to questioning and examination quite calmly. As to the peculiar condition of his skin and the odd lines on his throat, he professed ignorance, and the once or twice I mentioned Zoth Syra, he went gloomily reticent on me. He said the name meant nothing to him, yet never before or since have I seen a man so patently weighed down by some blasphemous, heart-gnawing secret as was Lazarus Heath. He ate little, and spent his days and nights slumped in a crotchety chair, staring into the bluish mist of the small cove beyond Heath House. Cassandra needed forgetfulness. As much as I could, I got her away from the sullen loneliness of the antediluvian manse at Land's End. With the passage of days, she relaxed and became her own charming self, a side of her nature to which, I think, even she might have been a stranger. For the foul legends that trailed after Lazarus Heath had cut his daughter off from companionship and the clear, untarnished joys of the extrovert. We spent the long sunny days together on the beach. Cassandra was like an imprisoned nymph suddenly set free. She swam with the grace of one born to the water, and ran the length of arid sand with the lightness of a child, her wonderful hair flowing wildly in the sea breeze. A man cannot see such youth and beauty and remain untouched. My Cassandra had not only these, too, there was an air of quiet wisdom about her that was somehow wistful and sad. She was prodigiously well read, and told me her father had educated her. Sometimes she spoke of long, lonely childhood years, when she lived only in the pages of the countless books in Lazarus Heath's library. I had seen that small, book-cluttered room with its musty, rich bindings. The old man spent much time there. It is strange how so comfortable and commonplace a nook could shelter such a vile, inhuman secret through the years. Had I learned that secret sooner, Cassandra would be alive today. 3. Lazarus Heath died the night I proposed to his daughter. Up to that time, he had improved fairly well, until, at moments watching the new vivacity that had touched Cassandra, he seemed almost normally pleased. I believe the old man conceived a liking for me, because I had given Cassie something. I had given her my friendship and my love, and his awful legend had not frightened them away. The night I asked Cassandra to marry me, it was balmy and quiet, and we had been walking along Kalesmouth Strand, watching the silver ribbons of the moon on the Atlantic. I remember I halted rather abruptly, mumbling that I had something to ask her, and then Cassandra smiled and kissed me. Her lips were warm and full of promise. "The answer is yes, darling," she murmured. We laughed then, a soft, rich laughter whose gentle, love-haunted echoes I shall never forget. Clinging together, we ran along the moonlit sand. That day, a last leaf of Indian summer had fluttered across the peninsula, and a wintry sea was already lapping hungrily at the land. Cassie chattered brightly about how happy her father would be for us, but somehow, as we neared the sepulchral tenebrosity of Heath House, a hollowness crept into her laughter. It was though she already sensed the horrible discovery that lay before us. There was no answer when Cassandra called out in the hollow well of the foyer. We began our search for Lazarus Heath calmly enough, but now the laughter had gone altogether. He was not in the dusty sanctuary of his library. The linen of his tremendous oaken bed flapped in the wind that brushed through casements thrown wide to the rapidly chilling night. The look of utter terror in Cassandra's eyes told me we were reasoning along the same lines. It did not take long to reach the strange little cove in the shadow of Heath House. A cold, dreamlike quality saturated every corner of that miniature beach, hid from sight on all sides save the east, where the predatory mutter of the sea seemed dangerously near. But you can awaken from the insanity of a dream. There was no such escape from the terrible reality of that night. At the center of the cove, edging into the water, stood 4 weirdly hewn pillars, placed so that each made the corner of a crude square. In the moonglow, they had the aspect of sinister medieval altars of sacrifice, reared to noxious, unnameable gods. Sprawled at the center of the evil square, face down in a foot of lapping sea water, lay the lifeless body of Lazarus Heath. I cannot rightly remember how I got the brine-tangled corpse into the house. There is a searing picture of Cassandra's face frozen with sick grief, and another of myself alone in that fetid bedchamber, performing an autopsy, listening to Cassie's distant, pitiful sobs the whole time. That night, I got down on my knees and prayed to God that the things I had discovered could not be so. Yet I had seen with my own eyes the increased scaliness of Heath's face, the horrible enlargement of his eyes. I knew that my first guess had been wrong. Lazarus Heath had not drowned, for those hellish lines on his throat had become long, oozing slits, like nothing but the slobbering gills of a tremendous fish. I had a sick feeling that Heath's weird mumblings might not have been the gibberish of a madman, but the delirium of one who had learned things no mortal was ever meant to know. We buried him in a sealed pine casket. If the morticians from the mainland noted the strange condition of the corpse, they gave no sign. With them it was a business. Death had myriad forms, each as cold and unquestionable as the last. With Cassandra, however, I had to be more careful. I knew the terrible effect that nauseous, bloated visage would have upon her. I told her the autopsy had been rather disfiguring, that it would be better if she did not see her father. She obeyed with the simple acquiescence of a child who is lost and lonely and in need of guidance. Once, she roused from a cold, apathetic state of shock to tell me that Heath had always wanted to be buried in the cove. It rained on the day of interment. Icy needles pelted forlornly on the unpainted wood as two uneasy men lowered Lazarus Heath to his final rest. A timid mainland pastor intoned the Lord's Prayer in a sad, squeaky voice. That night there was nothing but the rain and the horrible stillness of forsaken Heath House. Sparse flowers wilted on the fresh clay mound in the cove. A clammy tide fingered slowly in, lapping at the edge of Lazarus Heath's grave. I had to get Cassandra away. Watching pent-up doubt and fear turn her lovely face into an expressionless mask, I knew she must be freed of the cloak of black uncertainty that enveloped Heath House. We talked through most of that rain-washed, lonely night, and for the first time in my medical career, I told a lie. Could I have seen the sick terror in her eyes and spoken words that might turn that fear into madness? When I performed that autopsy, I found no cause for Lazarus Heath's death. There was no water in his lungs. Every organ was in excellent condition. But I told Cassie that the old man died of a heart attack. I told her I was certain that her father had been perfectly sane. Even as I spoke, new color flushed her cheeks. An expression of indescribable relief lit ebony eyes. Cassandra could not know that the old man's sanity was more to be feared than his insanity. An unstable brain could answer for wild babblings, for ungodly melodies, but what could account for the terrible concreteness of that scaly, fish-like corpse? Rack my brain as I did, I could find no explanation in the accepted medical sense, and I dared not go beyond that, into the malevolent lore of forgotten ages, to discover what blasphemous horror had destroyed Lazarus Heath. I preferred to try to forget, to go on with Cassandra, covering this nightmare with endless moments of normal, happy living. Many times during the next few months I thought I'd succeeded. A week after the solitary funeral at Kalesmouth Strand, Cassie and I were married by a pleasant, apoplectic justice of the peace. We had our wedding supper in the quiet luxury of one of the better hotels, and for the first time since her father's death, Cassandra smiled. The city proved to be good for her. Deliberately, I made those early days a scintillating ground of gaiety. I introduced Cassie to the bright lights and the brassy, arrogant joys of city life. We were exquisitely happy. Her laughter was a wonderful, warm pool of summer sun, swirling briefly in that winter city, and then, suddenly, freezing over. I cannot recall just when I first noticed the difference in Cassandra. Perhaps I had been too happy myself to realize what was happening to her. The breezy tinsel of the city had sparkled very brightly for Cassie, but it had burnt itself out in the effort. After a time, it lost its fascination. In the beginning, I tried to tell myself that I was imagining things, but gradually I felt the happy freedom slipping away from us. Cassandra's smiles grew scarcer by the day. There was an infinitely sad, far-away look that kept stealing into her eyes at the most unexpected moments. I began to imagine that she had grown pale. I watched her more closely than ever. An end of it came one evening late in August. I found Cassandra alone on the night-cooled terrace of our apartment, staring eastward across the summer-choked city. When I touched her shoulders,
She gave a little start, then smiled sadly. "Can you smell it, darling?" she murmured wistfully after a moment. "What?" "The sea." In that moment, I think I had a sudden vision of the scabrous, puffed face I had fought desperately to forget, and, floating evilly in the night air, I sensed a wisp of the decayed effluvia of Heath House. I struggled to keep my voice steady. "What are you getting at, Cassie?" Cassandra smiled again. "Can't fool my doctor, can I?" Her voice was soft. "Darling, would you mind terribly if we went back to Kalesmouth, the Heath House?" Strangely enough, all I felt for an instant was a sensation of relief. I had been waiting for that question all along. I was almost glad the waiting was over. I took Cassandra into my arms and kissed the tip of her nose. I wanted to sound careless and bright. I told her if she really wanted to go back, there was nothing I would like better. Cassie smiled, nestling her head against my shoulder. As we stood there, looking into the darkness above the winking lights of the buildings, a cold shudder ran through me. I wanted to say it was wrong. We couldn't go back. I said nothing. Quietly, hypnotic and shrill, a familiar, odious threnody chortled inland from the distant Atlantic. Lovers all to the goddess of the green and swirling void. Come away to Zothsira. Come away. I wondered if Cassandra could hear it. I prayed that she couldn't. I am not certain of what I expected upon our return to Heath House. I could not forget the puling, nauseous horrors we had left behind. The stench of a scaly corpse seemed never to leave my nostrils. I remember my hands sweating on the wheel as I tooled our car across the long bridge that connected Kalesmouth Strand with the mainland. Early morning fog seemed to close in behind us, shutting us off from reality. The baleful finger of the solitary macadam road that led to Heath House pointed with terrible certainty to the steely expanse of the sea. However, the change in Cassandra heartened me, dispelling somewhat my uneasy premonitions. Already her complexion had returned to its former warmth and beauty. Her laughter rippled softly at some weak joke I had made, and the ebony cloak of her hair was rich and alive in the sea breeze. Our homecoming was much more pleasant and prosaic than I had dared hope it would be. It gave no trembling portent of the icy, sea-brined evil that was to stalk our future hours in the malevolent house. Only the sea chuckled expectantly in the lonely cove near Lazarus Heath's tomb. It is impossible to trace the stages by which I became jealous of Heath House. There was something subtle and cruel about the change that overtook me after the first days and nights on the barren point of land that meant so much to Cassandra. At the start, I managed to convince myself that I was happy. Happy because Cassie seemed to be so, for the first time in months. I even felt something like an uneasy affection for the old place, because it made Cassandra what I wanted her to be, full of a rich, wild life, touched with the mysterious charm that had first attracted me. We began to refurnish and remodel the house. The mundane clang of workmen's saws and hammers, the earthly smell of turpentine and white lead, seemed to breathe a freshness into the foul, antiquated halls and chambers. I told myself it was just another charming old house, where people could be happy, if only they tried hard enough. But all the time, a new whispering voice within me clamored for attention. I knew I was losing Cassandra to a past of which I had not been a part. Heath House was reclaiming her. Cassandra herself seemed to notice no change in our relationship. She was gentle,
and full of a soft tenderness toward me, and still I had the terrible feeling that a barrier was rising between us, day by day, second by second. Cassie took to a habit that roused uneasy memories in me. Any hour of the day or night, she would be seized by an urge to walk quickly, unseeing, along the lashing edge of the sea. They were not the leisurely wanderings we had known in the past. It was as though Cassandra were trying to get somewhere, trying unconsciously to reach something. Once or twice I mentioned the habit, but she only smiled remotely and said there was no harm in a stroll by the seaside, was there? I had no answer. I could not tell her of the cold, unprofessional, unreasoning fear that had begun to haunt me. We went on with our repairs of Heath House, and gradually, brightened by chintzes and restored tapestries filled with usable period furniture, it became livable. We had finished all of it, save the library. It was our plan to make this into a study, in which I might work on the book I planned to do on brain surgery. We never remodeled the library. I saw the inside of that abhorred chamber only once, after the night Cassandra locked the panelled door and made me promise not to ask for the key. I wish I had never seen it at all. That evening, a bulwark of leaden cloud swung ponderously inland from the sea. A chilled, late October wind sifted beneath the imminent storm, swirling the sand in tiny puffs along Kalesmouth Beach. By the tang of salt in the air and the reticent anger of the surf, the northeast was going to blow us a big one. I quickened my pace, walking home from the store. A dearth of incident had lulled me into uncertain forgetfulness, and at that moment I was almost pleased with the prospect of the evening ahead of me. Early in the afternoon, I had told Cassie tonight might be as good a time as any to go over the library, gleaning the useless chaff from the hit-and-miss collection that had been her father's. Now, with a storm brewing, the idea of going through the books and effects of my mysterious father-in-law fascinated me. The biting wind and glowering ceiling of sky seemed to me a final atmospheric touch. I wondered if the spell of Heath House had begun to claim me as well. The moment I saw her, I knew that something had gone wrong. There was a strange, jade-like pallor under Cassandra's skin, and her eyes wouldn't meet mine. Once or twice during our quiet dinner, she laughed, but the laughter echoed hollowly. Thunder had begun to shudder malignantly far out at sea. A finger of lightning shattered the darkness, and our storage battery lights pulsed anxiously. I saw Cassandra start and tip over her wine glass, the port spread like an oozing bloodstain on the Madeira linen. I looked at my plate, pretending not to notice her extraordinary nervousness. "I've been looking forward to tonight," I said. "Looking forward, darling?" That false, brittle smile was in Cassandra's voice. "Yes, I've always wanted to go through those fabulous books." The clatter of metal against china brought me about with a start. Cassie had dropped her fork from fingers that seemed suddenly paralyzed. She stared at me with unseeing eyes, and one slim hand raised in a futile gesture of protest. Her colorless lips trembled. "No, you mustn't!" A gnawing fear sprang into the emptiness of her gaze. She made as if to rise, and, in an instant, all life seemed to flood from her body. She slid soundlessly to the floor. What I did then was done with the unconscious habit of a medical man. Training overshadowed the sick, watery weakness of my legs. Somehow, I got Cassandra to our bedchamber on the second floor. Her exquisite face had a whiteness that whispered of death, but breath came in uneasy, whimpering shudders. I chafed her wrists, an agony of doubt whirling in my brain. Thunder slithered across the sky, crashing insanely over Heath House. The storm broke. Dark eyes were suddenly wide in Cassie's pale face. Her hand clutched mine so violently that her nails bit into the flesh. "You can't go in there. Nobody can go in there ever again. You hear? Nobody. Ever again." "It's all right, darling. Try to relax. Tell me what's frightened you." Her head shook dully. "I can't. I can never tell you. You've got to trust me. You can't ever go into that room. Don't ever try. I've locked the door. You mustn't ask me for the key. Please. Promise me you won't. Please." 4. I promised. I heard myself saying the words over and over in a thick monotone. They seemed not to reach her. Her lips hung loosely, fear twisting the beauty from her face, leaving nothing but unreasoning hysteria. She went on pleading, unable to hear my reassurances. The sedative I gave her was not a weak one. My hand shook as I prepared it. I had to work in the dark. Our storage batteries had given out. There was nothing but pitch blackness and the babbling fury of the elements chewing at Heath House mercilessly. Perhaps it was only my nerves. Once I could have sworn that there, in the pulsing gloom, an overpowering stench, an effluvium that was almost tangible, brushed against me. At length, Cassandra's whimpering died away. She sank into a deep, fitful sleep. Lightning crashed maniacal brightness into the room. For an instant it washed Cassie's face and throat. There was a delicate, gold-dipped chain around her neck. On it she had strung the key to the library. You cannot always give reason to your actions. That night I could have stolen the key. I could have gone down the hall through the darkness and into the damnable chamber that held a secret ungodly enough to press my wife to the brink of madness. If I had, things might have worked out differently. Maybe I was a coward, afraid of the antediluvian horror that awaited me beyond the massive carven door. Maybe I did not want to know the truth. I told myself I had made a promise to Cassandra. I left the key where it was and stumbled downstairs in the Stygian blackness. Screeching banshees of rain begged entrance at the streaming casements. A fire burned fitfully in the sitting-room grate. I found a decanter of rum in the cabinet by the window. I do not remember how long I paced the floor, torturing myself with doubt and fear, trying to believe that Cassie was sane, wondering what puling monstrosity lay hidden in Lazarus Heath's bookroom. I sank into an armchair and swallowed another mouthful of rum. The storm seemed to have drawn far away from me. The rum bottle tinkled against the glass as I poured. I drank. I lay my head back. Lightning pulsed through my optic nerves, but sound was only a blurred, pungent, rum-soaked whirlpool. Then there was only darkness. I slept. It was the dull, angry thumping that woke me. Consciousness seeped through the ragged slit it made in the forgetfulness of sleep. I got unsteadily to my feet and stood in the center of the room until the whirling darkness righted itself. Something new had sifted into the room. The fire still sputtered doggedly, and yet there was a dampness it could not dispel. A chilled whisper of sea air sighed along the floor. I went into the foyer. Coldness washed over me in a tidal wave. The front door flapped back and forth on its heavy hinges. Rain pelted in a drooling puddle in the hallway. I swore and slammed the door, throwing the dead latch. Then I stood very still. Cassie. The name blazed like a neon sign in my brain. I think I knew in that moment that she was gone. The search was something careening from a dream gone mad, a terrifying nightmare in which the geometry has gone all wrong. I wanted to scream or cry, but dry fear clamped my throat. Everything twisted crazily in my head. Cassie's empty bed, the heart-like drumming of the open front door, myself stumbling through the brutal onslaught of a northeaster, calling her name again and again, finally reaching Eblinda's place and getting half the people of the Strand out of sane beds to wander the hellish night in search of Cassandra. It must have gone on for hours. I cannot remember except in vague snatches. There was a stolid, grey-faced fisherman who muttered something about the sea claiming its own. At dreamlike intervals, Solly Joe wandered in and out of the rain. Eblinda's sister made coffee for me and got me to change my drenched clothes. She kept telling me it would be all right. The men, with Dr. Ambler leading them, had been over every inch of the Strand and found nothing. Miss Linda kept right on saying it would work out all right. At 3:30, a kid came in, dripping with rain. He said they'd found Cassandra in the cove behind Heath House. She wasn't dead. When I reached the house, Ambler had her in bed, covered with numberless blankets. Her clothes lay in a sopping lump on the floor. Ambler poured me a drink, and I think I cried. He waited until I had got it out of my system. I kept watching, to see if Cassie was breathing. She looked pale and dead. I can't figure it, Ambler said quietly after a while. We went over that cove so many times, I'd swear it was impossible for anything or anyone to be there. Then Linda came across her, lying at the water's edge on her father's grave. She was all matted with seaweed. He stared at me. The numbing horror that froze my insides must have shone in my eyes. "What's the matter, man?" "Seaweed," I choked. I didn't hear any more of what he said. I went to the bed and looked at Cassandra closely, for the first time. Her skin shone faintly in the uncertain substitute of candlelight, as though it were covered with flaky, gossamer scales. On either side of her throat, I made out 2 pale, bluish streaks. My head spun. I felt as if I were going to be sick. Rising insidiously from the mucky pile of clothing on the floor, a vile, decadent stench flooded the chamber. From a tremendous distance, a voice whispered gently, "I come, O Yoth Kalla. Your bride has heard your call. Through night and storm I come." The voice was Cassandra's. "It's nothing to worry about, man," Ambler was saying kindly. "Just a case of exposure. She'll be all right." "Yes," I nodded dully. "She'll be all right." The last hope of happiness drained from me. I felt weak and lost in a plummeting void of unspeakable horror. There were times, in the days that followed, when I had the sensation of living in an alien, frightening world, a world in which lay hidden the blasphemous secrets of death and the grave, a world that sang with the strange, blood-craving incantations of lost and murderous cults. There was nothing human in the terror that held me prisoner. You can fight evil if it is concrete. This was something that could not be touched or seen, yet something always at my heels, its stinking, flesh-rotting breath burning against my neck. I hid my doubts from Cassandra, trying to be cheerful. She convalesced slowly, under Ambler's care. For days at a time, she would seem to be herself. She would smile, and talk of how it would be when she was well again. And then, Abruptly, her mood would swerve into one of black secrecy that made her eyes blank and hostile. She whimpered in her sleep and took to humming the weird threnody that had been Lazarus Heath's swan song. More and more the feeling that I had lost her possessed me. Gradually, her body grew strong again. She was able to be up and about, to wander the Strand on sunny days, her face silent and secretive, her eyes shutting me out when I tried to reach her. A sick, uneasy spell pervaded Heath House. Cassandra began to be nervous whenever I was near her. She resented my intrusion on her solitary walks. It was as though she looked upon me as a jailer, and on Heath House as a prison from which she must somehow escape. She spoke coldly and shuddered when I touched her. But, at rare moments, some of her old gentleness would return. You could see puzzlement and fear in her face. She would touch my hand and kiss me. She would tell me I was wonderfully kind. For an instant, we were together again, and then, without warning, the barrier chilled between us. Cassandra drew away. The fear and bewilderment froze to what could only be suspicion and loathing. Winter crept inland on icy cat's paws. Brittle tendrils of frosted air swung sharply along the peninsula. Even the afternoon sun had withdrawn behind a cool of December chill. The Atlantic whipped with predatory regularity at the deserted sands, scant yards from Heath House. I tried to work on my book, but it was no good. The severe cold had made it necessary for Cassandra to remain indoors. She paced the endless labyrinthian halls with the cold patience of a caged jaguar. She talked little, and spent most of her time seated before the ceiling-high casement that looked eastward to the undulating iron casket of the ocean. At times she made a feeble pretense of reading, but always her eyes sought that melancholy wasteland, as if she expected to see something or someone. My head ached constantly, the tempestuous evil problem of Cassie throbbing at my temples with hellish persistence. Once I spoke to Ambler about her moods. He talked of complexes and Freud. It was reassuring to listen to his calm, reasoning approach to the subject. But even as he spoke, I knew there was something torturing Cassie that no psychoanalyst could hope to explain. She was possessed by an entity whose subtle, odious influence was stronger than any fantastic twist of the mind. Time and again, I paced before the forbidding oaken library door, trying to find the courage to break my promise to Cassandra. Once she caught me there. She did not speak, but only stared at me with a hatred so intense that it was frightening. After that, it seemed to me she was doubly watchful of the brass key that hung on the fragile web of her necklace. Her silent hostility spread itself like an undulant pool through the brittle newness of Heath House. It wiped away everything we had tried to make of the place, and left it as it had been before, a clammy, sickening shell of the past, a past that wanted no part of the present, that would brook no intrusion of light or hope. Cassandra was a creature of that past. Dr. Ambler continued to make routine monthly calls. To all outward appearances, Cassandra was no longer ill, yet a certain unhealthy pallor of skin persisted. At moments, when she was without makeup, the faintly luminous prominence of the delicate scales terrorized me. If she noticed them, Cassandra said nothing. The long, discolored streaks on her throat had become barely discernible, but I could not keep my eyes from them. Ambler made no comment on these noxious oddities. He went his earthy country doctor's way. I think he never had the slightest inkling of the true horror that engulfed the house he visited so regularly. Certainly, He had no notion of the evil that lay hidden in the news he told me that evening late in December. The day hadn't been at all good. Midwinter sleet lanced across a dense fog that came slithering and crying against the windows of Heath House. I had spent most of the time alone, making a sham at reading, wandering restlessly from room to room, staring blindly from one fog-curtained casement after another. During those last days, I had grown to anticipate a storm with a terrible, choking fear, for Cassandra's mood seemed more sullen and morbid as the easterly wind lashed angry rain or snow about the tiny cove behind the house. She would stand for hours, gazing at the water-eaten mound that housed a thing that I could recall only with a tremor of disgust, a wave of nausea that balled itself like lead in the pit of my stomach. I had seen her doing that all that morning. She muttered something about how lonely he must be out there, and then walked slowly down the hall. I heard her door lock click behind her. I had given up trying to understand her oblique remarks, brief whispers that seemed not meant for me, but rather vague thoughts, personal and awesome, spoken aloud only by accident. When Ambler had completed his examination in the privacy of Cassandra's chamber, he plodded heavily down the twisting staircase. I offered him a drink, muttering something about its being a raw night. It was only a pretense of civility with me, until, in the firelight of the sitting-room, I saw the new expression that had crept into Ambler's eyes. I had seen many expressions there after such sessions with Cassandra, expressions of doubt or bewilderment, or of professional satisfaction at her apparent recovery, but now there was something almost like pleasure in those soft grey eyes. I poured him a glass of sherry. He gulped it and winked. "You've been wise people, you and your wife, Doctor," he said, after a pause. The eyes were actually twinkling. Wise? His good humour had begun to irritate me. "Of course. Nothing could have been more intelligent. I don't like to seem personal, but after all, it's been fairly obvious that you and Cassandra, well, something's come between you. But now, certainly a child is just the thing to bring you together again. It'll make all the difference in the world in this gloomy old place." I suppose I hadn't really been listening to him. I remember packing my pipe absently and scratching a match on the box. It made a tiny, lost noise in the shadowy bleakness of the room. Then he made that crack about a child, and I just stood there, staring at him, the match flickering in my hand. There was nothing but a hollow numbness in me. Afterward, I found a scorched scar on the skin of my thumb and forefinger. I realized dully that Ambler was chuckling. His hand was on my shoulder. "Well, don't look so confused, old man," he said heartily. "I guess Cassandra wanted to surprise you herself, and now I've gone and spoiled it for her by blurting it out." She never said a word. Ambler laughed, and I think I managed a watery grin. He gave me that line about the husband always being the last to know. We had another glass of sherry. I tried to act natural. The wine spread hazily through my puzzlement. A warmth swirled in my head as I saw Ambler to the door, a vague, unreasonable anger. I was hurt at the silent wall Cassandra had erected between us. It seemed impossible, almost inhuman, that she could have known such a thing and deliberately kept it hidden from me. When Ambler had disappeared into the maw of the storm, I bolted the door. Our lights had given out again, and I walked unsteadily. The anger throbbed in my temples now. It kept time with the flickering of the candelabra light as I slowly climbed the winding staircase to Cassandra's room. 5. The door was locked. My shadow cast a dark blot against its panels, a ghost that wavered drunkenly into the half-light. My hand was perspiring. The candelabrum kept slipping in my grasp. I knocked, listening to the leaden echo it made in the subterranean catacombs of the house. There was no answer. I called, "Cassie!" My tongue felt thick and dry. I waited. "I'm lying down, darling. I've a headache." Cassie's voice was brittlely light, controlled with an effort. "I want to talk to you." Anger cut through my tone. For a long moment, there was nothing but the spectral whisper of the waxed candle wicks as they sputtered anxiously. Then, a murmur of footsteps beyond, and the key turned in its socket. I let myself in, closing the door behind me. Cassandra was standing by the fireplace. The instant I saw her, anger ebbed from my mind. There was something terribly small and frightened about her lovely, small body in the gossamer softness of a negligee. I set the candelabrum on a table and went to her. My hands trembled at the warmth of her shoulders. She did not draw away. She did not move at all. "Ambler told me about the baby," I said gently. It was then that she turned. She was smiling, and in that moment all the falseness had gone out of her face. A quiet warmth touched it. She traced my lips with her fingertips. "I wanted to tell you myself." I did not realize then that the taut sham was still in her voice. I kissed her. I told her it was wonderful. I said all the foolish things a man has a right to say at such a time. And then, suddenly as I had begun, I stopped. Her mask had slipped. The warm tenderness was gone. A wall of nothingness blotted out the walls of her eyes. Cassandra twisted violently from me. "It's no good," she whispered hoarsely. "It's no good." "Cassie, I don't understand. She spun to face me. Blurred stains of tears streaked the sallowness of her cheeks. In the jaundiced candle glow, her eyes were abnormally bright. "Can't you see? Do you have to be told?" Trembling lips twisted in a coarse sneer. Her small, even teeth seemed somehow vicious. "You're not wanted here. Just go away and let me be. I never want to see you again." The hard grin widened, and unstable laughter bubbled hysterically in her throat. "Your child? Do you think I'd bear your child? Can't you see I've changed? Don't you know you've lost me? That I belong to him now. Ever since that night I went to the cove, to the abyss, I'll always belong to him. Always, always. The bride of Yoth Kalla." The maniacal laughter cracked off as I gripped her shoulders. My fingers chewed into her flesh. I could feel her breath against my face, hot and sobbing. "Cut it out," I snapped. "Stop it, Cassie." She stood there for an eternity, staring at me. The mood whirled and twisted, and childlike, bewildered fear was in her eyes again. She began to cry, her slight frame shuddering pitifully. "It's true, I tell you," she gasped. "It's not your child. You don't believe me. You think I'm crazy. You needn't believe me. Just go away, before he comes for me. He said he would come. I don't want him to hurt you. I don't want them to make you like me, like my father." She was babbling senselessly, the words tumbling from her lips. "Yoth Kalla will come. I hear his voice. He sings. You hear? Calling me, his bride, the mother of his child. I come, O husband of the green void. I come." It wasn't easy to hold her. I still have 4 parallel scars on my right cheek, where her nails bit in frantically. She twisted with a strength that was nothing human, her lips muttering, her high, cracked voice shrilling that loathsome melody that meant death and horror and endless unrest to any who heard it. Finally, I won. Quite suddenly, she stopped struggling. She peered childishly into the darkness beyond us, her head cocked pathetically to one side, listening. She took an uncertain step toward the window before she fell. There was no sound save the rustle of her negligee as she crumpled at my feet. A thread of crawling, spidery fog snaked in through the half-open casement, lingering like a shroud over her body. The stench was something from the bottomless, watery depths of the sepulchre, a vile effluvium that was somehow the embodiment of every malevolent terror that stalked Heath House. Cassandra and I were shadows playing a part against a papier-mâché background, in a scene from the opiate-deep nightmares of Poe. I did things without stopping to wonder why. I can recall carrying her to the bed and touching her pulse with fingers so numbed by horror that they could scarcely detect the fluttering heartbeat beneath them. That was the night I came to an end of it. You can take just so much. You can go on hoping things will change, that you will awaken from this monstrous dream of falling through a void of unutterable terror. Then you hit bottom, staring at the chalky stillness of my wife's face, lost in the whiteness of the pillows. I knew I would have to break through. If I was to save her at all, I had to get to the bottom. I had to take this noisome fear in my hands and tear it out by the roots. I had to open the cancerous sore of the secret that ate at Cassandra's mind, the secret that lay buried in Lazarus Heath's bookroom. I was quite calm about it. When her breathing had become safe, I took the key gently from the necklace. With something that was more instinct than purpose, I got my revolver from the night-table drawer. It was fully loaded. I locked Cassandra in and went down the hall to the library. The gun made me feel better. It was something solid and sane to hold on to. A month later, the prosecution used the gun as Exhibit A. They called it the murder weapon. What I found beyond the massive chiseled portal was a thing that laughed at the puny human bravery of guns, a malignant, flowering evil that spawned itself in the pen-scrawled words of a man long since food for the gnawing maggots of an unspeakable hell. As I pushed open the door, staring blindly into the pit of darkness beyond, I almost wished for a stinking, flesh-born terror with which I could clash, an evil that lived and breathed and could bleed and die. I found nothing but a dusty, dry rot-smelling chamber that had been too long without air and sunlight. A mouldering, half-burned candle stood at the edge of what Lazarus Heath had used as a writing table. I held a match to it. A butterfly of flame sputtered to life, throwing mammoth shadows along the crumbling plaster walls, casting an unwanted eye of light on the endless shelves of books, long used to the privacy of night, untouched by curious hands. I wandered aimlessly about the high, barren room, gazing upon titles so antiquated, so much a part of a past beyond remembrance, beyond life and death, that I should have sworn it was a library straight from the flaming abyss of hell. They were books not meant for mortal eyes, tales told by cults that sank into oblivion before time was measured, cast out from earth, trailing the ruins of their hideous, bloodthirsting rites behind them. Here and there, more sane, understandable volumes came to view. There was a priceless collection of sea lore, and in one spider-webbed corner I found a yellowed, thumbed copy of the Odyssey. One section had been underscored, its battered pages mute testimony of endless reading and rereading. It was the passage describing the escape of Odysseus from the Sirens. God knows, Lazarus Heath had reason to be fascinated by it. The shrill tumult of Cassandra's wild babbling still thundered softly in my brain. I stood very still, thinking, this is the room. The root of it had to be tangled in the tomb-like dust of this shadowy chamber. But where? My mind echoed. Where? My wanderings had brought me to the worm-eaten throne chair behind Heath's writing table. The light of the candle did a dance macabre as I sank heavy into the seat. It washed the black marble tabletop with a flood of icy yellowness. Then I saw the diary. I gave it a casual, irritated glance, and then, as the frenzied scrawl impressed itself upon my consciousness, I leaned closer. Faint, gold-washed letters glittered brassily in the semi-darkness. Lazarus Heath, his book. It may have been only the figment of a sick, overwrought imagination. I don't know. I know that I felt it there within me the instant I touched the book. I felt the evil that sighed through Heath House suddenly come to life as I thumbed nervously through the water-stained pages of Lazarus Heath's diary. The demented tittering of the storm rose from a whisper to the howl of a rabid dog baying at the moon. Sleet lashed at high casement windows, and the silken portieres rustled anxiously. Even before I began to read that incredible unholy record, I knew I held the root in my hands. There was nothing sinister in the first entry. It was made in the steady, squarish script of a self-educated seaman, and dated February 21st, 1920-something. The words were sure and sane, with no hint of the hell-penned horror that lay in the final pages of the book. Lazarus Heath had shipped out as first mate aboard the freighter Macedonia, bound southeast for Africa. It was as simple and prosaic as that. For pages there was nothing but the easy, satisfied chatting of a seafaring man setting down for his own amusement the record of an interesting but mundane voyage. The first leg of the journey had gone well. Even the weather had been with the Macedonia. The crew was competent and not too quarrelsome, and already looking forward to a time in the African coast towns. Then, somewhere in the southern Atlantic, they ran into the fog. At first, Lazarus Heath made only passing mention of it, although it had come upon them unexpectedly and was intensely thick and disconcerting. It was judged that they would sail on through it on instruments without too much difficulty. There was a controlled, sensible attitude in Heath's script at this point. He was writing for himself the things he had told his men. At the close of the entry he wrote, as though loath to admit it even to himself, "There is a certain uneasiness among the men. It is not good for the nerves, this endless, blinding fog." The writing trailed off with the first whisper of the uncertainty that was laying siege to Lazarus Heath's mind. The next entry was made 4 days later in a dashing cold hand. It was short and bewildered. Still this damnable fog, and that is not the worst of it. The instruments have begun to act queerly. We must go on as best we can and trust in the Almighty. Men very jumpy. And, on the night of the same day, the controlled hand had wavered perceptibly as it scribbled, "Instruments gone dead. What in God's name does it mean?" The story continued. The coming of the voices was not sudden. It began with Dyke. Lazarus Heath knew little about the gangling, blonde-bearded kid called Alan Dyke. He had signed on in New York as a fireman. A quiet, uneasy individual, he spent most of his leisure with books. He affected the bilge-water lingo of the sea, but underneath he was only a kid, and he was scared. It began, according to Heath, when the engines went dead. They had expected that for what seemed a century. The Macedonia couldn't go on ploughing in blind circles forever. The fuel gave out. The hellfire in the bowels of Heath's ship guttered and died. There was only an echoing ghost of the roar that had choked the engine room. It was too quiet. An unholy, nerve-rending silence enveloped the becalmed Macedonia. After a time, the men even gave up talking, as if the very echo of their voices, hollow and dead in the smothering fog, terrified them. Dyke was on the foredeck when he heard the voices. Heath, standing beside him, had sensed an abrupt new tautness in the bony, coltish frame. Dyke's adolescent face strained to one side, marble blue eyes gazing blindly into the mist. He listened. His words came to Lazarus Heath as though they had been separated by some yawning, fog-choked abyss. "You hear them? The voices? I can hear them. They're calling us. The sirens are chanting the melodies of watery death. Zoth Syra calleth." The voice was no longer Dyke's. It was light and cloying, possessed of a malignant beauty. Men froze and stared. They seemed not to hear Heath's sharp commands. "I heard nothing," Heath wrote that night. Still, the sounds must have been there. Dyke must have been listening to something, he and the others. But I mustn't believe these whispered legends of sea sirens. Someone must hold this God-forsaken crew together. If only I have the strength. If only I can keep from hearing the voices. That was the prayer of Lazarus Heath, the night the Macedonia ran aground and sank off the ghostly shores of a lost, uncharted island. Little space separated the next entry from those last frantic words, scribbled unevenly across a water-streaked, foul-smelling page of the diary. Yet, reading on, I had the sensation of an endless spinning through some dark, watery nothingness. I lived the nightmare of which Lazarus Heath wrote with the calm sadness of a completely sane man. The end of the Macedonia had been sudden and strange. By the hour, they had known it must be noon in that outer world with which they had lost all hope of contact. Their own existence had become a perpetual fog-swarming night. The monstrous ticking of the ship's clocks only taunted them. The bells of the Macedonia ricocheted mockingly into the boundless darkness of the mist. They had been chiming when the end came. Lazarus Heath had spent most of his life on the water. He had survived more than one shipwreck. Panic and the smashing fury of the sea were nothing new to him. It was the quiet that terrified the Macedonia's first mate. The crew seemed not to understand. His lashing, bitter orders fell on deafened ears. The swirling Atlantic sucked thirstily at their feet, and they did not move. Officers and men alike, they stood or sat in a speechless, apathetic stupor, unmindful of the death that swirled and lapped on every side. Each face held the same rapt, hypnotized expression. One would have said they were listening. Heath steeled himself. He mustn't listen. He mustn't let himself hear what they could hear. He wanted to live. He stalked the length of the bridge angrily, bawling harsh commands. Only the fog and the sea listened and echoed. The Macedonia groaned mournfully and listed to port. Water, thick and brine-tangled, flooded her hold. No one moved. She was going fast. He had to do something, make them hear him, bring them back to life. Inky wetness washed against him, whirling him blindly in a stinking, bottomless pit. His lungs would burst. They must. Air. And then he was on the surface. In the near distance of the fog, the grey mass of his ship loomed balefully. It foundered and upended. There were no cries of terror or pain, only cold, death-spawned silence. The Macedonia went down. There was nothing but a dull phosphorescence on the surface, and the frozen, black expanse of sea and fog. 6. Heath was never quite certain about the island. It seemed probable that the Macedonia had run aground on the pinpoint of land that rose like a monstrous Medusa from the mauve-green depths of the sea, yet Heath had never been aware of the existence of such an island. It was marked on none of the charts drawn by human hands. At a moment's notice, it had seemed to rear itself into the cotton-wool fog off the port bow of the ship. The water, lapping at its fungus-clotted shores, gurgled insanely as it swallowed the last of the Macedonia. Oil-stained brine tangled Lazarus Heath's limbs. Swimming was next to impossible. He never knew how long he was lost in the whirling eddies that licked about the island. It seemed an eternity. In the limitless, time-killing darkness of the fog, he struggled hopelessly, until finally his feet touched bottom. He slithered ashore, lashed on by the incoming tide. Salt burned his lips and eyes. He was between choking and crying. In the lee of a gigantic finger of rock, he toppled to his knees and sank forward, face down, into a thoughtless stupor. The fog never lifted. When Heath's mind crawled upward from the soundless depths of unconsciousness, he had no way of knowing how long he had lain, senseless, with the mossy, damp soil of the island clinging to him, as if it had some power of physical possessiveness. He rolled over on his back, his head throbbing and dazed. He was breathing more easily now. Some of the weary tautness had gone out of his limbs. Wincing at the effort, he dragged himself to a standing position. He leaned against that shadowy hardness of the rock. His hand came away coated with a malodorous, verdant slime. Heath wiped the hand clean, feeling suddenly ill at the cold dampness that crashed in on him. He couldn't be sick. Do something to keep his mind busy. Dragging one foot heavily after the other, he began to explore the island. When he tried to set down the incommunicable, barren loneliness of that lost outpost, Lazarus Heath failed. His pen stammered, searching for the right words, and finally admitted that the tone of the place was indescribable. He wandered endlessly through the cloying blueness of the mist, and found nothing that offered hope of any sort. The entire clammy surface of the island seemed to be covered with the same nauseous green slime his hand had encountered on the coastal rock. It sucked hungrily at his feet with each step he took. It oozed from the trunks and gnarled, lifeless limbs of the barren trees that were scattered sparsely inland. The smooth, mucus-like scum coated the jutting rock formations wherever they sprang into spectral being, making them gleam with a malevolent phosphorescence. Lazarus Heath wrote one fearful sentence, the ghastly import of which he was not to guess until an age of horror had passed. One gets the singular, frightening impression that this island has been a part of the ocean depths for more years than man can count, and somehow has risen to cause the tragedy of the Macedonia and claim its only survivor, myself. This was written just before he began to hear the voices. Perhaps before, even up to the last nightmarish moment, when he saw the crew of the Macedonia drawn, hypnotized and unresisting into the slavering maw of the sea, Lazarus Heath had not believed in the voices. A great many explanations of that frozen, listening attitude which held the men to their death may have flashed like a wild phantasmagoria through his mind. Most of all, I think, he believed the officers and men alike seized by some loathsome mass madness. The sounds to which they listened so intently must be the figment of some malady of the mind. But there, in the clammy mists of the lost, slime-coated island, he suddenly knew that the voices were very real. They were not ordinary sounds. They were soft, cloying cadences that caught and held consciousness in a spider web of evil beauty. They seemed uttered by countless alien tongues, echoing across a vast and fearful chasm. And yet, as Heath stumbled on in search of them, he would have sworn that their source must be there, just the other side of that next slimy knoll. He did not think of why he must find them. He only knew that this vile harmony had suddenly become very clear and understandable in his mind. "Come away," the voices chanted, with the sound of myriad Gehennan lutes. "Come away to your bride, Zoth-Syra. Come away, away, to the queen of the green abyss." I staggered blindly onward, Heath wrote in his diary. The words themselves staggered crazily across the water-ruined pages, a mute reflection of the precipitous, hellish compulsion of his quest for the voices. I knew not where I was going, nor why. I fell time and again. My hands and knees bled with scrambling among the slippery, treacherous rocks. I came to the beach. Somehow the fog there seemed to lift, growing less dense, and I found myself on the brink of the ocean. I knew I must stop or drown, but my legs continued to pump with piston-like persistence. The voices were nearer now. They held a malevolent beauty more compelling than the sounds that echo through narcotic dreams. Panic-stricken, I felt the icy water rising about my body, and still I kept moving out to sea. Brine swelled about my chest. The voices chanted mad cacophonies in my ears, wild, discordant, irresistible. The water reached my neck, my mouth, and then my head was covered. And now, the maddest thing of all. Submerged, I continued to walk, to breathe, slowly, easily, not through nose or mouth, but through a pair of gills in my throat. I strode onward through the swirling, opalescent depths, ever toward the howling, evilly joyful singing, toward my bride, Zoth-Syra. Between these frenzied, staggering words and the next and final entry, there is a gap of several blank, brine-yellowed pages. But for this, one might have guessed through desperate, wishful thinking that the final episodes of that hideous record were dreamed of whole cloth, the fanatical ravings of a mind lost beyond rescue. No such guess can be hazarded when you have seen that last entry. It is dated almost 20 years later in Kalesmouth. The writing is spidery and precise. The words have the cold, terrifying ring of unquestionable, blasphemous truth. Lazarus Heath set down those final sentences with a calm, almost grim determination. The very bareness of the clipped, emotionless style he used has a numbing quality. God knows, I would rather have died than believe this unholy tale, but there was no choice. Even after 20 years, Heath could only hint at the monstrous dream which followed his descent into what he called the Empire of the Green Abyss. His tight, controlled words whisper of a world unknown to mortals, a submarine, slime-choked empire of strange geometrical dimensions, a city whose architecture was somehow all wrong. Entering it, Lazarus Heath was seized with an unutterable nausea, a repulsion that made him want to return, to go back somehow, and die as normal men would in such circumstances. But he went on. In some inexplicable manner, he had become a part of this world of loathsome, watery putrescence. He became one with the creatures who were the subjects of Zothsaira, Empress of the Abyss. Obviously, the pen faltered. The words would not come, but lay stagnant and unspeakable in Heath's mind when he tried to describe these creatures. He could no more draw a picture of them than he could explain the evil charm they held for him, a charm embodied in the chanting, ungodly thing they called Zothsaira. Lazarus Heath was at once repelled and terribly, irresistibly drawn to this queen who had chosen him for her lover. In trembling, half-scrolls, he hints at the monstrous, primitive rites that were part of their betrothal ceremony. And of himself he writes with frightening simplicity, "I was helpless. I was part of those decadent blasphemies and knew it, yet had not the will to resist. I wanted only to go on listening to that hellish, sweet voice which belonged to my queen." There was no time. There was nothing but an endless, bittersweet madness from which he had not the will to escape. He became to the creatures of the abyss Yoth-Zara, the chosen one, and reigning beside the indescribable evil beauty Zothsaira, he became conscious of a ceaseless murmuring of restless voices that echoed sibilantly in the song of his queen. Perhaps it was then that Heath pieced together his explanation of that hideously magnificent underworld. I do not know, but it was the whispering of the voices that made him uneasy, that sent his mind struggling upward from the abyss, groping blindly toward the light of normalcy. It was the murmured legends that made possible his final escape. The horror of them gave him a strength he needed. They deafened his ears to the song of Zothsaira. And when the Empress of the Abyss bore Lazarus Heath a child in his image, he fled with the baby, wildly, insanely, rising through the undulant shadows of a mad dream. More than a year and a half after the disappearance of the Macedonia, Lazarus Heath was found, more dead than alive, on an uncharted island in the Atlantic. Some aboard the rescue ship wondered about the strange blue marks on Heath's throat. They asked each other how a man could survive for nearly 20 months when there was no sign of shelter or vegetation on the island. They questioned him about the baby girl who was rescued along with him. Heath said her name was Cassandra. 7. I, Lazarus John Heath, being of sound and sane body and mind, and under the influence of no thing or man, natural or otherwise, do this day set my hand in protestation of the truth of what I have written above. My story is not a dream. It happened, and I pray to the Almighty it may never happen again. At first glance, it will have for the reader all the earmarks of drunken fantasy, but upon closer consideration of the facts, upon a study of the lore of the sea, I feel certain that another decision will be reached. In the ancient books, men have written of a race of sirens, monstrous beauties of the seas, who lured men to death and worse with their strange, irresistible chanting. This race, say the recorders, was banished from the earth for its evil practice of black magic. The sirens were turned into the rocky, treacherous shoals of the ocean, turned into stone. The whispered legends of the abyss have another tale to tell. Yes, they murmur. Their race was cast out, as men recorded, but only condemned to the deep they once controlled, so that, sullen and alone, they begat the people of the abyss, a race of creatures that lurks on the edge of time, safe in the maw of the green ocean, until the moment comes when they shall again proclaim themselves and retake the world from which they were banished countless ages ago. I have been one of them. Through me they hoped to strike, I think. I was to be their contact with this world we know. I have heard their unsatisfied whimperings, They chafe at the bit for release, and I say beware. They have claimed me. True, I escaped, but even yet I am of them. In the end, they shall reclaim me, but not alive if I can help it. All these haunted years since my escape from the abyss, I have heard their songs, their endless pagan chanting. So far, I have resisted, but I grow ever weaker. Some day they will win. But it is not this that terrifies me. I know I must die as a traitor to their cause. My only fear is that somehow, some day, they will realize that with me in my flight, I took the daughter of Zothsira. I pray God they will never reclaim her, for Cassandra is one of them, just as I. The last words of Lazarus Heath's horrible testament wavered frailly across the page, as if the controlled hand of the writer had grown too weak to go on. The ink was blurred in spots by vague circular stains that might have been made by raindrops, or the impotent tears of a lost, frightened old man. With numbed fingers I closed that book of the damned. I sank back against the cold unfriendliness of the throne chair and shut my eyes. I could feel beads of icy perspiration forming at the base of my skull and trickling down the back of my neck. Not only my hands were numb, my brain was working with the dreamy sluggishness of a somnambulist. Curiously evil visions danced across the shadowy, decaying bindings of books on the far wall. I do not know how long I sat there. The candle guttered and died. I sat on, hemmed in by the writhing ghosts that complete darkness set loose again in the chamber where Heath had written his hateful confession. Outside, the storm raged maniacally, seething through the forgotten, rat-pirated tunnels under Heath House. Vaguely, I thought that somehow, with each passing instant, the sea and the wind had become more ferocious, more predatory, as though lashed on to devastating fury by some internal, supernatural disturbance. Then, slowly, through the screaming lunacy of the storm, I became aware of another sound. It was a high, soft threnody that was of the wind and lightning, yet a song in itself, a chorus of myriad voices that echoed from beyond life and death, that whispered hauntingly, evilly, of the secrets of the unknown. The song of the sirens, my mind muttered. Yes, their song. But for whom? They had Lazarus Heath now. They must be calling another. Even before I heard Cassandra's voice, I was out of the chair, stumbling toward the door. Then the first anguished wail of her ghastly litany froze my senses. For an incalculable moment, I could only stand and listen. That unbearable throbbing was not my heart. It was Cassandra's frail hands pounding madly on her chamber door for release. And always, steadily, her cry rose, shrilling through the shadow-crawling halls of Heath House, an obscene, awesome chant, at once wheedling, beguiling, and commanding. Slowly, painfully, I made out the words. I have heard you call, O Yothkala, my betrothed. I have seen the spirits of the abyss grown wild as presage of your coming. Their rejoicing has set loose the sea that is their empire. It echoes in the thunder, the black wind, and lightning. Come then, my husband and father of my child, claim your bride. Come to me through the cove of Yothzara, my father. I wait. Come, come. The silence in which that last unholy plea died away was an eternity of horror for me, yet it must have endured only an instant. It was a strange, pregnant silence, fraught with impending terror. I realized dully that those countless voices that had risen a moment before above the howling wind had just as suddenly been quieted. Now, in their stead, another voice, single and terrifying in the very loneliness of its sound, rose from a murmur to a sharp nasal chant that sliced through the violence of the storm, as if it were a mere unruly zephyr. Someone, something very near, yet outside, was calling Cassandra's name. The cove, my mind repeated mechanically. Come to me through the cove of Yoth-Zara, my father. I staggered through the blinding darkness toward the single tall window of Heath's study. I felt the skin of my ankle torn as I stumbled over some vague, edged object. I swore and righted myself. My hand caught at the drape, and its dusty velvet strength supported me. I peered through the smeary, leaded panes into the streaming maw of the storm. "Cassandra," that hell-spawned voice echoed. "I come, O Cassandra, my bride." I do not know how I looked, standing there that night in the evil-sodden gloom, but I know what I saw. Perhaps in the end I shall be no more successful at putting the essential, blasphemous horror of that vision into words than was Lazarus Heath, but I must try. If I can transcribe only one grain of the actual loathsomeness of the abyss-born creature called Yoth-Kala, perhaps then men will know why I destroyed Cassandra. The flash of lightning that rent the maddened heavens in that moment was nothing ordinary. It was like a sudden noonday sun at midnight, throwing into relief the hideous, turbulent cove where Lazarus Heath died. The cold stone of the sacrificial pillars cast gargoyle-esque shadows on the slimy sand. A torrent of cackling sea crashed inland and drowned them for an instant, then, suddenly, receded, and the thing was there. I do not remember what wild conjectures twisted through my fear-tortured brain in the moment. Perhaps I thought I had gone mad. Perhaps I told myself I was letting my imagination run away with me. But I knew I wasn't. I cannot say the thing in the cove walked. It moved inland rapidly, but with a seemingly gradual, amoebic motion. It expanded and ebbed, gelatinous tendrils creeping over the sand of the cove, spreading like a stain of ink or black, poisonous blood. I saw no distinct form. I was conscious only of a monstrous, jelly-like mound, black and glistening with a slime-coated, nauseous putrescence. The thing slobbered onward to Heath House, covering ground with frightening speed, and from this hellish creature, through the whiplash of the storm, shrilled the high, hypnotic voice of Yoth-Kala, calling his bride. The period of befogged waiting came to an abrupt end. I knew quite suddenly that the time for thinking and rational disbelief had run out. It was no longer a matter of guessing and wondering at the mad writings of Lazarus Heath. I myself had seen them come to foul, soulless life. I had witnessed the evil of the abyss incarnate, creeping relentlessly toward its goal, coming to claim Cassandra. Even as I watched, the fetid thing disappeared around the dim corner of Heath House. I moved more surely now, with a strange, icy calm. For now, I had at least one thing for which to be grateful. The evil that I fought had taken on concrete form. I was no longer fighting shadows. Clutching the cool butt of the revolver in my pocket, I went out into the murky shadows of the hallway. I moved quietly, scarcely daring to breathe. I must reach Cassandra before it did. I must keep her from this creature of lost and carrion ages. And always as I walked, the discordant, shrill threnody of Yoth-Kala sliced into my consciousness. The pounding on Cassandra's door became more frantic by the second. Her voice rose wildly, calling to the thing risen from the briny tomb of the sea. I had almost reached her door when I stopped. A sudden, whirling vertigo seized my brain. I clutched at the balustrade for support. Rising from the well of the foyer, a reeking effluvia reached out to every corner of the shadow-ridden house. I will not say I actually heard movement. It was simply a soft, hissing sound, as of oily water eating at the rotten pilings of a river dock. I stared down the long staircase, trying to focus my eyes, and then, abruptly, the thing was there, moving quickly up the stairs. I saw it clearly, for the first time. No one whose mind is cramped by cut-and-dried conceptions of form and the three known dimensions can possibly sense the vague, hideous shapelessness of that creature of the abyss. The form it possessed cannot be drawn in units of height or thickness or density. It seemed to undulate, varying by the second, rising gelatinously to a height of perhaps 10 feet, and then subsiding, swelling, spreading slimy tentacles forward. The whole of the rubbery outer skin was coated with a foul ichor, a tarry stickiness that seemed secreted from monstrous, leathery pores. I think it was this bluish slime that set loose the rancid stench that grew more overpowering with each moment, with each slithering inch of its progress up the staircase. At the approximate center of this putrid blue-black mass, a raw, slobbering hole, which seemed to be a rudimentary mouth, sucked in and out with obscene rhythm. It was from this opening in the reticulated reptilian hide that the cloying, mucus-choked chant of Yoth-Kala emanated. Actually, there was no face, but nearly a foot above the wound-like mouth there was a single serpentine tentacle that writhed from side to side, sensing rather than seeing, looking like some flesh-made periscope shot up from hell. At the end of the tentacle, I made out what might have been an eye, the squamous, dusty, expressionless orb of a snake. And now, as the thing crawled upward, the eye tentacle suddenly grew rigid, turning toward me. For a second, the huge, gelatinous form hesitated, then moved forward again, this time directly for me. Mechanically, sick with the putrid vileness of the odor the thing cast off, I staggered backward, away from oncoming horror. The eye tentacle wavered and followed me. The forerunning cilia of black, tarry stickiness flowed across the hall only a few feet from me. The stench was unbearable. It seemed to me that the pagan song of Yoth-Kala had taken on a high, evilly humorous note. The slobbering mouth-hole spread in what could only be a hideous, anticipatory grin. Now, my back was against the wall. I could still hear Cassandra thumping on the panels of her door, crying her invitation to this loathsome lover of hers. But I was no longer thinking of her. I could think only of the long, jelly-like feeler sent out from the black, viscid mass, curling slowly about my waist, crushing. Perhaps I screamed or swore. I do not know. I remember plunging my hand into pocket and squeezing the trigger of that revolver. There was a smell of seared cloth as the bullet burnt through my coat. And then, sharply, a cry, almost human, of furious pain. A slitted, ugly wound opened in the feeler, and bluish, stinking slime spewed over my hand and waist.
This was the foul, putrid blood of the creature of the abyss, a thick, nauseous ichor that spurted like oil from the bullet wound. The feeler uncoiled in a tremendous reflex of agony, and I stumbled away, down the hall, fumbling in my pocket for the key to Cassandra's door. I slammed the heavy portal behind me and leaned against it, sobbing hysterically. The first thing I became conscious of was the sudden silence. It fell like a spidery call over Heath House. I realized dully that, for a moment, Yoth-Kala's song had been stopped. Beyond the door, there was a vague, liquid rustling, then a tense, waiting noiselessness, as though the thing were being very still, listening. And here, in Cassandra's room, there was another silence. Before me in the shadows, the pallid oval of Cassandra's face wavered phantom-like, staring at me. The darkly brilliant eyes were tortured with a surprisingly sane fear. Abruptly, as though the silencing of that blasphemous incantation had momentarily released her to sanity, Cassie was in my arms, crying softly. "Don't let him get me, darling. You mustn't let him get me. Promise you won't. Please. I'm all right now. It's only when I hear his voice that I can't refuse him." "It's all right," I said thickly. "We'll get out of here somehow. We'll go away where he can never touch you." No, I can't escape him that way." "We can, Cassie. We must." "No, believe me, I know. There's only one escape. You've got to kill me." "Cassie." "It's true. It's the only way out. If you don't care about me, think about the child. My child by him." "Stop talking crazy. I tell you we'll get away." "Think of the child," Cassandra insisted hoarsely. "I am the daughter of Zoth-Syra. My father was a human. I was born in the image of that father. But think of the child I must bear. Suppose he is born in the image of his father, of that thing out there." I was no longer seeing that frail, anguished visage, grey as death with its ghastly bluish throat scars. I was no longer aware of the horror that shone through Cassandra's eyes, the terror of a mind caught in a web from which there was no escape. All I could see was that slavering, heinous monstrosity beyond the chamber door. A child. Its child, born in its own hideous image. It couldn't be. It must never happen. This lost, decadent race of evil encroaching upon the earth, getting its hellish fruit upon humans, and in the end overwhelming, conquering, reclaiming, as Lazarus Heath had prophesied. "Cassandra, O my bride, princess of the abyss I call. Yoth-Kala calls." Beneath my hands, I felt Cassandra's fragile body turn rigid. Her flesh suddenly burned against mine. Those dark eyes glazed and protruded horribly, and at her throat the bluish lines pulsed obscenely, like the gills of a fish, like the nauseous mouth of the thing in the hole. I tried to hold her, but as the chant of Yoth-Kala rose wildly, her clawed hands beat insanely at my face, their nails bit into the flesh. With a species of supernatural strength, Cassandra tore herself loose. She thrust me to one side, and was at the door, tearing frantically at the latch, shrilling a nasal, hypnotic reply to her mate. Now, staring at the door itself, I saw the massive panels sag and warp, as if from tremendous pressure from without. A fetid, black feeler oozed through the crevice at the bottom of the door. It circled obscenely possessive about Cassandra's ankles, evil, caressing. The storm throbbed at the blackened casements.
There was no lightning now, only endless, abysmal blackness, and rising through it, all the myriad hateful voices of the green abyss howling in chorus to the incantations of Yoth-Kalla and his bride. What I did then was done with the sure, unthinking calm of a man who has reached his final decision. I walked slowly to Cassandra's side. She was no longer conscious of my existence. She tore so maniacally at the door to freedom that her frail fingers bled. The revolver felt cool in my sweat-soaked grip. I brought the neat, business-like muzzle within a few inches of Cassandra's temple. I knew now that she was right. There was only one escape. I pulled the trigger. I waited for death. You must understand that. I fully expected to die. I had no idea of running. I saw Cassandra slump forward against the door. As she slid to the floor, her fingers clutched convulsively at the dark wood. The nails dug 4 parallel streaks the length of the panels. She lay very still. In that instant, as the crashing echo of the shot withered to silence through the catacombs of Heath House, a great, terrified wail soared insanely above the onslaught of the storm, a scream of pain and unanswerable anger. The huge door bent beneath superhuman pressure. Then, slowly, as I waited for loathsome, foul-smelling death in the grip of Yoth-Kalla, a death I did not intend to fight, the weird chanting from without died away. There was silence, a strange, utterly peaceful silence such as Heath House had not known for countless years. I saw the black, stinking tentacle withdrawn from the room. Outside, in the hallway, a sickly hissing sound echoed mournfully. It moved down the staircase that creaked beneath its retreating weight. I walked unsteadily to the casement window and gazed out through a strangely abated storm. A sudden, peaceful moon had crept from behind dull clouds, and across the cold, moonlit strand into the cove, once again to be swallowed by the sightless depths of the green abyss, slithered the hideous, hell-spawned thing no other living man has ever seen. Yoth-Kalla was gone. I know now why it happened that way. I have thought about it a great deal in these last lonely hours, and I believe I have found the answer. I had waited for the vengeance of Yoth-Kalla. I had expected to die as the destroyer of his bride. But Yoth-Kalla could not reach me. As Lazarus Heath had been before her, Cassandra was an instrument. She was the key in the grip of the people of the abyss, their only contact with this world that had cast them out ages since, the only one through whom they could regain a foothold in that world, on whom they could beget the race that would one day reclaim all that they had lost. When I killed Cassandra, I cut off that contact. Yoth-Kalla and his hideous breed were once more consigned to the bonded anonymity of the abyss. This time, at least, the world had escaped their vengeance. I walked back to where Cassandra lay, calm and at peace. I sat down beside her and smoothed her soft, warm hair gently. I think I cried. The storm whispered a lost protest and died. I sat there with Cassandra until late the next evening, when Dr. Ambler came to call and found us. Only another half-hour until dawn. The cell block has been very quiet most of the night. Outside, in the greyish half-light, there is a sound of distant business that seems ghostly coming in through the bars on the cold early morning air. There is a creaking of wood, and then a sudden thud. This is repeated several times. They are testing the spring trap of my gallows. They say that prayers help. If you have come this far, If you think you understand the story of Cassandra Heath, you might try it. Make it a very special sort of prayer. Not for Cassandra and me. All our prayers were said a long time since. We are at peace. This prayer must be for you and all the others who must be left behind, who cannot walk with me up that final flight of wooden stairs to peace and escape, who must go on living in the shadow of a monstrous evil of which they are not even aware, and so can never destroy. You may need those prayers. Somewhere beyond the edge of the last lone lip of land, beyond the rim of reality, sunken beneath the slime and weed of innumerable centuries, the creatures of the abyss live on. Zoth Syra still reigns, and the siren songs are still sung. Entombed in their foul, watery empire, they writhe, restless, waiting. This time they have lost their foothold. This time their link with the world of normalcy has been broken, their contact destroyed. This time they have failed. But they will try again and again. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time.